Morning, nice to have your company. Here we go. It's New Year's Eve, which means tonight people will be going out, getting completely hammered, falling over, being robbed, and thinking they've had a great time when they eventually get home. But of course, as the public transport is much depleted, there's no chance of getting home at all. You know, and if it rains, it's going to be even worse. Oh, I can't wait to have it all over and done with. I think Christmas is far nicer because people don't go out and go through this we need to get drunk as quickly as possible moment. So I will be here tomorrow morning between 7 and 10, which is for the breakfast, which I'm very much looking forward to. I've just bumped into about 3 or 4 other presenters in the building, and I'm checking with all of you working tomorrow? You working tomorrow? They go, yeah, we're working tomorrow, which is lovely. What's happened to Maxwell's millions? Ghislaine Maxwell, she's got various houses, and she should have accrued quite a lot of money, but they don't know where it is. I suppose we'll never find out, will we? Her family are appealing for her. I don't think there's much hope in that one, do you? Amazon's e-scooter shamble. They're selling e-scooters. The site says they're legal to they're sort of legal to commute with. No, they're not. No, they're absolutely not. Don't ever buy an e-scooter. I mean, I see the idiots all over the place. Especially in London. I mean, probably the same way you are out in the country. You know, they literally, you can go and, rent one of these things, or you can buy one, and if you buy it, you can't use it on the pavements, on the main road, or anything at all. If you rent them, they've got insurance on, because people have died already on these things. So you have to be very, very careful. But there's no instructions. You just get on it, and off you go at up to 15 miles an hour. And I don't know if you've ever been in the London traffic, but 15 miles an hour is what's commonly known as a death trap. It really is. It's just absolutely outrageous that these things have been allowed to go ahead. I've watched people going up and down the roads. I mean, really terrible, really terrible. So Victoria Beckham, her fashion empire. We were trying to find this out the other day. I don't know why it's only just hit now. I suppose because the accounts have been published. She's racked up losses of 57 million. That's what's commonly known as a failure, isn't it? I mean, you might as well sort of open up, I don't know, a Rolls-Royce showroom and not sell any cars for about 5 years and think you're very successful. Because the trouble is, when the firm, I think somebody reinvested money into it, and I think they were trying to sort of get her to reduce the prices because she's alienated everybody. The fact she's a stick insect. And so the sort of clothes she wears, I don't know where you wear this stuff. I really don't. It's way too expensive. You look at what the girls are wearing on the streets nowadays, and it's certainly nothing as Victoria Beckham's got. But she thinks she's upmarket. She thinks that she's appealing to high society, whereas higher society are going to be going to all of the big designer label, not Victoria Beckham. You know, VB on the back of a pair of jeans isn't exactly selling it to anybody. So losses again. I'm sure eventually one day it'll turn a profit. I hope it's in my lifetime. I'd hate to think it was going to be like this for ages. And whales and dolphins are under threat from jet skis. You see people with their jet skis. And I've never been on one. I've often fancied the idea. You just get this plume of water out the back. When we went on a cruise years ago, you get this sort of jet ski things. In the morning, they circle the ship with these jets of water coming out the back, which I thought was quite a nice idea. If you were up early, you could sort of watch somebody having fun and you're not, which, you know, doesn't make any difference, does it? IKEA, we didn't mention them yesterday. I did mention it in my introduction. They put their prices up by 50%. And somebody said, is that really a good idea? Also, 2022 must be the year we learn to live with COVID. Yep, I loved it. Honestly, we had so much fun yesterday. Band. We had about three people. You know, I prefer to call them the simple ones. And I was proven right yet again, embarrassing, isn't it? Countdown's Rachel. There's no rift between Anne and me. I said at the time, sounds to me like somebody's just invented a story to try and get them talking, and it went for about 3 days. Of course there wouldn't be a rift. Why would there be a rift? Everybody gets on very well with their, you know, it's like sort of saying, oh, there's rifts, you know, this radio station or that. Never. There'd never be any rifts. Why would there be? Goodness sake, everybody's very happy with things. I love the fly tippers. They load up their van with toys and all the rest of it, and they just go and dump it in woods. Unfortunately, it had been raining, and the ground was very muddy, and they couldn't get their van out, and the police had followed them. And so they confiscated their van. Ha, 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 ha. Very good. Megan Barton What's-Her-Face has told why she split from James Locke. Like anybody gives a 4X. I mean, who cares? I'm sorry, darling, if you can't get your life in order at your age, mind you, she's only 22, so basically a child, nobody's interested. Try and come up with something good, like, you've saved a nation from starvation, or you've done something interesting, like stacked shelves and had all the bottles with the labels facing on the outside. Not you've finished with somebody after a few weeks. That just makes you look a bit stupid. Church vandals are now being hunted. I'll tell you about that one a bit later on. It's somebody broke into a church, because you have to lock churches now. Unfortunately, we're not the Christian country we thought we were, and people are not nice. And they vandalised it. They vandalised all sorts of things in there. And you think, I hope they find you, because you're going straight to hell. Straight to hell. James Argent pleads with Gemma Collins to call off her engagement. He goes to the darts, because he's really a man of culture, and he holds up a sign. I mean, I don't know what on earth he thought he was doing, but she's not interested. She said she saved his life 3 times. He never even thanked her. Well, it's because he was coked out of his mind. That's why. You don't expect people to be normal, do you? For goodness sake, it's like talking to Jordan. Who is her drugs dealer? Where does she get her drugs from? Why is she still doing drugs at the old age that she is? Dreadful. There's a mum of 6 in the papers today. She's already bought next year's Christmas presents. Not only has she bought them, she's wrapped the blooming things as well. I've never heard of that before. I think that's... I'm not sure if I think it sort of shows great fortitude or rank stupidity. I don't know. And then there's the police. They get called out to a car. Somebody's locked the car up. They've left the baby in the seat, sitting in the back of the car, break the windows. So they smash the windows, and it's a toy. It's a toy. They're so dumb they didn't even know that it was a toy baby. And you know why? Because it's one of these reborn children. These are plastic dolls which you have tailor-made to your own design. If you want it to have a shock of blonde hair, it'll have a shock of blonde hair, it'll have a dimple, it'll have all sorts of things. They look very realistic. You pay quite a lot of money for these dolls. They're called, as I say, they're called reborns. And so the police obviously looked in and went, oh, my God, there's a baby left in there. So they smashed the window, only to discover it's one of those polyurethane babies. Bit of a disappointment. I'm not sure what happens after that. Do the police have to pay, do you think, to actually have the window put back in again? It's like sort of, didn't they do that once where they literally, they smashed down the door of this house because they'd been told it was a drug dealer's house, and they ransacked the place only to discover it was a little old lady who lived by herself and she'd never done drugs in her life. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. Is it safe to come out from under the duvet, Steve? Have all the loonies gone, the anti-vax callers and the spaceship lovers? Oh, I had one from the spaceship lovers. Oh, they're so sweet, honestly. They really are. They must live in such a little... Perhaps they drink. I can only think that's what it would be. And the anti-vaxxers who've been proven wrong time and time again, which we loved yesterday. We had so much fun with them because it winds them up and they haven't got any friends. They've only got other anti-vaxxers, so they can write. And I think somebody, there was a senior NHS person saying, really, people need to get their heads in order and don't believe everything you read on the internet because most of it's fake news. Fake news. That's what it is. Oh, have a slurp of my tea this morning. I'm liking my tea. This is my first cup of tea, actually. I don't know why. Why I only had 1 cup of tea this morning. Normally, because I had some things to do. And it was filling in this driving licence form. I had to put down... I can never remember the doctor's name. So I put down the doctor's name and the surgery and the number and all the other bits and pieces. So... That's the thing that's going in the post box today, and then I shall get a few little bits and pieces in for this evening, and I shall be in bed by, I should imagine, about 7 or 8 o'clock, which is a good time to go to bed. I don't want to see in the new year. When I wake up, my phone will be full of Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year. Hope to see you soon. Happy New Year. Must go out for lunch. I mean, last year I got so many. I was sitting there for an hour typing up messages to go back to people, so I should be doing the same this evening for the godchildren and for my brother and his wife and the family and for ex-producers, current producers, everybody. I should be sending these messages out to people, but I shall not be going out getting drunk. Which is probably better. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And lovely. My New Year resolution is not to listen to you, says Simon. Well, don't, dear. I mean, try and be an adult, don't be a complete wuss about it. I mean, really, you are a little bit of a saddo, aren't you? But you're a troll. You obviously haven't understood what a troll is. That's you. You're a troll. a little lonely troll, so I'm afraid you're another one who goes and you can't send any more things. Very hot in Melbourne, says Roger. 38 degrees centigrade. Wow. Wishing you a happy new year, thank you. So, do you get your fireworks before we do? Are they ahead of us? Will they be doing they're ahead, so they'll be getting the fireworks when we won't be getting any fireworks at all. They will be ringing bells, I think, and they will be bonging Big Ben. Bonging Big Ben. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? I love that. I don't think they have a Big Ben. They have a bridge, and they don't normally do all their fireworks over the bridge, don't they? They sort of seem to be attached to it. It seems fantastic. They always look brilliant. Brilliant. And another one says, I like my drink, and we will find aliens in the next decade. No, I think you drink. I think you've got a slight problem. Yeah. He says, can you apologise for calling me? No, sadly not. We don't do apologies, as you've probably heard in the past. But no, I think you need to cut out the drinking and probably the drugs as well. OK? I love these people, honestly. And another one says, I got the tail end the other day when you were discussing The Amazing Mr. Blunden with Darren Nesbitt. I was not sure if you're aware of the remake with Simon Callow. Ray in Grimsby. Who's Darren Nesbitt? Don't know who Darren Nesbitt is. I was discussing The Amazing Mr. Blunden with Diana Dawes and Lawrence Naismith. I don't know who Darren Nesbitt is. I've got no idea. Who is he? Is he in the new remake with Simon Callow? I wouldn't want to watch it, Ray. I decided yesterday I was going to make a conscientious decision not to watch the new Mr. Blunden if they can't come up with anything more original. Darren Nesbitt. Oh, he definitely wasn't in The Amazing Mr. Blunden. Absolutely not. Not that I've ever noticed. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look at some of the pictures. Sometimes it's the pictures that give you the clue. But, no, he definitely wasn't it. Why do you think he was in Mr. Blunden? What planet are you on? I love it when people say, oh, so-and-so was in this. You go, no, they weren't. Actually, he's a UFO special branch. Wait a minute. So where would he have been in The Amazing Mr. Blunden? I'm trying to think of which part. I mean, the first film he made, I think, would have been Silent Enemy, I think, something like that, about the 1950s. The Larkins, Dixon of Dock Green, No Hiding Place, Play of the Week, Softly, Softly. These are all TV shows, aren't they? Yeah, it's all TV. So what has it got his films on here? There you go. Let's have a little look. Monte Carlo or Bust, Where Eagles... They were showing a load of really good films the other day, including one about the bloke who lost both his legs. Do you remember Douglas Bader? It was very interesting. Naked Runner, Monte Carlo, Bust, Burke and Hare. Not Now, Darling, Shadow. No, I don't know what year The Amazing Mr. Blunden was. But I don't see it here. Just go down a little bit more. Go down a little bit more on that one, on the films. The Playbird. No, he definitely didn't do that. What on earth did he come up with that for? Why do people get things wrong? And there was a TV movie in 2021? Of what? Of The Amazing Mr. Blunden? Oh. Oh, well, that's the one that's with... he was in that, was he? Was he in that one? No, he's not listed. No, I don't think so. But, yeah, that's the remake with Simon Callow you talked about, which we spoke about yesterday. But I'm never interested in sort of watching something that's a remake of something. You know, you can't really... sort of do it, can you? You can't sort of worry about these sort of things at all. Somebody wrote to me the other day, a simpleton. We seem to have attracted a couple, actually, over the things. And it was a case of, you do talk a lot, and you go, it's a speech radio station. What do you think we do? Sing, whistle? I love it. Poor Angela in Greenwich, she's off with the Pixies as well this morning, which is good. 84850, 84850. And somebody else saying it's very hot. We've also got a few people who listen in Melbourne, which is quite nice. But safe to come out from the duvet because the Looney Tunes, you know, the ones who sort of believe in little spacemen and rockets and things like that, all very exciting. And ghosts and hobgoblins and probably fairies, I should imagine, in many of their cases. And the ones who believe that you don't need to be vaccinated, which is great. Ha, 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 ha. I love it. I love the way that somebody would think that thousands would agree with you. No, they all think you're stupid. They think you're stupid. You know, if you're not intelligent enough, there's no point in trying to compete with somebody who is. I love the idea that somebody says, I like my drink. Yeah, of course you do. Probably at this time of the morning, I shouldn't wonder. Steve, the baby locked inside the car. I did it for real with my little bubba, but whilst panicking, I was calling the AA. A van man had pulled onto the drive and released my little boy. How nice. How nice. And I've got one as well. It's not a Bjorn baby thing. It's a little... My godchildren bought it for me years ago. And it's a little lad with a cap on. And he's fully dressed, but he's got no face. And he faces the wall. And he looks as though he's real. So if you put him in the car, people think he's been naughty or something. It's really bizarre. Most bizarre. But I've still got it. He's got really, nice clothes on. Nice sort of trousers, a lovely jumper. I was going to buy another jumper the other day for him. Because I thought perhaps he'd like a Christmas jumper. You never know, do you? 18 minutes past 4.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, biggest audience we've ever had. I don't think we've ever had such a big audience as we have at the moment. I mean, the whole station just went through a hiatus, and it was fantastic. And, of course, with our 21 million downloads of my podcast and hitting a friend of mine who's got a dry cleaners shop in Twickenham. I went in there yesterday to drop some stuff. He does all my washing and ironing. I don't do things like that. You pay people to do it till it keeps them in business. And he's been very good at it for years and years now. And he said to me, "You're in the Amazon charts." I said, "We are." He said, "I couldn't believe it." He said, "I was going through the Amazon chart." He said, "And there's 2 of your podcasts in it." I said, "I know. Some people would kill for things like that, but, they can't do it. Sometimes you get good publicity, sometimes you get average publicity. No such thing as bad publicity." So Neil says, hosting a small gathering tonight to see in the new year, and now I can't be bothered. Wish I could cancel it. I've always thought there's a bit of a damp squib to do with New Year's Eve, because you go out and you go, "I'm going to have a really good time," and then you don't have a good time. Because gone are the days where you could just go out to a pub, have a few drinks, see in the new year. Now you've got to be in by a certain time. They won't let you go in and out of the pubs. The only time they let you go out is so you can go and have a cigarette, because you can't smoke inside. And then I did say yesterday, I said it would be quite nice for sort of people to be allowed to smoke in the pub gardens. But they've started stopping that as well. And somebody said, if it rains, they'll all be inside the pubs breathing the same air. I thought, well, what do we care about? It's not up to you, not up to me. If you don't want to go out and catch COVID, don't go out. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. We were talking, actually, the producer won a lot of money the other day. And not that I'm jealous. I don't mind, actually. Because my glue arrived this morning. I was very excited. You remember I bought this glue from America. And it generally gets over here in about 4 weeks. And it's a glue where it heals, or whatever they call it, something, with ultraviolet light. So I was so impressed by this. I bought three tubes of this stuff. And then I got some other little bits and pieces. I love ordering from America. But unfortunately, I put it on PayPal, and it isn't until I get to the bottom of the thing and you click and you send around, where's it coming from? Oh, it's coming from America. And you might have found it on YouTube. You might have found it on YouTube, and you look at something, you think, I'll order that. And I get little cards from them. I said yesterday, where they go, "Thank you very much indeed, Steve. Thank you for your order. We're only a small company." Actually, the truth is that they're probably absolutely enormous companies, but they just do the personal touch, which is brilliant. I love it. But, of course, I mean, we've whizzed through this year about as fast as you can go. And so now I've got to do... What have I got to do today? Nothing, actually, nothing. I filled in my form. Oh, invoice. Got to do me invoices for work so that we get paid at the end of January again. But we invoice in advance. So I invoice for work that I haven't done. And then if I happen to go sick, very rare, very well, I mean, it happened once this year, twice this year. And then you just knock it off the next month after. It's done on a trust basis. It's very good. Very good. I like it. I always feel better when I've done the invoice. I love it as well. I love doing the invoice. I love doing it, going how many days. In fact, I haven't even worked out how many days there are in January. How many days are there in January? I know it's 31 days, but what I've got to do is find out, wait a minute, 2022, that'll be January, so 5, 10, 15, 20 days. That's 20 days money, because we only get paid, as indeed do most people, for the days you work. So, if I'm working 20 days in January, yeah. Because the rest of them are taken up with weekends and things like that. So it's only 20 days money, as they say. Bit disappointing, isn't it? I feel as though I should, because mind you, I am doing tomorrow, so I'll have an extra day. I'll have 21 days. Which is it seems to vary between 21 and about 23 I've gone up to. And then sometimes, on the other ones you get sort of extra days. But it's quite nice, actually. It's great. It's great. Steve. It's terrible that Insulate Britain have damaged equipment at a track and trace site, says David. Was it Insulate Britain who did that? I can't remember. It was them. I know there was a rather stupid picture of some old biddy who was picking up a box of the vaccinations, and they were found in a rubbish bin. I mean, I'm hoping that she's going to be arrested and thrown into prison, as indeed the bloke who was trying to stop two women in a car going in to get their PCR tests, and he was leaning on their car front. I mean, if you saw him and you were his employer, you'd have him fired immediately, because he undoubtedly will be arrested, because you just can't go round touching people's property. And these people, as I say, they're a bit simple. We actually found a few the other day. I mean, they really were thick. I mean, I didn't think it was possible. In fact, one radio station presenter called them scum. Absolute scum. Just anti-lockdown protesters. Yeah, it's not Insulate Britain. I mean, we know they're a pain in the rear end as well. And I see that Talking Pictures are showing the original Maigret TV series, says Christine. See, that's going to look really dated, because that was made in black and white. Maigret. You like Maigret? You like the name? Yeah. Sounds sophisticated. Oh, right, OK. Could do. Yeah. Yeah, for a cat. Very good name. But it'll be made in black and white, and I think it would be one of those things where you'll sort of watch it and go, it does look a little bit dated, actually. Another one here, which says, good shout out to a lovely man I care for, Peter Gadd and his family. He did get the Steve Allen tea tray for Christmas from his daughter Tricia, says Max. Yes, thousands of people got the trays. Thousands. In fact, when we first started, do you remember when we first started? You probably can't remember. It's about 5 years ago now, isn't it? And the first thing that we did was the tea towel. And I think we did 10,000 tea towels. 10,000 people bought the tea towels. In fact, a friend of mine bought 100. He bought 100 tea towels, and he gave them away as presents to people, which I thought was very, very generous of him. To buy 100. And another one, what was it? It was, then we did the tote bag. We did thousands of tote bags. No, we didn't do an apron. No, it was the tote bag. It was tea towel, tote bag. Then we did glasses. And my Global Award, of course. Yes, I don't want to mention that. It makes me sound big-headed. Yeah, we did the glasses. You got a set of 2 glasses engraved from the Groovy Gang. And then after the glasses, I think it was the tea tray. Oh, and we did the show at the Leicester Square Theatre as well, which is coming up in February. But that's sold out. Sold out in an hour. In fact, actually, that was the one that we thought it's hilarious, because we actually sold a third of the tickets before I'd even mentioned it, because people were watching the Leicester Square booking site, and I didn't know that you could do this, because they said, we'll put it on sale. You could find it on the LBC site, and there was a link onto it, and we actually got it through. It was fantastic. So we sold that one out, but that's about the third time or second time. I can't remember, actually. Second time or third. We did 2 at the Hippodrome, but they've got the Magic Mike show there, and whichever way you look at it, there's no way I'm going to be entering into the Magic Mike show. Magic... Yes, that's at the Hippodrome. Yeah. In their theatre there, which is a lovely little theatre, really is nice, beautifully done and appointed and everything else. And it's literally behind the bar. They've got a shutter that comes across, and it becomes the theatre, and you go up there, and it's got its own bar, and it's really lovely. And we did a few there. Which was very nice indeed. So Masked Thieves, Masked Raiders thieved drones worth £140,000. God knows what these drones are like. They must be the really sophisticated things. I've seen the Sky drone. I've seen the Sky drone, and this thing's you could lift a man up with it. It's absolutely enormous. It's fantastic. Another one here says, Lorraine says, do you get double pay for working Christmas Day and Boxing Day like others do? Quadruple, dear. Double pay? Where are you from? God, blimey, no, quadruple pay. So you can well imagine, I mean, I might go and purchase another property today, which is great. No, people work over Christmas Day. The staff get it. But I'm a contract player, so I don't get it, and nor would I expect it. I wouldn't be remotely interested in going for double pay. I remember years ago we did get it, but I was a staff member then, and in the very infancy days of LBC. But I mean, again, it was sort of one of those sort of things that you just look forward to, and it was like a little bonus. I mean, yesterday I thought about it because after we heard about the lottery, not the lottery, and the poker win. Which I thought, he was very excited by this, and he's been paid already from his poker, because a friend of mine plays poker on the internet. Were you on the internet doing this? Oh, right. So do you know who you're playing with on the internet? Do you see them, or it's an invisible hand? You have screen names. Oh, right. So, and how many people are playing at any one time? This tournament itself was 490 people playing. Good grief. They can go as high as 30,000, all playing. Wow. What's the most you could win? I mean, is it limitless? Right. So what's the most you've seen somebody win on online poker? Because I've never played poker in my life. I've done roulette, high roller tables. You spend £50,000 to buy in? Good God. This is at my depth immediately. 50,000. Hilton on Hyde Park. At a Triton event, with the buy-in was $1 million. Wow. Good God. So how much could you win? You know, it's basically you could win millions and millions. Depends how many players are taking part. Oh, right. So if you've got 30,000 people playing, the prize pool is going to be bigger than if you've only got 20 of you playing. Or depending on how much you put it. Blimey, I didn't realise it was so. It's quite lucrative, this, isn't it? But I'm rubbish at things like that. I'm absolute rubbish. It takes a lot of... Yes. I mean, I do believe it. But, of course, the good idea about playing it online is they don't have to look at you, so you've got that poker face. So, because if you're sitting there, a lot of people I've seen playing poker on the television, when they do it, they're wearing sunglasses inside the casino, so you can't see the eye movement, because apparently that's what they're looking for, the flickering of the eyes. And I love it in Vegas. The croupiers there, they have to show their hands to the cameras. They put them out in front of them, then turn them over to show, because the camera is above the table and they're watching them. They can't get away with anything. Somebody did try that a short while ago in Vegas, and what they did, they duplicated the poker chips. So they took their own poker chips in and sort of added them to the game, which was news. It was something, honestly.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. Do you think all the keys will be locked away in Katie's house tonight, says Mick? I blooming well hope so. Because, I mean, she would be a fool if she even contemplated getting in a car. But you do know that the old boyfriend has started using her mucky mansion as a car lot for all the second-hand cars that he's flogging. Although I believe they're in Vegas at the moment. It's fabulous being bankrupt, isn't it? I love it. It's really great. And I love hearing you talk about these losers. Well, they're so easy to find. There's a special department for them. It's called losers. That's all it says on it. Just said losers. You know, they don't really have a life. They're a bit lonely. In fact, they're very lonely. They can't help it. It's not their fault, really. Victoria Corin Mitchell makes a good income by playing big poker tournaments. I'm led to believe it's highly addictive, but there's a skill to doing it. When they do it on the television, they've obviously got cameras under the table so they can see your cards, which is quite a nice thing to do. I'd quite like that. But I used to know they employ magicians in a lot of the casinos to watch people card counting. There's lots of, or crimping is lots of things. Blackjack, yeah. A lot of people, mark cards so they can see when that card comes back again. They can do it. You can either do it with a nail, like your fingernail or something like that. But card counting was very popular, so they employ magicians to watch all the cameras. I mean, how they manage it, I've got no idea. And they can literally pick out these people, and they get sort of oiked out. The other thing they're very hot on in Vegas is if you're not 21, they won't let you in the casino. They will come and remove you. You can't even go and watch Mummy and Daddy playing. You have to go out because they can lose their licence if anybody under 21 is in there. So they're very, very smart on picking things up like that. Steve Wayne, my favourite trolley dolly here with COVID. Oh, COVID. He says, I definitely don't recommend getting it. Feeling lousy, no taste or smell either. Thank God for your company and dulcet tones. Thank you. Yes, I mean, I want all the anti-vaxxers to get it. That's me being really cruel, because I'm thinking to myself, you think it's just a myth, isn't it? When you go crawling on your hands and knees because you can't do anything. I know 3 people at the moment who've actually gone down with COVID, and the 2 of them that have been completely vaccinated with all the boosters, they say it's doable. It's not entirely pleasant, but it's doable. But the one person who hasn't been vaccinated and hasn't had the booster is suffering quite badly at the moment, quite badly. Steve, the internet went down, did it? On December, still not fixed, so we can't listen to LBC. Well, you can get it, Dave and Helen, on the app. You can get the app, can't you? Oh no, if your internet's gone down. Oh, right. DAB or FM? Oh, and the options. OK. But I think they're in the Philippines. So I don't know. If their internet went down on the 23rd of December, can they still get anything up? No, you can. Oh, poo sticks. It's not good, is it? Not very good at all. But they did buy a Filipino SIM card and loaded it up on the Tesco Mobile dual SIM card phone, and we now got you back. Result. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Steve, some dreadful film remakes which prove the point they should never reach the screen. Ghostbusters. Yeah, there's a second version of Ghostbusters, isn't there? New one just come out, which is so-so. And then there was Old Woman's one. I didn't know The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. What, there was a remake of that? Oh, how ghastly. I thought the first one was boring enough. So somebody wants to take an underground train. Well, take the blooming thing. Couldn't care less. Also, Get Carter. There was a remake of Get Carter. Alfie was remade. Poltergeist. Apparently so. Ben-Hur. No, I don't believe there was a remake of Ben-Hur either. Ben-Hur was a remake of Ben-Hur. So the Charlton Heston one was the remake. Was it? I don't know. I can't remember. The Lady Killers. That was Tom Hanks, was it? Oh, right. Not good, no. I mean, go for the original, because it's part of the Ealing. It comes as part of the box set, which is very good. Ocean's 8. That sounds... An all-female version of Ocean's 11. Oh, well, we live and learn. So, I mean, the reason they do them is because they just sort of quite like the idea of sort of making some more money on the back of it, but most of them are absolute rubbish. Ocean's 11 was a remake. Was it? Oh, with Sinatra. Oh, the Rat Pack. Blimey. Actually, I was watching something on the Rat Pack the other day on the telly. They were looking at Dean Martin, and he was dying because he was a smoker, serious smoker, so he had cancer, and he went from sort of looking, little old wine drinking me, and then he gradually got worse and worse and worse. But it was still very interesting. You don't find people like that anymore. 84850. Julie says you should give the gamble aware warning to people when discussing poker. It's a fun game, but highly addictive and ruins millions. It's not addictive. No, it's not addictive, Julie. Don't be a drama queen. It's not addictive. Okay. I love the way you're probably talking about yourself, actually. Probably talking about yourself. John says, I'm convinced Victoria Beckham must have COVID. They say that one of the symptoms is loss of taste. Have you seen what she's wearing these days? Here all week, seats at all prices. Yes, I love it. No, you should always be gamble aware, but it's mainly for people who play fruit machines and stuff like that. The poker players aren't like that. You've obviously never met poker players. I'm going to be celebrating New Year, says Julie, with my indoor fireworks. I couldn't get the specially made indoor ones, so I'll be using normal ones, which should be a good display, just for myself as I'm isolating. So you couldn't get indoor... When you say I'll be using normal ones, I mean, you'd have to be a bit thick, wouldn't you, to be using normal fireworks indoors? You're likely to lose your little property, love. You know, if you can't get the specially made indoor ones, you quite clearly have never been to Amazon. I mean, have you been outside the house recently? Have you checked? You know, just to see what the real world looks like. You shouldn't... I mean, you put it this way, you do what you want, but I would think you'd have to be a bit mad to actually set off real fireworks inside your house. Definitely burn it down. Definitely. There was that bloke the other day. Did you not read about him? Oh, come on, Julia, let me educate you. He was unfortunately a drinker, and he lit what he thought was a cigarette, but it was a firework. Burnt his girlfriend's house to the ground. How we laughed. How we laughed. So you use normal ones, Julie, and don't come back crying to us, OK? You'd have to be really stupid, wouldn't you? You can buy indoor fireworks everywhere. They're sort of... You get a little sparkler. You get the smoking monkey. You get the other one, which goes like a snake. I bought loads of cards of indoor fireworks. In fact, we'll find one now on Amazon. Can you find one? Indoor fireworks. It's a card with loads of them on there. You get about 20 or 30. And I bought tons of them before and given. And people have said to me, "What are these?" And I've gone, "They're indoor fireworks." One of them's a bit of tissue paper with a cap in it. So indoor fireworks. Here we go. I mean, there's so many of them. I can't believe it. There are tons and tons of them. You know, indoor party sparklers, everything. You can get... I've got a lovely one that goes on the top of a cake. You light it, and it plays Happy Birthday, and then the petals open of the flower, and there's a little candle at the end of each one of them. So you can buy loads of these things. They're not difficult. Not difficult. Giant sparklers, but I mean, if you use normal fire... I mean, well, I can't believe you're that thick. You wouldn't be that stupid to use real fire. Why don't you try some rockets, dear? God, honestly. I love it. Steve, Jed says, next year you should do a raffle, breakfast with Steve Allen. 10 quid a ticket, you'll make $1 million. Possibly. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. And the trouble is, I'm not really a breakfast person. I know other people are in the business. In fact, I bumped into one of the boys the other day who was going out. I knew exactly where he was going because McDonald's here opens at 5 a.m, I think. So you can go and get McDonald's in Leicester Square. Connie says, it feels wonderful to know I'm triple jabbed. I don't mind if I need another one. No, I mean, absolutely. It's brilliant. And Julie goes, because she's obviously got a hearing problem now. She says, did you really say gambling isn't addictive? No, we didn't, dear. You need to get your ears washed out. Try and you listen. Honestly, it gets ridiculous, doesn't it? Poker is one of the main methods of online gambling. Is addictive. No, I'm looking at a poker player. It's not addictive. They're just playing it. It's a skill to play poker. Skill game, not a fixed odds game. I shouldn't have to explain this to you. You sound like you're fairly ancient, so I shouldn't really have to explain this to you. You should be knowing these things at all. And another one says, somebody else talked about dreadful film remakes. I'd forgotten about them, actually. I'd forgotten about how many remakes have been done over the years. And I really I can't quite understand why they do it. I mean, is it cheaper? Money? You think money? It's because the marketing is already... the marketing is already there. So in fact, you don't need to push it too much. You just go, this was the first one, this is now the second one. How lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. Talking about Katie Price's addictions, but there are a lot more potential consequences. And, a lot of people... Oh, yes, didn't they find evidence of drugs in the House of Commons, or was it the House of Parliament? I think they would talk about it. But then, I mean, you'd have to be a fool not to realise that drugs are everywhere. Drugs are everywhere. You can go into... I can remember discovering... I went into a club 20, 30 years ago, and somebody was dealing drugs in the club. And I remember mentioning it to a policeman friend of mine, and I said, there's people dealing drugs. He said, yeah, we know. He said, we know. He said, but it's self-contained. He said, it's better there than out on the streets. You ask anybody. I mean, there are certain pubs you could walk into and you could probably buy drugs within about 10 minutes, if not less. They're everywhere. They can't control it. And it's certainly not being ignored, Dan, by most media. It's absolutely not. They run it all the time. And Iceman says, breakfast with Steve Allen. Brilliant idea. I'm just putting my coat on now. There you go. That's what we like. 4:45.
This is LBC.
Bad management costs employers around £84 billion a year. Good management is a skill set, not just a job title. It needs to be recognised, nurtured and practised. And yet 82% of new managers in the UK are promoted without formal management training. At the Chartered Management Institute, we're working to change that. Imagine if you made it your business to change that too. Take action. Search CMI Action.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Good value at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant for New Year's Eve. I don't know if you've ever been out on New Year's Eve, but a lot of restaurants will be charging a set price for the food. You get, I think in Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, you get 7 courses, no booze, for 345 quid. And I bet it's sold out, because mostly they don't. I mean, the producer thought that was very good value, but of course he has just won £800, so that's quite normal for him. He can take out somebody he fancies. We thought it was okay value, 345 quid, but then if you're going to buy booze, that's what racks it up. But I would imagine even if you went into an average place, you'd be looking at in excess of £100 for a New Year's Eve meal, because people want to do it. Christmas I always thought was terribly expensive. When you consider all you've got is some pigs in blankets, turkeys, which they then buy. That's why you have to do it so much in advance. We did it for about 3 or 4 years, about sort of 10 to 13 of us. And I remember thinking it was so expensive. But the idea of New Year's Eve, I think if New Year's Eve at the Savoy, I think is much more than this. Much more. And I think you probably get a glass of champagne to start with or something like that, just to get you in the mood. And then you get 7 courses. I mean, how many of you have ever been to a restaurant and had 7 courses? I shouldn't imagine very many of you at all. I can barely manage 2, let alone manage 7. But some people, I mean, in the early days, in Henry VIII's days, they'd have like 20 courses. It was, eating was an event that took up most of the day. Steve, they should never have remade Predator. I don't think I've ever seen Predator. I've got no idea what it is, but it sounds like it's a monster kind of movie. Schwarzenegger in the jungle. Oh, right. Is it sort of a bit like Jurassic Park kind of thing? Oh, an alien comes down. Oh, how fabulous. An alien comes down. I've got some names for them then, if these aliens come down and hunt you. Be those people going there go, so true. I told you, aliens do come down. Happily, Steve, I've got all 3 jabs, even my flu jab, and I will even go to a 4th jab if needed. Not bother, just get it done and be normal. Absolutely. Listen, but, I mean, the good news is that the less of these anti-vaxxers don't have it, the more there is for the rest of us, which is good. Shane reckons that Alfred Hitchcock's movie Psycho was remade. I think it probably was, actually. It's a classic, isn't it? Did they ever remake The Birds? No, I wasn't aware of that. Did you know that Alfred Hitchcock featured in every one of his movies? He actually featured in it. All of a sudden there'd be a scene and he would walk across the back of it. And I remember somebody pointing out to me and saying, oh, my God, there's Alfred Hitchcock. And I went, yeah, he's in every movie. In every movie. Steve, last night I watched a film called Don't Look Up. It's about an asteroid hitting the Earth. Great cast, terrible film, says Joe in Hampshire. I wished an asteroid had the TV. About 20 minutes in, should have listened to LBC instead. Oh, no competition at all, Joe. No competition. But some people make these films. I mean, some of them are so dreadful. If you look at some of the early ones, the Jason of the Argonaut things, and they had giant animals in there, they were just normal-size animals that they photographed to make them look as though they were attacking people. It was quite funny. We like stuff like that. I like that village. Was it Village of the Damned, where all the children had blonde hair and they just walked towards the camera looking a bit scary? Can't believe that they used to show stuff like that. It's absolutely amazing. We will find out, actually, how much New Year's Eve is, because I reckon at the Savoy, New Year's Eve there is going to include an orchestra. There's going to be dancing, whereas I don't think Gordon Ramsay's restaurant is offering anything in the way of music. You know, unless it's bagpipes or something like that. 345 quid for the meal, no booze, so you can add another bagpipes. I don't know, I just expect bagpipes. I don't know. But I'm quite sure, actually, that I don't know who would be the most expensive meal in town. So this... Oh, that gold, that pile of old rubbish that didn't even feature in a top list of... Even he admits that gold makes no difference at all to the food, and it'll disappear. It'll disappear. Only the sad and the truly tragic are going to go there and pay, what was it, 800 quid for a steak. I mean, God, you buy the whole animal for that. Whole animal, salt bee or something. But anyway, not very exciting. So how much is New Year's Eve at the Savoy? How much is New Year's Eve at the Savoy for their dinner? 400. I don't know what I'm asking you. You have to look for it. You have to look for it on the internet. I don't know what you think 400. I think it's going to be a bit more than 400. I've just got a feeling it's about 475. Because there's going to be an orchestra. I think there's going to be petit fours. I think it's going to be... Savoy Grill, yes. How much would they charge there for New Year's Eve? It's... Oh, is it a Gordon Ramsay? Oh, right. I suppose that they'll all be eating burgers at home. I shouldn't wonder. How much are they charging? And does it come with an orchestra? Here we go. Make a reservation. Restaurant. Let's go for... Oh, you have to put in... I don't want to put these things on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at what's on New Year's Eve. Here we go. Click on what's on New Year's Eve. Oh, looks very nice. And 350 a person. So that's quite good. A musical and magical evening with a harpist and a magician to help you welcome in 2022. 7 courses include a glass of champagne as well as music and magic. That's the one that we're running the story on, I should imagine. So 350 quid. But you do get a harpist. They're a bit boring. It's clever. I mean, I do think it's very clever. But I mean, I was expecting something a bit more than that. But that would probably sort of push the price up. But a magician as well would be quite good. How much is then... Let's find another one. How much is the Dorchester? Let's go to the Dorchester and see how much that one is. Dallas, says my friend Ian, because he's over in America, says they do New Year's Eve fireworks from Reunion Tower, which is downtown, but I can see it from the roof terrace of my building, which involves me walking about 100 feet from my apartment. I might make that journey, he said, as long as it's not raining. Here we go. Blimey, who's that? They've got a 12-year-old boy cooking, by the look of it. He's very young, very young. Let's have a... Good God, I mean, how old is he? Essex-born Tom Booton began his career at 15, and he's been in the job 6 months. He looks about 12. Unbelievable. So how much is there? New Year's Eve. So far, we're looking... Oh, nice trees. Very nice trees. So festive season... There you go, New Year's Eve. There's the thing. And let's see what we're offering. Oh, see, it's very good. 7-course menu, first sitting, 240 quid. With additional wine pairings, 350. 7-course... there you go. What's the point of going to a first sitting? Whole idea is New Year's Eve. This won't be seeing in New Year, but... For the second sitting, it's £560 per person. Go down just a little bit. No, other way, sorry, other way. Stop. Christmas Day lunch was a 6-course menu, including wine pairings, £380 per person, which includes mineral water, coffee and tea. I'd be drinking it by the gallon, I should imagine. Looks lovely, though, doesn't it? If you could ever afford that, and you don't want to cook at home, that would be the experience that you would want, with the 15-year-old boy cooking for you. He was very clever. Of course, he had to be from Essex, didn't he? Look, all the trees. I love all their trees. They must have a company that comes in. The buzz of festivity, they say, hangs in the air. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And, Steve, a hotel in Somerset called The Newt for tonight's entertainment. I'm not even sure there is a place called The Newt there. But apparently, entertainment and stay is £1,000 per person. Oh, right. £1,000 a person. But that's your food, the entertainment, and your room. £1,000 per person. Oh, it seems all right. Some rooms in some of these, bijou places is probably quite... here we go. We have found the Newt, and it looks quite nice. Let's have a look and see. Here we go. These people look about 12 years old. They do wines, and they do a fresh fruit box, the Somerset Cheese Hamper, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Featuring Somerset's finest selection of... I didn't know Somerset made cheese. Did you know that? Did you know that they made cheese? Oh, you knew that. Well, of course you did. You've just won $1,000. And me, poor peasant boy. And they've got all their lovely wines, mainly from South Africa. They're at a place called Bruton, Hadspin Bruton. I'm sure it's quite nice. They say it's a country estate with magnificent woodland and gardens. The core is Georgian with a limestone building, the colour of burnt orange. Well, it's very nice. Very nice. Oh, look, proper farm. Oh, look, and you can sit in that thing and it's very nice. That's like Cato, whatever it is, that one. That's very beautiful, isn't it? I like that a lot. My sort of place. Oh, look, with snow and everything. Oh, my God. You can take a trip down a rabbit hole, apparently. Not sure about that. Oh, it's very elegant. Very elegant. They've got a farmyard, and you can book a room. How much are their rooms? Make them about £120 a night. That'd be nice. Here we go. They typically offer 2-night stays midweek, 3-night stays at the weekend. And let's find out. Can we have a nice room, please? If cancellations is unrelated to COVID-19, full credit will be offered. So we're having a quick look, seeing how much it's going to cost. I really want a good room, though, Nick. I'm not going to buy into anything that looks a bit crummy. And blimey, they're fairly booked. Are these crosses all booked? Blimey. 2nd of January is available. And apart from that, you can do the 17th. Let's do the 18th of January. Let's do the 18th. See how much we can get a room there for. £710. That's on the 2nd of January. £710. Is that just for one night, or do you think that might be a 2-night stay? One night. We have no availability for 2 adults at the Newt on your dates. There's a minimum 2-night stay during the week and a minimum 3-night stay at weekends. Wow. My God, they're raking it in, but it does look lovely, doesn't it? I like these sort of places. They appeal to me. They definitely... Oh, blimey, is that it as well? Where's that? It looks like a place in the clouds. It's absolutely gorgeous. Gardens and everything. Oh, it's very posh. Very, very posh. Oh, blimey, it's very, very posh. That'd be a nice place for a wedding, wouldn't it, if you were going to think of having a wedding? I like looking at these sort of places. They've got sheep. They've got sheep. So excited about sheep. Yeah. Steve, my daughter, made a traditional New Year's cake. It's a Greek tradition. Is it? No idea. We'll come back to that one in a moment because we've got the news coming up at 5 this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. 21 million downloads and pushing for more. Thank you very much indeed. So I'll be back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, welcome to New Year's Eve, welcome to please don't get too drunk tonight, please don't embarrass yourself, please don't drive. I'm aiming that at Katie Price. And just in case, you never know. Now we know she does drugs and she drinks. Hopefully it's all been sorted out. She's got a 2-year ban. I mean, that's basically like saying you're never going to drive ever again. Perhaps she'll have to spend her money on a chauffeur or something like that. Perhaps she can get the little boyfriend to drive her car, which would be good. And somebody says, I went to Gordon Ramsay's in Claridge's years ago and got a Chinese on the way home. Nice food, but the courses were tiny. Was that when we were doing... Who used to do a thing? There was who was that Jewish comic? That Jewish comedian. He's dead now. He died, I think, the other year. He was very good. I can't remember his name. It's American, yeah. You know what I mean? I can't remember his name. I'm having a breakdown. What is his name? He came in with his wife. We did a fantastic interview, and he said, you know, that was one of my favourite interviews. And he was one who used to do jokes about things like that. It's awful. Here, where is he? Mel Brooks. What am I talking about? Lenny Bruce. No, where is he? Jewish comedian. My God, I didn't realise there were so many. Jackie Mason. I went to see him at the Royal Albert Hall. He was brilliant, and he does jokes, about being Jewish, and he was just fantastic. And he came in, he said, everybody says if you're a comedian, tell me a joke. He said, so you don't want to tell them your best joke, so you tell them your second best joke. He said, and they look at you and you think, I've made a mistake here. I've done, it's like you go past a restaurant. He said, it's empty. Why would you want to go and eat in there? He said, nobody else is eating in there. And he did really, really good stuff. He was lovely. I thought he was absolutely super. Michael, no, I'm going to do it to wind you up, actually. I love winding people up. Look, everybody knows it's Jackie Mason. Jackie, who else could it possibly be? He was fabulous. And Cheddar Gorge is in Somerset. Surely you've heard of cheddar cheese, says Mike in Orpington. I don't think it's got anything to do with the gorge, but very sweet of you to make a contribution. Obviously, back to school for you, actually. I bought Back to the Future Monopoly yesterday. Oh, You're going to be playing board games on New Year's Eve. Oh, no. New Year's Eve is where you sit there with your feet up and you've got some nibbles and you've got some satsumas in and stuff. That's what people are going to be buying today. I'm just going to go and get some smoked salmon and have that with some egg mayonnaise. That'll suit me fine. Then I should climb into bed because I'll be here for tomorrow morning, which is lovely. And what was that food they were talking about? That's right. Jackie Mason was doing this gag about nouvelle cuisine. He went to this restaurant. He said, you know what that means? No food. Because everything was miniature. You'd have a huge plate and there'd be a little tiny bit of meat in the middle of it with a swirl of something. And he said, and you couldn't be filled up by that at all. So it could have been in the days of nouvelle cuisine. Because I was never a fan of that either. Steve, remakes, Blade Runner. Well ahead of its time, but the remake was atrocious. It's like Star Wars. I got it first, and it started going back in time, says Graham. Makes my brain hurt. I never got into Star Wars. It didn't, I was never, because I don't believe in those sort of things anyway, so of course, why would I go and watch a load of old toffee on the screen? Thank you very much indeed. I don't believe in, the journey. I don't believe in humans going into space in that way. That's not going to be in our lifetime, is it? Ever. Wookiees are real. Yeah. And R2-D2. Definitely. And C-3PO, they really exist. Right. Got to humour the producer, you never know. He can take me off air very quickly. The late Stan Lee appeared as a cameo in every Marvel film, says John. I knew about him because we mentioned him the other day, actually. I don't know why we mentioned him. It was probably quite good. Anyway, Stella says, my daughter made this traditional New Year's cake. It's a Greek tradition. It's a big sponge cake, and you put a £1 coin inside it. Whoever finds it has good luck all year. And also no teeth, I should imagine. If you take a bite out of a cake and you've got a £1 coin in there, could be a bit worrying, couldn't it? A little bit worrying. Papers full of Prince Andrew and the pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell and other people. Not looking good for him, is it? Not looking good. All he's got to do, I never understood what the problem was with Prince Andrew, apart from the fact he's arrogant and nobody likes him. I just couldn't understand why he wouldn't want to talk to the FBI and tell them everything he knows about that Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't quite get that at all. What would be the reason that he wouldn't want to tell them? He spent a lot of time. They were friends. He stayed with him on loads of occasions. He flew in his plane with him on loads of occasions. Why would you not want to tell the FBI everything you know about him? But it appears that Andrew really doesn't want to do anything at all because he's far too grand for something like that. Far too grand. I've been away from the radio, so I don't know if you've mentioned that Alfred Hitchcock fired a gun to make his actors frightened. I don't know that one. I've never heard of that one before. Sounds quite a good idea, though, doesn't it? I don't like scary films. I don't do scary films. I'm not a scary film kind of person because I have to pinch myself and go, listen. The director or the producer could be sitting there going, OK, cut. We do that bit again. That was very good. If it's particularly scary. NHS chiefs, no need for more COVID curbs. They're opening up extra hospitals, aren't they? They think it's going to explode. And also the lack of COVID tests for NHS staff could have a devastating impact. This is all from the experts. So, the drearies out there who don't understand this because they're not bright enough have no idea. Lawyers representing the Epstein victims say the Prince Andrew should be quaking in his boots after the Ghislaine Maxwell conviction, despite barely being mentioned during the trial. The Duke's legal team. I mean, God, who's paying for this? He's got a legal team. I mean, he's obviously, whereas, all you got to do is talk to the FBI. We could have saved all this nonsense. All this nonsense. What have we got here? Oh, it's just pictures of Andrew with his arm around this girl. He's saying he's never met her. But as I say, Prince Andrew, Ingrid Seward said stupidity knows no bounds. He's now perceived as a one-time close friend with not only a convicted paedophile but also a convicted sex trafficker. The Queen is limited as to what she can do for him. She can support him financially but can't be seen to be doing so in public. When all this came out, originally there were pictures of her riding with Andrew, but she's distanced herself publicly. Well, you don't want to go anywhere near him. Absolutely not. He looks tainted. And to hear Sarah Ferguson droning on about, oh, he's a good man. She's obviously, not in the real world with the rest of us. One of the victims relives the hell and says a rat will always try to force its way out of the sewer. This is going to run for days now. It's not going away. Must be costing him an absolute fortune with all these lawyers. Apparently, some is actually matured in the case at Cheddar Cheddar George, says Mike. How lovely. Cheddar George. That's a new place we found, isn't it? Also made by a number of family farms in the county and larger factory producers in Somerset and sold worldwide. Woo! And James says, why do we have to wait till 7 tomorrow when every day it's 4? Well, because we just decided to wind you up. So that's what we're doing. Jackie Mason, wonderful, says Kim. My pop loved him too. He was great. He was really good. He was nice. Mind you, I liked all those sort of... I like comedians that nobody else seems to like. I've got a very eclectic taste. They're trying to... And which paper did I read it in? I'm sure I read it in The Sun. It might have been in one of their columns where they were trying to get a comedian more work by sort of saying, oh, he's marvellous and the public love him and all the rest of it. And I think it is... Oh, that's right. It's Rob Beckett. They go... he's got a CV as big as those trademark teeth, but he's always been a supporting act. Yeah, because he's not good enough to be the main act. He's nowhere near it. And they're trying to... He gets his first solo show on ITV. Having watched him doing a quiz, it was the worst thing I'd ever seen. He stood there with his arms folded. Very bad body language. They say it's going to be called the Rob Beckett Comedy Entertainment Show. And he'll... Is what? Yeah, but Anne Robinson's sitting down doing it. But if you're doing a show on the television and it's a quiz show, if you stand there with your arms folded, it looks like you're bored. And unfortunately, Rob Beckett looks bored. I mean, it's only a pilot. So in other words, it'll probably go nowhere. And so it'll see him play host as 6 celebrities complete a variety of amusing challenges. Oh, God, how boring. It's that dull already. See, this is why he hasn't gone any further than he has. They say, it's fair to say he hasn't really had the big break he deserves. He started 10 years ago. He's not strong enough. He's nowhere near strong enough. Some people jump in and they get it straight away. I mean, we know he's teamed up with Ramesh Ranganathan. But he's not strong enough. He really isn't, and that's why he won't rate. He won't rate at all. I mean, it was so lovely. I was watching looking at a picture the other day of Eamon Holmes with his new... Because he's left this morning and he's going to be appearing on a television station that nobody's watching. So I don't really know why he's doing it. I'm assuming the money must be fantastic. Also, check out Raymond Blanc's gastronomic gaffe, Le Manoir aux Quatre Saisons, says Mary. Yes, I've talked to Raymond Blanc on a few occasions. He's got lovely books out. And his English is very good for about 15 minutes, and then it starts tailing off a little bit. I remember sort of sitting there thinking, even I'm struggling with this one. But he's fantastic. I love him. All these people who sort of cook in the kitchens, and they do it because they like cooking in the kitchens. They don't need to shout or swear at people or anything like that or belittle them. They just sort of get on and cook it, and they look at these things. It's like Heston Blumenthal. He came in here and he brought in this food, and it looked like it was breakfast. It looked like sausages and bacon and eggs, and it wasn't. It was all other things made to look like it. And I remember looking at it thinking, this is really clever. Although he did do snail ice cream, and I remember thinking, I don't really want to eat snail ice cream, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not my kind of thing. Potter twerps have been blasted, I think, by Piers Morgan. He's criticised them because they have been ungrateful to J.K. Rowling over her views on transgender rights. Percy Weasley star Chris Rankin became the latest to criticise the author, and Morgan tweeted, Weasley by name and nature. These Potter stars are such a bunch of ungrateful little twerps, more interested in pathetic virtue signalling than supporting the rights of the woman who made them all rich and famous. To have an opinion most people agree with. Yes, that's the trouble. Stars of the film, Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, all attacked her. You know, they don't need to do that. You know, biting the hand that feeds. But, you know, when you consider they've all got, you know, a substantial amount of money. I found some COVID cowboys. These ones are charging up to 210 quid for 25 lateral flow tests ahead of the New Year's Eve parties. 210 for 25. Well, you only get a box of 7, don't you? How have they managed 25? But anyway, firms appear to be callously taking advantage of soaring Omicron cases and supply issues with tests by outing punters for hundreds of pounds. I mean, there's one here. Excalibur Healthcare Services have tests costing 93 quid for 20. These are free. These are free, but they're charging. A box of 25 Innova Medical Group tests cost 210 quid. Apparently, an Excalibur spokesman said the products are intended for corporate and healthcare professionals rather than the public. Honestly. Some people, they'll just try and do you down, won't they? 5:15 is the time.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently Jackie Mason has a comedian daughter called Sheba Mason. Oh, right. Didn't know that. And Stephen Solihull says, do you think Eamonn Holmes will increase the ratings for GB News? Oh, that's what it is he's doing, is it? I don't know. I hadn't heard of it before. And I don't know. I mean, I think he's doing every morning. And he's doing sort of breakfast. But then he's done that before. He seems to, sort of float from these sort of places, and it lasts a little while, and then it sort of fizzles out again. I don't think it's going to set the ratings alight. Mainly because there's too many other bits of competition. And Eamonn's been doing it he's only 60. I always thought he was much older than 60, but there you go. And so whether he'll increase ratings, I don't know. If they're paying enough money, but you can't persuade the public to listen. You can't sort of say to somebody, oh, here he is doing this, or here this person is doing that, or whatever. It was like people who used to be taken from the television and put on the radio. If you don't like somebody on the television, you sure as hell ain't going to like them on the radio. Simple as that. Mike says the lawyer's fees won't be costing Prince Andrew a fortune. It'll be costing you and me a fortune. No, I suspect it. I mean, he's not getting legal aid. I suspect his mother will be paying for it. That's how it goes. I mean, he does have money. It's not like he doesn't have money. Although what he does for a job, no idea. And we saw Don Rickles, another Jewish comedian in New York. Very funny, says so. Yes, Don Rickles, been around for ages and ages. And another one here says, do you pay income tax on your LBC earnings? No. I love winding people up. You get such stupid people. Do you pay income tax? No, I'm registered offshore. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Football legend Gordon McQueen's daughter has called for a law limiting the number of times players can head the ball in training. They're a little bit worried because they think ex-Manchester United, Leeds and Scotland defender Gordon was diagnosed with dementia. The family believe years of heading balls led to his illness. Well, it's like boxers, isn't it? I think. It's like boxers. Another way, I can't believe somebody actually writes you pay full income tax. I mean, God, honestly. Where did you get thick people like that from? I mean, I can't believe it, actually. I always find it very entertaining. Very entertaining. I love the mud-stuck fly tippers van. It's one of my favourite stories. This is fly tippers who cause a blight on the countryside. And it's people who come round your house and offer to clear things and then just go and dump it in lanes. This one got caught. It was a Mercedes Sprinter. They were caught red-handed as they tried to get away. They literally emptied toys, rubbish, all sorts of garbage. And 2 men have been quizzed at the scene by the police who confiscated the untaxed vehicles. The suspects face being handed significant fines. Oh, fantastic. An unlicensed vehicle. Who would have one of those? I can't imagine. But it's been confiscated. This was at a place called Pendennan Heath. But the van used to fly tip in a secluded area near Maidstone, so it's Kent, has been seized, which is lovely. I mean, they really need to throw the book at them, because these people have loads of money. Loads of money. I don't find Rob Beckett funny, says Stella. Well, that's why he's not made it. He's useful because he sort of fits in, but he's not star quality. He's not star material. He's not headline material at all. As I say, watching him on the quiz, which is, that's a very odd thing to put somebody on. If you have somebody who's actually doing a quiz on the television, there's an art to doing it. And he doesn't have the art for doing it. They were sticking all sorts of people on television doing quizzes. Most of them are absolute rubbish. Have you ever seen Paul Chowdhury? Hilarious, says Stella. I think I might have done, actually. I can't remember. I can't have done. Oh, yes, Paul Chowdhury. I think I have, but I can't remember directly. Madonna looking less than enthusiastic riding a giant fairground swing with her boyfriend. The Pop Queen's in London. What for? I can't imagine. She looks as though she's frightened out of her life. She's 63. She hopped onto the attraction at Winter Wonderland. But unlike the dancer boyfriend, she sat slumped in her seat looking a little grumpy. Well, I should imagine so. I mean, she's sort of sitting there looking just a bit fed up. but, you know, they can take loads of pictures of her. At one point, her boyfriend held her hand. Visitors probably didn't notice the normally glam star as she was makeup-free and wore a hooded jacket and sunglasses. They probably noticed her because of the sunglasses. But this ride, it rotates at a speed and hits a height of 154 feet. Which seems like absolutely fatal. Alex Jones from The One Show says being on Strictly gave her a lifelong phobia of dance. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Goodness sake, we already agreed that. It didn't. You just made it up. Just made it up to come up with another dreary story. Book of Secrets, Maxwell's downfall, Epstein's link to the elite. Who's in this book? Her contacts list has 300 Britons. And it's unbelievable who some of these people are. Among those named in the Little Black Book, Charles Spencer, Tamara Beckwith, Naomi Campbell, who apparently was alongside Maxwell in the year 2002. But, I mean, she might not have known who she was. Also Jonathan Dimbleby and Lord Peter Mandelson. All these people. But, I mean, most of these sort of people have little black books, don't they? I mean, I've not got a little black book, but I've got a phone with about 400 telephone numbers in it, and they would be, you know, some of them would be famous people. You know, does that mean, you know, all sorts of different things? I've got no idea. Talking to comedians, my favourite is Jethro, says Peter. Yes, sadly, just been buried. But, no, he was good. He used to feature a lot on the Des O'Connor show. I didn't realise on his live show, he's filthy. He was absolutely filthy. I had no idea. I thought he'd be doing gentle country humour kind of stuff, but it turns out not at all. And the story of the former X Factor contestant who's been jailed for a second time for stalking her psychotherapist. I mean, this is Sharon Stewart, who resumed her hate campaign a fortnight after being released from a 3-year prison sentence. She's obviously not the full ticket. She bombarded her victim with abusive emails and sent a gift card in which she wrote "die" to his home address. But, of course, these people get caught out because you can see where the thing has been posted and you can recognise writing and they can do everything. And, of course, they've got fingerprints. And it's hilarious. She was a flop on the TV talent show in 2015. Also wrote "It's all over now and it was nice mucking your life up." She's obviously a bit thick and a bit simple and a bit stupid. So anyway, she's gone back to prison again for 60. Perhaps she likes it in prison. Can't think of any other reason why you'd want to go back there. Somebody got caught some years ago. They sent something to somebody, but what they'd done is they'd sellotaped. It was obviously an old envelope because they generally don't have any money, these sort of people. It was an old envelope they'd recycled, and they put sellotape over the bit at the back because obviously the glue had worn out. And do you know what they got caught on? Fingerprints. They put them onto the sellotape. When they put the sellotape, they took it off and they had thumb and forefinger on the things. They got two sets of prints. They went to prison as well. But I do love the story of Lily Ebert. Lily Ebert was in a concentration camp. She survived Auschwitz. She's 98 now, and thanks to her great-grandson, she celebrated her 98th birthday with 2,500 cards from around the world, because he'd sort of put it out. Dov Foreman had appealed to their 1.5 million TikTok viewers to send her some love. So they built a huge following on the site with videos of her story of wartime survival, because in, I think it was 1944, young Lily was deported from Hungary to Auschwitz, the death camp in Nazi-occupied Poland. Her family perished there, but she survived and later settled in Britain. And she looks fantastic. 98, but she got 2,500 cards. So if ever there was somebody who deserved 2,500 cards, it would be her, definitely. China banned the entire national football team from getting tattoos, and if you've got tattoos, they want you to remove them. They don't see tattoo. Recruiting new players with tattoos at all levels is now strictly prohibited. They said the national team players with tattoos were being advised to have them removed. Guangzhou FC defender Zhang Linpeng had previously been told to cover his body art whilst playing. There is a stigma attached to tattoos in East Asia as they still have links to organised crime. There is a gang in Tokyo, or quite a number of gangs in Tokyo, and these ones, I saw the book of photographs of them. When you see them in a suit, they look fantastic. They just look like any other businessman walking down the street. When they take the suit off, their entire body from the neck downwards is covered in tattoos. And those tattoos signify the gang that you're in and what you're prepared to actually do. Amazing, isn't it, really? Absolutely amazing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A lot of people not finding poor old Rob Beckett funny. He's not. It's because he's got a lot of teeth in his mouth and blonde hair. That's all it is. I mean, the actual sort of comedy is not as good as it could be. Not as good as it could be. So that's why, they're making a pilot, but they're trying to turn it into, he's going to be a huge star and all the rest of it. I don't think so. I think it's peaked at the moment. Steve, I'm a big Jackie Mason fan. I've got a lot of his stuff. One of my favourite stories when he was on stage and Sinatra came onto the show and heckled Mason, who verbally abused Sinatra. And later, shots were fired into Mason's room, says Janet. And I'm sure he only died this year. Yeah, he died... I can't remember when he did die. We had it up on the screen a minute ago. And I remember sort of looking at it thinking, when did he die? It was in July. And of the year just gone. Or just about to go. So, yeah. He was very good. How old was he? Was he in his 80s? 70s? 93? 90? Good grief. These people seem to... Yeah, 93. Absolutely unbelievable. Wow. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I like the idea that people are still fans of Jackie Mason. And the only thing I've not got, I wonder if there's any DVDs of his shows. Did he ever do any of those sort of things? I wonder whether or not he was ever sort of filmed doing a show, because I'd love to see his material. He might have been one of those people, though, who sort of didn't want to go on... Oh, yes, he's got CDs. He's got A Night at the Opera, the DVD. It was so funny. Jackie Mason, the DVD, The Ultimate Jew. What's a DVD? What do you mean, what's a DVD? These are DVDs. What do you mean, what are they? What do you have? Oh, right. DVDs. I buy DVDs every day. Every day. Are you saying they're old-fashioned now? What are we into now? Netflix and Blu-ray. What the God's name is that? Netflix and Blu-ray? Oh, I've heard of DVDs. Look, there's DVDs. Freshly squeezed DVD. Loads of his stuff is currently unavailable. These are DVDs. I've got these at home. I've got lots of box sets and stuff like that. Netflix. And what was the other one? Blu-ray. Blu-ray. What was that? Blu-ray. Is that worth getting? Is that sort of something that's nice to have? Blu-ray, yeah. No, I'll stick with my DVDs. I know where I am there. I've got videos as well. Did you have videos? You have... Yeah, you see, you've got Alan Partridge DVD. See, you've got a DVD. Good Lord, I mean, what's the matter with that? I think that brings you, right bang up to date. Mary says, my dad's 90 today. Unfortunately, he obviously doesn't have a name. Because she said, can you wish him happy birthday? That'll be a fat lot of blooming use, won't it? What's the point of wishing somebody happy birthday, Mary, if we don't know their name? Could be anybody. Could be just about anybody at all. 84850 steve@lbc. And where do you get people like that, Steve? People like what? I missed that one, actually, so I don't know which one that was. It's interesting, though, isn't it? The Rob Beckett. Perfectly pleasant, perfectly charming, perfectly wonderful, just not star-quality material. I've seen no end of comedians on television, work with loads of them. I still like people like Michael McIntyre. Not the most popular. Among comedians, they don't seem to like him, but, I mean, I've watched all this. Are you a big fan of Michael? No, I can tell. He can be good. Generally... Oh, I see, I thought he was really good. Very flat. Oh. Which one? I can't hear you. John Bishop. No, see, I don't do John Bishop either. That's funny. I just thought John Bishop was a professional Liverpudlian. We had him... He played the Garrick Theatre down here, and he did really, really well. But I don't get him either. I don't get that either. But there again, it's Liverpool comedians... Mainly singers, I thought, came out of Liverpool. Did you know that Jackie Mason voiced the character of Krusty the Clown's dad in The Simpsons, says Heather. I'm not really a Simpsons fan. I know... Oh, missed the news again.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Can't beat Frankie Boyle and Billy Connolly, very funny comedians. Yes, I was watching a programme, which must have been filmed ages ago, with Billy Connolly in it, and he was stuck in the middle of Antarctica or somewhere like that, in a freezing cold place. It was in a little thin tent, and I remember thinking, oh God, I wonder if they've got polar bears there. Well, in fact, they must have, because he went to find the world's furthest away post office or something like that, and on the window, covered in snow, there are polar bear marks of claws. And because polar bears will go anywhere if they think there's going to be a meal. But I'm assuming if you were in a tent, that'd be the last thing. A little flimsy tent and a polar bear comes a-calling. No, thank you. God. Chris says, tell us about April Ashley. She's dead. How more accurate do you want to be? I said it yesterday. You'll have to download it. In fact, if you download, you can up the... You can up the ante on the figures, which is nice. Blu-ray is basically high-def DVD. You can play a regular DVD on a Blu-ray player, but not the other way round, says Paul in South Wales. Mary's dad is Sylvester and he's 90. Do you know people are living longer and longer? We notice. I mean, now it's quite normal to get people of 90, 95, 96, 97. It's the 100 which eludes a lot of people. As I was only saying to Prince Philip about a year ago, I said, you know, the 100 is sort of, it could be achievable, but I don't know if it will be achievable. And he didn't. He came out of hospital and he did look ill, and he knew he was dying because he'd wanted to go home to Windsor Castle. He wanted to die at Windsor Castle. Simple as that. Charlie Williams, very funny. Yes, Flower. Yes, Charlie Williams was very good. He did the Golden Shot. He wasn't very good at doing it, but it was quite interesting. Quite interesting. He was another one. He used to appear on the Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club, which I think was great. In fact, you can buy all the DVDs of the Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club. God, it's cold in here today. And yet it's supposed to be mild outside. Guess who didn't turn up at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial? Her husband. I know. Nobody was sort of knowing that she had a husband. Scott Borgerson snubbed his wife, despite only living a few hours' drive from New York. He's a technology entrepreneur. He joins a long list of family, friends and VIP contacts who appear to have cancelled her even before the jury had its say, because there's obviously stigma attached to her. And there's a story, in fact, there's a photograph as well, of one of these girls who gave an innocent massage to Bill Clinton. And I was hearing her talking the other day on the radio. I think her name is Shantae Davis. And she's one of the few using her real name at the start of a nightmare of multiple rapes at the hand of the billionaire. And she was pictured with a grinning Jeffrey Epstein and also with Bill Clinton. So he asked me to massage his shoulders. This thing gets even worse. Every time you read something else on it, it gets worse and worse. Mo says, healthy 22, thank you. Liverpudlian Ken Dodd was the last funny comedian. He was hilarious, says Mo. He was, as we said the other day, trying to get him off stage was the problem. He went on stage perfectly well. It was just that you couldn't get him off. Dave Allen was the best, says Joe. His routine about how to read a watch had me in stitches. I had dinner with Dave Allen, because a friend of mine used to enjoy cooking. His name was Dave as well. And he enjoyed cooking. He had a garden company. They came to do landscapes and they did all sorts of things. Still going. Very good company. Very, very nice people. And he used to throw these dinner parties because one of his best friends was Billy Cotton's wife. Billy Cotton of BBC fame. And so he was there. His wife was there. And in he came. In he came. Dave Allen sat there and in this house, and David cooked because he was very good. I think he'd been on, like, MasterChef or something, whatever it was. He was a very good cook. He knew what he was doing, and he was very good at doing the decorations. But Dave Allen was sitting at this table. I didn't quite appreciate it. You had Bill Cotton, his lovely wife, and Dave Allen, and I think his manager or something like that. But it was, and we just sat down and had dinner. Most bizarre thing ever. Most bizarre thing ever. Katie's outrageous. Katy Perry, the first show of her Las Vegas residency. And is it a bit naughty? Yes. It's a 60s-inspired outfit. It's all sort of basically designed to shock, I think. And she will earn, for her 32 Vegas shows, $125 million. Which means that for each show, she's getting about $3.4 million or something per show. per show. How much I don't know how much tickets are. It doesn't say. Doesn't say. But she emerged. I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine how much the tickets are. If she grosses 3-point-something million, so Katy Perry, Vegas tickets. There we go. Let's find out how much you're paying in Vegas now. I'm assuming Vegas must be really back to normal. Here we go. Tickets available. Oh, you've got to put these. We don't want to put our names in and everything else. And we sort of click on tickets and, oh, God, honestly, it's so annoying. More info. No, just tell us how much the tickets are. That's all we want to know. A ticket must be purchased separately, not valid for event. Get tickets. I mean, how much? Why can they not just put up on it? It's a big place she's playing in Vegas. Very big place. Very big place. So she's got to have a big show. She does all these songs. Hold tight, it says, whilst we find available inventory. Look at the size of this theatre she's in. Good Lord. Wow. It's like me doing my one-man show. Just scaled down a little tiny bit. Yeah. 250? That's in the middle. So £250, and they've got loads of seats there. 225. Then the next one up is $150. Oh, there's VIP from $250, excludes orders and deliveries. $150 for the mezzanine, $165 for the mezzanine. How much for the balcony at the top? How much for the balcony? Wow, from £220. We were doing better a moment ago. There's also section 7 of the balcony, $279. That's more than the front row, isn't it? Why is it so expensive up there? Front row is from £250. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Wow. How many tickets have you ordered? You're starting going mad. He's gone mad. He's ordered 5. Look at it. Wow. Somebody's offering front row. Wow. So somebody's looking to get. Oh, right. The blue ones are available, $500, but the orange ones are resales, and they're looking for, how much did I get? $2,500. Blimey. Mind you, I think there are people who go to Vegas, or anywhere really, where there's a show that's doing particularly well, and they buy a few tickets and then they sell them. Hence touts. We get them all over Twickenham for the rugby. Tickets, they go, waving this bundle of tickets in front of you. They must be stuck with loads of them. Just wait till it gets near the game, because nobody's ever going to score fairly quickly. But I mean, she's working hard. £2,500 for a ticket. I wouldn't pay that. I really wouldn't. It seems way too much money. Way too much. Boris says grabbing a booster jab is the perfect New Year resolution. So take that advice on board. And the warning to Posh and her fashion empire racks up losses of £57 million. But David could be knighted. I don't know why. He was so rude about it last time when he got overlooked. He became a little bit prissy. But this was after the taxman gave him the all clear. Reminds me of that stupid person who wrote to me after, do you pay full income tax? Yeah. Oh, I can't believe it, actually. I miss Joan Rivers, Steve. And I can't abide looking or listening to John Bishop. He tries too hard to be funny. Have you seen the Columbo with Billy Connolly? Yeah, he's a conductor, Giuliano, isn't he? He's a conductor of an orchestra, and somebody falls off the roof, which was very good. Shane says Dave Allen came to Sydney in the early 1970s. He was on TV, had a few whiskies, and he was getting funnier and funnier. He was always known for having the glass of whiskey next to him, and always known for saying at the end of the show, "Good night, and may your own particular God go with you." So, in other words, it covered everybody. Want to say that you've kept us entertained in the morning while we load up our vans with mattresses and pillows, says Thomas. Thank you very much indeed. Which they then go all over the country. You have to go all over the country to try and flog all these things. There's all sorts of adverts on the television, isn't there, for mattresses and these things that, one of them where they take a bowling ball and drop it on the bed next to a glass of champagne, and it doesn't move because it's all individually sprung. It's all very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Roger says, many years ago I got mistaken for Dave Allen on an Air New Zealand flight. Got wonderful service. How nice. How nice. And Dan says, concerning polar bears and tents, those circumstances led to Brian Blessed seeing off one by punching it in the face. That's what you're supposed to do to sharks. You're supposed to punch them in the eyes. On the well, I don't know. To be honest with you, if this thing's got its jaws open, I'd be swimming so fast. You wouldn't know to find me. Jimmy Tarbuck, another very good comedian from Liverpool, says Tony, presented the Royal Variety Show on a number of occasions. Yeah, he used to nick everybody else's material. That's what he did. He was famous. Comedians who were doing the clubs weren't on television. So, he could use their material. I remember being with a very famous comedian some years ago, and he was watching the television, and a comedian comes on. He said, he's doing my act. He's doing my act. And then there was another bloke who turned up on, it might have been a Russian talent show, dressed as Piff the Dragon. Now, Piff the Dragon is an established act in this country, and this bloke had blatantly ripped off the whole act, even down to the costume. Everything. He was doing it word for word. Unbelievable. My friend Ian tells me, because he loves Christmas, 51 weeks until a bell rings. And that signifies an angel's got its wings. Ian says, I loved when Jackie Mason came into XFM, and when we went into the ad break, he said in a way of his best put down, people sponsor this show. I love stuff like that. Very good indeed. Very, very good indeed. Have you watched Britain's Most Expensive Homes? Most of the properties were in London. Well, I mean, they would be the most expensive in London, of course. But it was interesting to see what you could get up north for the same money. Yeah, I mean, cheap. Leicestershire, phenomenally cheap compared to what we get down here. I mean, down here, a two-bedroom flat in my neck of the woods, in Twickenham, is running at about 700,000 for a two-bedroom flat with a parking space. Very important. You can spend a fortune on parking spaces. 14 minutes to 6.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's interesting, isn't it? These e-scooters, which frankly I think are an absolute death trap, now on sale on Amazon as the ideal and perfect way to commute to work or school, despite them being illegal on the roads. And a Daily Mail audit found buyers are being encouraged to break the law, with some retailers using pictures of riders on public roads. Well, they also sell them in Costco. They sell these, I've seen them on sale loads of times. Only e-scooters for hire, as part of the government's back trials in more than 50 cities and towns, are legal to use on the road. And yet you see loads of people. By contrast, Halford states on its website, e-scooters are illegal to ride on the roads. You can only use them on your own property. Well, who's got enough property to ride an e-scooter on? They're definitely far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. But apparently, a Department for Transport spokesman said ministers had recently written to retailers reminding them to outline where e-scooters are and are not permitted to be used. But it isn't just e-scooters. I've seen people going up there on, it looks like one wheel. They're on one wheel. It's like a unicycle, but it's obviously charged up on a battery. And they go up and down the roads as well. And you've got people on these skateboards, which are motorised as well. Again, all illegal. Police, nothing. Nothing at all. You know, absolutely ridiculous. 84850, another one here. Have you ever watched Freddie Starr? Hated Freddie Starr. Hated Freddie Starr. Absolutely hated him. Hated everything about him. The only time he was any good was when he did the Royal Variety Show. And it was the thing that launched him. It was that was the days when you could watch. You could sort of watch the Royal Variety, and there would be somebody who would be on there who would wipe the floor with everybody else, and he did everything. He literally brought the play. He fell over, he stood up, he did impressions of Mick Jagger as a monkey and doing all these sort of things, and it brought the house down. And he went on stage as kind of a nobody, and he came off stage as a huge, huge star. And that sort of, and then unfortunately he sort of descended. Peter Cook and Dudley Moore were hilarious. Yeah, probably, you'd have to sort of an acquired taste, I think. I think Peter Cook used to phone up here, didn't he? He phoned up Clive Bull as Sven, the, whatever he was he a fisherman? And Jürgen the German as well. And poor old Richard says, gambling of all forms is addictive. No, it's not actually, Rich. You really must get your facts right. It's very embarrassing. We were talking about poker. We won't talk about anything else apart from poker. OK, you must get your do get your facts right. Makes you seem a bit silly, really. See, Ronnie Twist was very funny back in the 70s and 80s, says Gary. Never even heard of him. Never heard of him. Is he a made-up person? Does he actually exist? Ronnie Twist. What did he do? I mean, I've seen some old comedians in my time, and I know quite a few comedians as well, so that kind of sort of goes down particularly well. But Ronnie Twist. Here we go. Oh, blimey. Ronnie Twist. I've never even heard of him. Is that awful? Well, he obviously plays an instrument as well. Memphis... Wait a minute, go back there. There's a thing, Memphis to Nashville, featuring the original Ronnie Lee Twist. So does he do impressions of people who play guitars and stuff like that? Classic country, Jerry Lee Lewis, Waylon Jennings, Buddy Holly, Conway Twitty, and much, much more. So he's the original, they say, Ronnie Lee Twist, but nobody knows who he is. Doesn't really help, does it? Had you ever heard of him before? No. Producer never heard of him either. So, Ronnie Twist, wait a minute, #1 leading Johnny Cash tribute artist in Vegas. Well, that's it then, isn't it? I mean, I couldn't possibly have known that at all. So he's an impressionist. An impressionist, Ronnie Twist. And the Future Cats. Killer Cash and King. He does a tribute to Johnny Cash. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, because Vegas is full of people who do these tribute acts. You know, you've got all the drag queens over there doing, Simply the Best. And then you've got somebody like him in Vegas. He'd probably be absolutely fantastic. Because at the age of 9, he was performing Folsom Prison Blues and A Boy Named Sue to audiences anywhere they'd let him play. I should imagine after you've had a few bevies, he's probably the best thing you've ever seen in your entire life. That's the way it works, isn't it, really? Ken Goodwin was great, says Mellon Leeds. Yes. Settle down now. I should love him. I met his widow at the lovely Lady Rattlings, and she was delighted that we were mentioning him. I said, yeah, because I thought he was great. He'd come on stage, he looked so forlorn, and he'd settle down, and you just laughed. You just laughed at it. You couldn't sort of help it, really. He was just lovely man, very lovely man. Steve, loving the show, says Joe, the Hartlepool cleaner. I was just looking at property for sale in my hometown of Hartlepool when you said a 2-bed flat was 700,000. I thought you might like to see what's available for £100,000 less here, says Joe, the cleaner. Do we get a picture of it? I don't know if there's a picture of this one here. A 2-bedroom flat. £700,000, two-bedroom flats around my way. That's considered quite normal. I don't know why. Why is London so expensive? It really is quite frightening. But Hartlepool, I could imagine... Good God. That's very nice, isn't it? How much is that one for us? That's going to be... 600,000. This is a mansion. It's got a conservatory on it. It's got a garden. It's got seating. It looks huge. Huge. Oh, my God. It's huge. That's for 600... Oh, it's enormous. Good Lord above, that's 2 flats round our way. Oh, it's got a lovely kitchen, hasn't it? Look at that. It's even got an aisle in the middle. What do they call them? Well, you've got these things that sit in the middle of the room and you sort of work... Just an island, yeah. It's very nice. And they've got a double fridge. I've aspired to a double fridge. Double, where you open it up and you've got freezer on one side, cold water on the other. Absolutely gorgeous. That's lovely. And that's 600,000. That's in Elwick Road in Hartlepool. Look at a staircase and wallpaper and everything. But you do have to live in Hartlepool. I mean, the commuting would be a little bit of a pain, Joe, as you can... Oh, look at that. That's a toilet. That is a toilet, but hasn't got a bidet. Bit of a shame, but it doesn't matter. That's the toilet, isn't it? In fact, the whole house is quite lovely. It looks like somebody's dressed it for resale. Because if that was my house, those walls would be covered with theatre posters. I've got all my theatre posters, including all framed, ready to go up, and but no room. And they're all from the London Palladium, from the 1940s and 50s, which are lovely. But you're quite right, actually. You're quite right. That's very good for 600,000. 100,000, more than that, gets you a 2-bedroom flat in Twickenham. I think, if there was work in Hartlepool, I could be moving there. Very good. Steve, what are your New Year's Eve plans, says Asher? None. Don't do New Year's Eve plans. I don't make any resolutions. Never have done. I remember years and years ago, I tell a fib actually, years and years ago, I remember sort of doing them and going, it was the smoking thing. Always smoking. It's lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, if you're registered offshore, LBC should be informed. You really are thick, aren't you? I didn't realise there was somebody as daft as you. Never mind, you'll get better soon. Go back to the doctor, get some stronger tablets. Much better. Why was Duncan Norvell's Chase Me routine so funny? Because he was straight. That's why it was so funny. But we all knew what was coming, says Jason. Yeah, because he was heterosexual. But he did this. He played camp. He played gay. Chase me, chase. And he was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And Steve, huge thank you for being there, says Maggie. Well, I wasn't doing anything. I had the free time, and the car was available, so I thought pop in, have a little chat, and bring in some biscuits and stuff like that, which I do, and some nardicots as well, which I'm a big fan of. Big fan of nardicots. You can eat nardicots till the cows come home. Why don't the people on these scooters wear helmets? If they come off, they're going to crack their skull open. Ministers have amended the motorcycle protective helmet regulation to exempt e-scooter riders. How stupid. How stupid. Doesn't make any sense. The year that was the best of times and the worst of times. The Queen, alone at Prince Philip's funeral, the migrants in the Channel, and Emma Raducanu, who now basically just accepts the money and just... perhaps she'll play tennis again soon. I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm sure it'll be sometime soon, and we'll all be there to enjoy it. What do we got here? Oh, they're looking at... if you want to see people's yachts... There's some flash yachts in the paper today. The Battle of Bling Bay. The tiny island of St Barths has been invaded for New Year by billionaires competing to show off their super yachts. And you've got Roman Abramovich. His is called Eclipse. It's cost him £560 million. 560 million. It's got 24 cabins and 100-strong crew, 2 swimming pools, 3 helicopters and a submarine. That's what Roman Abramovich has got. Another one here, which is the Rising Sun, owned by David Geffen, valued at 220 million. I mean, to be honest with you, the one that looks the most impressive is Tender 2. It's a 90-foot yacht chartered by Jeff Bezos. And I think this one is £30,000 a week to rent, which is actually quite cheap because, he is worth 140 billion. He obviously decides he doesn't want to waste money. And it's only got three cabins. But, it does look really quite wonderful. But 140 billion pounds he's got. He's richer than... Roman Abramovich only got 9.5 billion. So Jeff Bezos is doing really well. Really well. Got to go for the news. And what we'll do is we'll take a short break. Linda says Twickenham is lovely, but it's too near Hounslow. Oh, it's not. Don't be silly, honestly. It's nowhere near Hounslow. We're nearer Richmond and the motorway and Hampton Court and places like that. Hounslow's bus ride over into it's the other side of everything. Ridiculous. So we'll take a short break. Did you see the programme about Dick Emery? It says Mary. No, I didn't. Big fan of Dick Emery. Of course, he was famous for when he died, his body was shoved underneath the arches down at Shepherd's Bush. That's where he was. They sort of left it. Somebody said, this is where his body, why is it here? And they said, well, that's where they put him while they waited to see what they could do. Anyway. We'll take a short break. We'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to New Year's Eve. I always think it's very odd at this time of the morning saying welcome to New Year's Eve. I always imagine it has to occur a little bit later on. But just remember, tonight the travel situation is very limited, very, very limited indeed. There's all sorts of public bits of transport that are not operating. There's nothing going on in town. Nothing going on in town at all. There is no fireworks. There's nothing. There's nothing happening in Trafalgar Square. Everything's boarded up, so there's no point in coming down. Somebody says you mentioned Nardicots. What are they? You don't know what Nardicots are? My goodness, honestly. There's a poorly educated person. They're sort of like Satsumas. And they're just better quality. They're a bit more expensive because, Satsuma's looking a bit naff at the moment, but the Nardicots are definitely coming into their own, and they're delicious. Very, very nice. So they're exactly the same. You peel them, and you eat them. So you get Satsumas, you get oranges, and you get Nardicots, which are great. Poor old Rosie. You're still accusing Emma Raducanu of not playing tennis in favour of fame. You do your own interpretation, sweet pea. It's a shame, really. She says her last tournament was in Austria in November. Yeah, well, we're coming into January, and she's doing endorsements everywhere. But that's my opinion, Rosie, like you've got your opinion. So there you go. And somebody else says, I saw Frank Carson a few years ago. Well, it would have been. He's been dead for God knows how long. Goodness sake. He was very funny without swearing. He was right in saying it's the way I tell him. He did. He used to see him popping up on all... I can't remember what year he died, Frank Carson. It was certainly a long time ago. I'm pretty certain of it. So if you say you saw him a few years ago in a comedian's reunion gig, what in God's name was that? Was that they just get a load of comedians back together again? So he died in 2012. I mean, quite a few years ago. Northern Irish comedian and actor. Best known for the comedians on Tiswas. But he was known for this. It's the way I tell him. He was 85. 85 he was when he died. And he was a member of the entertainment charity, the Grand Order of Water Rats, of which, most self-respecting people, if they're in the business, they're a member of the Water Rats. That's the showbiz charity. And the offshoot is the Lady Ratlings, who are fantastic. Lawrence says, have you ever tried poached eggs in spicy tomato sauce? No. Not really into poached eggs, actually. Not really into poached eggs at all. And but like Frank Carson, I thought he was very good. He would pop up on all sorts of television programmes, and he just seemed a happy little soul. He really did. Santander are in a bit of trouble at the moment. They had a bit of a glitch. They're scrambling to claw back £130 million, which was inadvertently paid out in a Christmas Day windfall. The Spanish-owned bank accidentally sent the money to 75,000 people who receive one-off or regular payments from 2,000 businesses. And so these people ended up with this money. They've got 14 million customers, Santander. I declined to go with them because there was a thing doing the rounds years ago with the Royal Bank of Scotland. It might have been bought by Santander, and I had no intention of being with the Spanish Building Society. So I transferred all my accounts up to Edinburgh. So I've still got them, which is much safer. But I mean, I could have done with some of this money actually, because some of it's gone to rival banks, so it could take several days to reclaim. But as anybody will tell you, if you end up with money in your account that you weren't expecting, you can't keep it. You have to give it back, because otherwise it's called theft. Theft. It's like, if even they used to give you a checkbook from the bank years ago, and I used to love checks. Oh, checkbook, fantastic. You can't, just because you've got 40 checks in there, you can't write out 40 checks. And so it's a case of, you just have to sort of write out one or two. I don't use checks anymore. I haven't used checks for years. We do everything on transfer. So if I've got to pay tax bill, transfer. Got to pay VAT, transfer. Everything. You want to... I never send a cheque to a grandson. I put cash in envelopes. It is, I know, I've never lost anything. I used to send my brother cash in little jiffy bags. Never lost one jiffy bag. And I would, there'd be money. I mean, now, if it's somebody's birthday and I'm not going to be seeing them, I'll stick money in an envelope and send it down there. I've never lost anything. I'm a bit lucky. It's your birthday on the 10th, is it? How old are you going to be on the 10th? This is a producer, by the way. And frozen to death. Very nice indeed, yes. Alex says some nightclubs in London are open tonight. Yes, I'm sure they are. And I don't have any problem with you wanting to go to a nightclub. It's just you won't be able to get home. Because there won't be any trains, there won't be any, if you want to get in rogue minicabs, you take your life in your hands. Far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. Sasha says, tennis season shuts between November and the Australian Open in late. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. Do I sound like I care? No, absolutely not. Iceland mash, very hard to gauge how much I need. Can I freeze any leftover? You're not normal, are you, Simon? You really aren't normal. I mean, what planet are you on, dear? It's a frozen mashed potato. You just take it out, dear. Never mind. We'll have to ban you. I'll have to put you out of your misery because you're a bit dim. Steve, do you have any resolutions, says Tony in Newark? No, just explained that. We don't do them because nobody bothers with them. Who cares? Listen, if you're fat, you're fat. You know you're fat. If you smoke, you smoke. You want to stop smoking? Stop smoking. If you don't want to stop smoking, don't stop smoking. If you drink too much, drink too much. If you do drugs, you do drugs. You know what you're not supposed to be doing. It can't be that complicated, can it? Gaz says, nice to see Kenny Everett, Benny Hill and Frankie Howard on Freeview, HG, Channel 91. Kenny Everett never wanted to do a show on television. He never wanted to do it, so he priced himself so that they would turn him down, but they didn't. They paid it. So he had to do the shows. Benny Hill lived down the road from me, died down the road from me. Nothing to do with me, I hasten to add. And Frankie Howard had a resurgence in his career when students discovered him. And they had T-shirts made with "Titter Ye Not" on the front, which were hilarious, absolutely hilarious. And all of a sudden, the student audience in London and elsewhere absolutely adored Frankie Howard. And yet it was exactly the same act he'd been doing for donkey's years. He never changed. Everything was scripted. Yes, Mrs. Everything scripted. Every single thing. If you look at the old scripts, when he died, the person he was living with sold off all his stuff, everything, his toupees and everything, which is very odd. So somebody somewhere has got Frankie Howard's toupees. And Monica says, I had my booster in November. Because I keep getting texts saying I've not had it. I rang my doctors. They said it's all recorded. So I rang the helpline and was told they couldn't do anything and speak to the doctors. I wouldn't worry. It's the system. It's the system. It's overloaded. That's all you have to worry about. And what's the difference between Frank Carson and the M6? You can turn off the M6. Da, 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 da. It's an old one, but, it gets there, Doreen, doesn't it? Another one. So nightclubs open in London, but as I say, there's no way of getting home. You're going to find it very, very difficult, very, very difficult to actually get home because they don't really want people coming into London. There's nothing for you to do. Nothing for you to do at all. Don't bother. Victoria Wood was my favourite, says Mandy in Leeds. Yes, she was very good. Very, very good. I like the idea that she used all these, very northern in her roots. Really, really good. Very good indeed. And she always used to include a brass band. What was the show she did? She did a show, Patterned something. And it was the story of Julie Walters, who played a very successful writer, hugely successful, darlings, hugely successful writer. And poor old Victoria Wood's character was sort of working in a bakery or something like that. And it turned out they were sisters. And Pat, played by Julie Walters, didn't really want her around, and she was a bit of an embarrassment for me because she was glamour woman, and the character, as played by what's her face, wasn't very good at all. Victoria Wood was sort of down on her luck and all the rest of it, but you just couldn't help but like her, and it had a nice happy ending. It was fantastic. Steve, because of lockdown, I sent my 19-year-old nephew a cheque last year. The previous stub was from 2007. My sister says he had no idea what it was, says Mike. I can't remember writing out cheques for people. I mean, I do have a chequebook, but I don't think I've ever written out a cheque. I wouldn't know which account it came from now. Because I've got various accounts. You've got tax account, and you've got, savings account, and you've got your spending account, and you've got things. So, I mean, most people Most people probably, if you're in my sort of business, you've probably got about 4 accounts. So you've got to keep tack on them. And the very idea that I would sort of be writing out cheques now when you can just transfer it. You could do it quite quickly. Born on this day in 1908 is a very famous person indeed. In fact, you will have heard of him. And this is Simon Wiesenthal. Born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Jewish Holocaust survivor became a Nazi hunter. After his liberation in 1945, the architect burst into tears before dictating a list of 91 camp officials. It's thought he brought over 1,100 war criminals to trial. And Daphne Oram was born in 1925. The Wiltshire-born composer and pioneer of electronic music established the Radiophonic Workshop. It was a woman who established the workshop. Amazing. Because that was the place that... Doctor Who's music. Wasn't very good, was it? But in 1949, she wrote Still Point, thought to be the world's first composition that manipulated electronic sounds in real time. I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't matter. Also, happy birthday to Sarah Miles. Sarah Miles is 80 today. She used to drink her own wee for health reasons, but then I think quite a lot of people did that. I don't know why they did it. I think they thought it had medicinal benefits. December the 31st, 1973, Keith Moon, the wild man of pop, spoke about the crash in which his Rolls-Royce ended up in a turnip field. He says the drummer with the Who group said when pop stars were involved in a crash, people think they're drunk or on drugs. I was perfectly sober. Yes, nowadays they turn out to be page 3 models. And in December 31, again, this time in 1986, Bruce Forsyth cuddled his 7-week-old son, Jonathan Joseph Forsyth, with his wife, former Miss World, Wilnelia Merced, and the baby known as JJ were on their way to Puerto Rico. And I think they must be missing him all the time now. You're not going to find another Brucey. You're really not. 6:15 is the time.
This is LBC.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know you can get your hands on discounts across a range of home energy solutions, like boilers and solar panels, so you can treat your home to a bit of future-proofing. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. Discounts available to E.ON Next customers ends 31st of December 2023. T's and C's, eligibility criteria and geographical restrictions apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. I'm trying to find, actually, because a lot of people can't find. There is the Victoria Wood collection and the DVD, the best of it. I think, because somebody was saying Pat and Margaret have been trying to get it for years. This was the little film she made. And I think it's part of the Victoria Wood collection. Can you click on Victoria Wood collection? Just see what's on it. Victoria Wood, blah, blah, blah. Dinner ladies, let's do it. Victoria Wood Unseen. This must be something different, actually. But Pat and Margaret, I got as part of a box set, which I thought was absolutely fab. But it appears not to be on this one, so perhaps that's why. There you go. Awesome collection of DVD, including Pat and Margaret. That's Julie Walters and Victoria Wood at their very best. So it must be on there. It must be on one of these things here. Which one it's on, I've got no idea. £18 it is for the box set, the Victoria Wood collection. And we think it's got all of her little bits and pieces on there. So check them out. You can go to Amazon and you can have a look at the collection. You'll probably find Pat and Margaret on there. Because it was very good. Very, very good. Very, very good indeed. In fact, I thought she was brilliant. I interviewed her only the once. And I remember sitting there thinking, God, she's good. God, she's very good. Somebody's in the Isle of Wight on my way into work for one of the big supermarkets, very fed up with all the customers who claim they're exempt from wearing masks when they're clearly not, says Sam. Well, that's it. You can't persuade people to put them on, the terminally stupid, makeup. I mean, there was a guy the other day, he had one of those fake badges around his neck. You get them on the internet, you can make it up. He goes, I'm exempt from wearing a badge, from wearing a mask. And what did he produce? Cigarettes. He's puffing away on a good, and I'm thinking, yeah, you liar. We know what you are, pal. And he looked perfectly perfectly at home with his cigarette and his fake little badge on, because I don't buy that at all. Steve, I'm diabetic. What food shall I eat? I don't know. I'd go to a spelling class, first of all, and learn how to spell diabetes and help. That would be just a little bit more useful. Who was it who drove a Rolls into a swimming pool? It was Keith Moon, wasn't it, I believe? Yeah, I think Keith Moon drove. I mean, he did all sorts of peculiar things, did Keith Moon. And John in Finland says, whilst on holiday in Croatia, I saw the super yacht called Maine, owned by Giorgio Armani. I thought the Croatian Navy were doing manoeuvres. It's very large and dark green, very unusual. Yeah, I'm seeing pictures of it. These things cost a fortune. They cost an absolute fortune. But the super rich, I mean, can you imagine if you've got the biggest one? You've got the biggest boat. I mean, some of these things are just, they're like floating palaces. I mean, Armani's is a super yacht. Unfortunately, it's all decorated by him, so it's a little bit bland in colouring. How many crew it would have? Because you don't have these things and the crew just go away. They are permanent crew on these boats. Like Roman Abramovich, there's 100 crew. They will be permanently retained because you've got to keep the... How often he uses it, I don't know. Or where. But very unusual, and probably cost him a fair packet. I'd love to have a big boat like that. Very nice, very nice. Steve, and the biggest fashion accessories for 2021 are a sunflower lanyard and an exemption badge. Yeah, I mean, it's just basically rubbish. You can just get them off the internet. Probably find them all over the place, actually. And Steve, Gary Delaney, a one-liner comedian, married to Sarah Millican. Is it? I didn't know she was married. She's lovely. I like her, actually. And Steve, many years ago, says, Chris, I visited Hampton Court Maze, paid a few quid to enter the maze. Imagine my surprise when I took my daughter and they asked me for £25.30 for me and £12.50 for the daughter. Well, of course, it's a bit of a cheat, the Hampton Court Maze. Because a maze is where you go in and you've got to find your way out. Well, the way out of the Hampton Court Maze, spoiler alert, is the way you came in. There is no other way out. You go in and you come out the same way. But I didn't know you had to pay to go to the maze. I thought it was included in your charge for going to Hampton Court. You'll probably find you get it for free if you join historic royal palaces, which is always my best value as far as I'm concerned. I think Frankie Howard would have been the ideal host for Channel 4's Naked Attraction, says Mike. He'd have been horrified, actually, absolutely horrified. And Laura in Windsor says, Pat and Margaret, brilliant film. It was so well done. I've seen it numerous times, and I absolutely love it. It's great. But you'll probably find it on a box set. It'll be included in the box set. Oh, I forgot to mention Sir Alex Ferguson's birthday today. He's 80 as well. The Glasgow-born former footballer, managed Man United for 27 years. Known as Furious Fergie, he left David Beckham with a bleeding face after kicking clothes and accidentally launching a boot into the air. Sir Alex said, it's completely exaggerated, but I don't like people arguing back with me. Fantastic. Imagine telling old Bex where to go. 84850. Jonathan Wilkes has missed only one of the past 17 years as the star of the panto in Hanley, Stoke-on-Trent. Every one of them has been a smash hit. The year he missed was a flop. It starred Joe Swash. Yeah, whatever. And Steve, I think TV was at its best when we had just 4 channels. 4 channels. We had fantastic television when the shop closed at 6 p.m. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing when you've got so many channels now. Even I can't cope with how many channels I've got. I've just got so many channels now, and there's always something to find. Phil says, shame you didn't do the Jackie Mason voice. You just described me fully. I smoke, I'm overweight, and I drink on special occasions. Every day's a special occasion. What reality show are you watching at the moment? None. I don't do reality shows. Surprisingly, Asher, I don't do them. I find them a bit tacky and a bit desperado. I find the people on there a bit sad and tragic. And, there's a lot of angst. A lot of angst, and they all need help because they can't cope with it and they can't do this and they can't do with that. It just is amazing that, that they even keep these programs. I mean, most of these people need to go into rehab afterwards because they can't cope with things. So that's why I don't really watch reality shows. I've never seen an episode of Love Island. Is it Love Island? I know what it is. I've seen bits of it. And to be honest with you, again, they just look like tragics. Absolute tragic people. People whose life must be at about the lowest possible ebb you can ever get. And then they go on television, and then they sort of have to pretend to have relationships and all that. And then, they now go in the newspapers, and the story of the day is, they're going to tell you why they split up with somebody that they went out with for 6 weeks. And I think to myself, my God, if only you'd had a better education, make it so much easier. David said, can you ask John Lewis to reopen their Sheffield store? Have you lost it? Another one you've lost? Everything's closing, isn't it? We've got loads of places around here. Restaurants, mainly, in Leicester Square. Mainly, I think, because the rents must be phenomenally enormous. Absolutely enormous. Liz in Potter's Bar says, have you watched Travels with My Father with Jack and Michael Whitehall? I've seen that, actually. I've seen that before, yes. I think it's very good, actually. Great TV and very, very funny. They seem to work very well together, don't they? It seems to. You've got the other one, Barney and the bloke off the Chase, Bradley, and they do it, and that seems to work as well. There's quite a lot of people who do those sort of programmes, and if you get unwell with your parents, then I'm very surprised that the Beckhams, the attention-seeking Beckhams, haven't offered to do a reality show. But to be honest with you, what would it involve? Probably the most dreary conversations you've ever had, because most of the time he's not with her. He doesn't spend his time lounging around at home. She's sort of too busy trying to prop the business up. So, a reality show, what would I want to watch on a reality show? I don't know. I've seen a few of them where they take celebrities and they stick them in Las Vegas, which I quite enjoyed. Had Cannon and Ball on that one. And I like those sort of things. I'm not interested in anybody where they have to pretend to have relationships or you've got to work out who's the fake person. I don't even like RuPaul's Drag Race. Yeah, I know loads of people who think it's absolutely fantastic and love it, but, not really for me. Steve, the Benetti super yachts are approximately £1 million a year running. Approximately £1 million a running metre and approximately 10% to keep them afloat for the year. Yeah, I mean, these super yachts are lovely. What do they do on them? What does Roman Abramovich do? He was a market trader. He's got nothing to talk about. He's just got loads and loads of money. It doesn't make anybody more interesting than anybody else. Rob Beckett is a hobby comedian, now a show comedian, says Frank. Oh, I don't understand what's a hobby comedian? We don't know what that is. Even the producer doesn't know, and he's got $1,000. He should know these things. Dear me. A hobby comedian. Now, the funny thing is with him, it's teeth, he was a good-looking boy, he's put on a lot of weight, and somebody somewhere is trying to boost him up and sort of go, it's his time now. So the story in The Sun is that he's made a pilot. Well, they make pilots practically every day of the week. 90% of them don't go anywhere at all, because what you're looking for, there's no point in wasting a lot of money on a show. And the moment they say this is the celebrity version, my heart drops, because I look at them and I think, who are you? I don't even know who half these people are, and it turns out, they once sort of burnt some cakes in the kitchen or something ridiculous. They come off a cooking programme. And so, because it's the same people, because when you put Joe Brand on a programme, you know you're going to get comedy, and that's why they use a lot of comedians on these shows, because you're looking for a laugh. But unfortunately, if it's somebody off Love Island, they're as dim as a brick. They're so dumb. You can't put them on there. They don't know anything. They really don't. So there's no point. Perhaps we'll have this coming year. It would be quite nice, wouldn't it? If we did away with reality shows. I think it would be good. I mean, your own account of the shenanigans going on the Big Brother house used to be brilliant around 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I used to love the Big Brother house because when they did the first one, it was a novelty. They didn't know how much they were being watched. And of course it became an entertainment in itself. By the time you got to the third series, they knew how to play the game. They knew how to play dumb. They knew where the cameras were. They could see everything. They knew what it was. So they started playing up. And it was what? Your favourite programme? Yeah, it was good. But you can't do it now because they then ran out of celebrities. That's not the producer speaking, by the way. That's the AP. He actually gets a title, an AP. It sounds quite posh, doesn't it, really? It means associate producer. That's what everybody says. It's not associate. It's blooming well is on my show, I tell you. It's associate producer. Who do you think puts your podcast together? Laughing Boy. He puts the podcast together. He has to put the podcast together. Can't be much fun having to relive the programme all over again. But, as I say, in the Amazon charts and everything else. I mean, interestingly enough, Phil in Edgware says we could have a Steve Allen reality show with you shopping in Costco, Waitrose and M&S. It would be so boring. Seriously, it would be so boring. I would never, ever want to do anything like that. I wouldn't want to go into the jungle. Big Brother, I mean, we've seen arguments in there. I can remember years ago, there was somebody, I think Vanessa Feltz was in there, and Big Brother came on and said, would Vanessa Feltz come to the diary room? No, I won't, she said. She almost had a breakdown. And that's what happened with people, because they suddenly realised that they were, so people that you thought you quite liked, you'd only had to watch them for 2 days, and all of a sudden their masks slipped. And you suddenly realise that they weren't very pleasant at all. I remember talking to somebody who'd... music. Honestly, this is just getting ridiculous. I keep missing it all the time.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, it's amazing. Over in Australia, they are queuing already. Well, they're seated 7 hours. They've got to wait before they get their fireworks in Sydney. The Australian government has urged caution, but they're still going ahead with the fireworks. We, of course, misery guts down here with the most miserable mayor in living memory, are not having fireworks, because apparently it's something to do with COVID. Rubbish. It's to do with how much they cost. That's what it is. Because he was still going to have a celebration in Trafalgar Square and pile people in. If he was worried about COVID, he wouldn't have even thought about shoving 6,500 people into Trafalgar Square. Steve says, Dean, Michael McIntyre's The Wheel is good entertainment. The Christmas celebrity one raised loads for charity. Yeah, but it's working out who these celebrities are. They've run out of people. Because 90% of the people going on there... I mean, do you remember when they had... what was that show on the... Was it the BBC... and they sit in a chair and answer questions. It's a quiz show. Mastermind. And they put on Lydia Dim from Towie. She didn't know anything. She was so stupid. God knows why her agent ever put her up for it. And I remember sort of watching this thing thinking, oh, my God, you've done yourself no favours at all there. So it's the celebrity quotient that I complain about. You know, one of the first reality shows was Shipwrecked, which was very good, says Ray. Yeah, if only it was true. If only you really could take these people and dump them on a desert island, just leave them there. Yesterday you asked Andy in Thatcham, Steve, and about a Rolls dealer in Thatcham. Well, he didn't do his homework and he hasn't quite told you the truth. There is a Rolls and Bentley dealer in garage in Newbury called Stuart Walker, says Sarah, who's Andy's other half. Well, typical Sarah, isn't it? You've obviously not trained him very well at all. I knew that there was something going on around the area because I remember seeing something years ago, and I thought, so it's Stuart Walker, a Bentley and Rolls dealer in garage in Newbury. I knew there would be. I used to go to the fish and chip shop in Thatcham because I lived down there many, many years ago when I was a young whippersnapper. Steve. What was the other one? Roman Abramovich is a billionaire, says Sandra, and owns Chelsea Football Club. No kidding. Really? I can't believe it. How do you know that? Steve, thank you for keeping us entertained during the dark and early hours. You're a shining light of sarcasm and acidic rays of wit. God help anybody on your hit list. Yes. Yeah. Put it this way, nobody messes with the Allen. Listen, I have a razor tongue. And apparently somebody mentioned poached eggs and spicy tomato sauce earlier. I'll take that and raise them sweet chilli sauce with a dollop of mayo in a fish finger sandwich. Give it a whirl. Sean and a half asleep Sally. Nothing, but mind you, just, you know, I do really urge you to be very careful tonight when you're going out. Just make sure that you've got, you know, the chance to get home again. I don't want to come into Leicester Square tomorrow and see bodies all over the place. I don't want to have to step over people. Because you will see, there'll be people still wearing their party outfits. Because people have party outfits, don't they? Like Christmas. I mean, Halloween is terrible in London. You get people sort of dragging themselves around the streets with sort of blood capsules and things like that. God knows what it's going to be like tonight. God knows. But I'm hoping by the time I come in, it's going to be quiet. Because people might have sort of eventually gone, I think I need to go home. It'll be very interesting, very interesting. Steve, go on to YouTube and watch Cristela Alonso, an American comedian. Makes you feel you're watching Victoria Wood on stage, says Connie. Thank you very much indeed. And Alan says an asteroid bigger than Big Ben is due to burn through the Earth's atmosphere on January the 11th. Oh, good. I think I'll take a day off on that day. I like the idea. I mean, I've seen these sort of things before. I love it. Do you think it'll be housing all sorts of things? Somebody else talking about the Big Brother house from years ago, which had it, but it did then get worse towards the end because they ran out of people, and some of them were just revolting. Some of them they just went on there and they just didn't know how to deal with people. They didn't know how to behave. Their language was atrocious. People were screaming and shouting. And I can remember looking at some of them. I mean, there were some awful ones on there. Some absolutely dreadful people who quite clearly should have been committed to a home for ages and ages. Major Khan still allowed the Diwali celebrations in London, did he? What does that say about him? It says that he celebrated Diwali. I don't know why. You can have fireworks for that. I think what they didn't want is to sort of have loads of people congregating down on the banks of the Thames. Although even worse, as far as I'm concerned, was people congregating in Trafalgar Square. Terrible. Stuart Walker is on the Faraday Road industrial estate next door to a little treasure called Pandora's Emporium. You see, we get people who know these things. There's people listening. I could ask a question about a certain area of the country, and somebody will be listening in that area of the country, which I absolutely love. Paul McKenna's got a 3-step plan to positivity, which is coming out tomorrow. We like Paul McKenna. Known him for a long, long time. DJ, hypnotist, very good. Marriage is a taxing issue for Ricky Gervais because he's apparently worth... He lives in financial matters are rather pressing. He's estimated to have a fortune of more than £100 million. His not bad, actually, for an XFM form of presenter. His Netflix comedy Afterlife has been seen by 85 million people. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But he's worth it. He's worth it. I never... People always say, oh, you're not jealous of sort of people who earn all this money. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference. Listen, if somebody works hard and they play hard and people reward them with money, well then, good for them. Good for them. You know, it's fantastic. Roger says the bonnet on a Phantom is so long it arrives a minute before you do. I know. That's the trouble. I'm torn still, but it doesn't matter. Steve, the infuriating fact about these celebrity charity shows is the fact the celebrities pocket £5,000 each, yet only make £100 or so for the woke charities, says Lee. A woke charity? I've never heard of a woke charity before. But they do get paid for things. None of these celebrities do it for free. They're all doing it for a fee. Because they're working on the assumption that that celebrity will bring in money. So they have celebrities who front various charities because they will bring in money. And that's what charities are. Charities are business now. Charities are business. So I agree. There are these Z-list celebrities who are out there. And it makes no difference whether they've actually... I think even for that strip show, do you remember they did the Full Monty? I thought they were all on £5,000 for that. Which actually, if you take it... I mean, I take my clothes off every day. Nobody ever pays me. In fact, they actually pay me to keep them on. Did you ever watch The Salon, says Mark? Yeah, there were some very infuriating characters on that one, weren't there? I did watch The Salon. And Jeremiah says you're the best Alan in the world. Besides Lily Allen. Oh, right. I don't know how to compete with people. It's not very good, is it? And I've just walked past the guy setting up fireworks in Baku Seafront Park. Park is about 5 kilometres long, so no overcrowding here, says Paul. Where's Baku? I don't know where Baku is. Is it... You think it's Azerbaijan? Producer knows these things. Won $1,000. Knows everything. Seriously. He could digest Google. He knows everything. Here we go, Baku, the largest and it's the largest and capital city of Azerbaijan, as well as the largest city on the Caspian Sea and the Caucasus region. Fancy knowing that? It's got an iconic stone maiden tower. Sounds lovely. Sounds very nice indeed. So they're having fireworks there. But, you see, I like fire. The producer's not particularly fussed about fire. He just said to me, I'm not particularly bothered about things like that. Give him a sparkler, he'll keep fairly happy, you know. Sort of stand there holding it. Go on, wave it. He won't wave it. He doesn't bother. But, a bit of news. Why not? 7:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, there was a really good film on the television the other day, and it was all about Douglas Bader. Douglas Bader was the flying ace who lost both his legs, played by Kenneth More in the film. And it was so interesting because he was one of the pioneers. First of all, he had one leg amputated, then the other leg, and he had to learn to walk. And it was quite amazing because it was in the early stages, and he was determined to get back and to do it. And then I watched him. They did him on This Is Your Life. And I remember thinking, because they were saying, this man is a living legend. Douglas Bader was very, very famous. And I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And I've just turned the radio on, goes Linda, and so to hear Steve Allen criticising, to put it mildly, Sadiq Khan for cancelling the fireworks. I applaud anyone putting people's health first. Well, you're obviously a bit naive, aren't you, then? Because he's cancelled the fireworks and he was going to cram 6,500 people into Trafalgar Square. Duh. Where's your brain this morning? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Poor old Linda. Never mind. Not the brightest penny in the box. But so he cancelled the fireworks where we could have stood along the banks of the Thames, but yet wanted to put 6,500 people in piddly old Trafalgar Square. You're more daft than you look, woman. Never mind. Never mind. It's not your fault. You have a miserable time this evening, which you probably will. Happy New Year to you and your team until next year, says Dawn Neeson. And exactly the same to you, young lady. And somebody says, Steve, I'm in bed with bronchitis. But you do make me laugh, and then my chest hurts and I can't stop coughing. The worst. The worst. The worst in bed with... I've never had bronchitis. I've never had anything. I've had whooping cough. Is that the same sort of thing, where you sort of make this dreadful noise? Mind you, you're supposed to have all of these things. The whooping cough, mumps, measles, all the rest of it, and get all your little bits and pieces. But never do. All we end up doing is getting a load of people who go down there and try and stop all the anti-vaxxers, which is a bit embarrassing. Spurred on by the pandemic lockdown, another bump of viewing figures for TV shows. Line of Duty, which I never saw, 15.2 million. 15.2 million. That's not a bad audience at all. Oprah with Meghan and Harry, one of the most boring programmes I've ever seen on the television, 13.9 million. Strictly Come Dancing final got by with 12.2 million, which is, years ago, programmes on television were getting 25 million. Easy. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, 10.8 million. Vigil... I don't remember what Vigil is, but 10.4 million. The Masked Singer pulled in 9.9 million. The Pembrokeshire Murders, 9.5 million. The Great British Bake Off, 9.3. Call them Midwife, got 8.7 million. And Death in Paradise, 8.5 million. Viewers just love this Caribbean crime caper. So, audiences way down on what they used to be, way down, but still good. Still good audiences for this, because there's so much competition. As I say, there's all these different channels now and people turning out things. Glyn says, I met Douglas Bader at Windsor Castle during a Garter ceremony, a true RAF hero, but always a little abrupt. They brought somebody on his This Is Your Life, and I can't remember who he was, but it was obviously something that featured in his life, and he was a native Red Indian. And he came on in full regalia. It was the most stunning thing I've ever seen. I was absolutely knocked out. And he brought him to the front of the stage. Douglas Bader brought him to the front of the stage. And the crowd went wild for it. I didn't know who he was. I thought it was amazing. John says, Happy New Year, and to you as well. And Cam says, you need to watch Line of Duty. I probably do, but I haven't watched. I heard somebody the other day talking about... What was it? It wasn't... Oh, dear. I can't remember what it was now, actually. Anyway, Reach for the Sky, says Nige from Pontyclun. Happy New Year. That was at the film, Reach for the Sky. It was very good. Very, very good indeed. But I will try and watch Line of Duty. I think you'd be a good presenter, says Roger, if they bring back a revamped This Is Your Life. When I did Five's Company, the office next door was the This Is Your Life office. And because I was on there, that's when they decided to do Dale. And so I gave them all the information on Dale, who his friends were, the sort of people that he would expect to see and things like that. And they did Dale for This Is Your Life. But it was a very, very hush-hush thing to do. Very, very hush-hush. And it's quite cleverly put together. Quite cleverly put together. I thought it was very good. Mr. Shah, the chemist. Good morning, Steve. Wish you a Happy New Year. And to you as well, young man. And to you as well. But Dawn Neeson, honestly, she's late this morning. She's late. She's normally up at the crack of dawn. I didn't see witness for the prosecution. I really didn't. I wish I had done, with Tyrone Power and Marlene Dietrich. Is the theatre show at County Hall based on it? Yes. There you go. This native. They bring him to the front. This Native American Indian. I don't know who he is, with his wife, and they just look so fantastic. And it was just amazing. Isn't the internet a fantastic tool? You know, you can watch it, and they bring him on here, and then he climbs into it, and he's got everything on. It was just amazing. And Douglas Bader, you know, just sort of took him to the front, and everybody clapped and cheered and all the rest of it. They must have been sitting there wondering what they'd wandered into. Straight from the reservation, as they say. If they brought back This Is Your Life, I wish they would. It was very good. But, I mean, who would you have? Who would they put on it? Rylan? You know. But no, witness for the prosecution at County Hall, Graham, is excellent. Excellent. You should go see. Go see. We went there just, you know. And another one here, which says, Happy New Year to you and the team, says Jill in Bradford. Bradford. Never been to Bradford. And June in Wimbledon says Happy New Year as well. We'll be doing all this tomorrow morning, won't we? I've decided we're going to have to do it. 300 Britons in Ghislaine Maxwell's list of associates going to be reviewed by the FBI. That'll be interesting. 300 British names on there. Dawn Neeson just said cheeky. Cheeky. Said do you know, what would we have done without emojis? What would we have ever done without emojis? You can get... sometimes the emojis make me laugh. But I like the idea of being cheeky. I think cheeky's good. My age, Steve Allen, 67. Douglas Bader's son lived in the Barbican and was truly an unassuming gent, says Simon. Made good friends with my dad, a humble shopkeeper. Wow. And another one here. Another one here says, somebody else who met Douglas. But Douglas Bader was obviously sort of meeting an awful lot of people. An awful lot of people. So Ghislaine Maxwell's 301 British associates to be reviewed by the FBI. It doesn't indicate anything at all. She just knew a lot of people, including, this is odd, Simon Le Bon and Phil Collins. They were in the book. They were in the book, together with Tamara Beckwith, Naomi Campbell, Richard Branson, the late Sir David Frost, and numerous lords and ladies. Well, she would. Her father was Bob Maxwell. He must have known everybody. Absolutely. Don't you think so? I would have thought so. She was the devil, they've said of Ghislaine Maxwell in a police mugshot. But now the family of child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell has launched a last-ditch appeal to prevent her from dying behind bars. So she faces up to 65 years. 65 years in prison, which means I think she's 60 at the moment. Well, she'll die in prison, and that's what they don't want. So her sister Isabel, brother Kevin, attended court every day to support her, whilst older brother Ian has repeatedly criticised the prosecution. She was found guilty. The jury found her guilty, and she probably will die in prison. But we won't know that because there's another case coming up next year, I believe. Can't remember what it is, actually. Steve, my wife was lead researcher for Thames Television on the Bader This Is Your Life, says Stephen and I. You see, I can never believe the phenomenal amount of people that listen to this programme who are connected in some way to something that you speak about. You talk about This Is Your Life and Douglas Bader, and the man whose wife was the lead researcher takes. I mean, it's just unreal. Charles Lawton, also in witness for the prosecution. I went to see it. I didn't know what we were watching. We're watching a court case. You're in it. You're part of the thing at County Hall. You use the debating chamber there, so you're actually sitting in the seat. It's not like a theatre. It is like a debating chamber. I just realised I've got to go. So listen, if you're going out tonight, take care. Make sure you've got cabs booked and things like that. Try not to get too drunk, and just remember I'm on tomorrow morning from 7. We do have my Little Bit Extra podcast today. It'll be the final one of the year. There won't be one tomorrow. There'll be one the following day. No, on the Monday, actually, not on the Sunday. So go to lbc.co.uk. As well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and other programmes, as well as podcast on the Global Player. My free Little Bit Extra is also available on the Global Player app. Have a great New Year's Eve. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 7. Morning, greetings, welcome to... Oh, here we go again. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, no returns. But wasn't it good yesterday? How clever was the mayor? We had fireworks all the time. It was so funny because some woman wrote to me. She's been barred now because I can't deal with stupid people, especially not in the new year. And she was going, "Oh, you'd have been the first one to complain if he'd wasted money on the fireworks." Well, we had fireworks, dear. I reckon a few £1 million worth went up last night. The reason they didn't want you to go out there and they were putting out the message that you can't see them from the ground was the fact they didn't want people going down and watching them, which is just as well. So I don't think there was ever going to be any old rumpus in Trafalgar Square and the hot entertainment was going to be a choir. How dull was that? When I saw the fireworks on the BBC, and you won't find any pictures in any of the papers of the London fireworks, nothing. The papers would have been printed, gone to bed, they've done them around the world, and we had a choir on the BBC, followed by some nondescript pop artists singing, including the Pet Shop Boys who turned up. All very exciting. I think it's mainly for people who don't go out on New Year's Eve. But why do they assume that people who don't go out on New Year's Eve on the televisual side of it want to listen to the Pet Shop Boys? Lovely though I think Neil and the other one are. You know, if I'm sort of a young person, I'm going to be out. If you're an elderly person, you won't know who the Pet Shop Boys are. They sang about the West End girls and things like that, and they recorded with Dusty Springfield and everything else. In fact, it was a bit of a hodgepodge of a programme thrown together with a choir and all sorts of bits and pieces. It was very nice, but the fireworks, I thought ours were brilliant. But as I say, there was this poor old person who wrote to me saying, "Oh, you'd have complained if he'd run with the fireworks and spending all that money." Well, we did run with the fireworks, and I reckon it was at least, I'd be very surprised if it was anything less than £1 million. Very, very surprised. But they didn't want you going out there, so there was a news block on. See, that's how it works. And then all those people who got the awards. I loved it. I love watching the awards. We did really well in this building. 3 people in this building got awards. 3 people. Mainly from stations underneath here, which I thought was quite nice. And people I see on a fairly regular basis. And it was really good. But did you notice who didn't get an award? Who didn't get an award? David Beckham didn't get an award. I was quite pleased about that, actually, because the papers had devoted pages the other day to David Beckham, saying, "Oh, David's going to be given that." No, there was never any intention. And you know why? Because by the time the papers printed that story, you were told back in November, they tell you, you know, because they write to you, it's on a posh envelope, would you be accepting an award? Well, we don't want to give David Beckham a knighthood. Not for a man who's just taken money from that vile place, Qatar, whose treatment and human rights issues don't even bear to be looked at for more than 2 seconds. But David Beckham's taken the money, which makes me feel heartily ill, I'm afraid. But Happy New Year to everybody. If you went out last night, you won't be hearing this programme this morning, will you? You'll be suffering still with a dreadful headache going, "I don't like it. I don't like it." My neighbour Lynn was up really early. She treated herself to caviar last night. She loves her caviar. She likes it. In fact, she didn't go to bed this morning till really late. But when I came out, I could hear this bird singing. And it was quite loud. And Lynn said that she'd had her patio doors open and she'd heard it. And a friend had said, it's a robin. Now, I wasn't sure that robins make that much noise. I mean, this bird sounded really... And robins are tiny little things. So she said, why don't you ask? Why don't you ask your audience if robins make a lot of noise when they're tweeting? Because they're very solitary. I told you, I downloaded ages ago. A friend of mine took it off there because he thought I was stupid. Birdsong. So you could push a button on your telephone and you could hear a blackbird or a robin. And there was a robin in our local garden centre, so I immediately got my phone out. I was way ahead of it. And I pushed the little app and I found robin and it started going... all like that, you know, a bit better than that, a bit more tuneful. And this robin cocked its head on one side. I mean, I don't know what my robin on my phone was saying to it, because robins only get together when they're sort of having sex. They don't get, you know, something like that, you know, robin. And that, as soon as they've actually had sex, they sort of fly away and go and do other things like wallpapering or, you know, clearing up the garden or something. But I used to take mealworm out. Somebody sent me in some special robin food and I was feeding it. And I mean, to be honest with you, they're a little bit fickle. They couldn't care less. You know, you're not likely to become lifelong friends with a robin just because you've given it a bit of mealworm. But they get together for the and then they have little, and then that's the last you ever see of them because they don't hang around together. Whereas swans mate, mind you, you're not going to be arguing with a swan, are you? When the swans are having and things like that. But they actually mate for life. Like a few other birds. I think kestrels do the same, and eagles and stuff like. We don't get many eagles round our way. I'm in Twickenham. We don't have that at all. And then somebody said, it was so funny, they said, we were discussing the other day, momentarily, about whether or not Richmond was more upmarket than Twickenham. And I said, absolutely not. Richmond had the highest rates of COVID because everybody was going out on the banks of the river and totally ignoring everything at all. Do we have parrots in Twickenham? No, there's no parrots. We have parakeets. And they roost in Bushy Park. It started off as 2, but you know what parakeets are like. They're at it like rabbits, I tell you. Well, I'm obviously not like rabbits because rabbits don't fly. But in fact, because that'd be a bit of a nightmare, wouldn't it? If rabbits were flying and having eggs and stuff. And so we get... Guess how many we have in Bushy Park? About 20,000 parakeets, and they fly over at night time, right over my place. I think they look fantastic. People who live near them, they eat the bark off trees, and they arrived in London. The story goes that they were making the African Queen down at Isleworth Studios with Humphrey Bogart and somebody else, and they had parakeets there, but they escaped because there's the Isleworth Film Studios, and the rumour was that they escaped and they had and then they just multiplied over the years, and so now we've actually got at least 20,000 of them, and they fly over, and it's like there's a dark pall falls over the sky. It was fantastic to look at because they're bright green. You get them sitting in trip, but they're so noisy, or well, actually that's the point. They could be not the robin making the noise, but it could be a couple of rogue parakeets, but they eat the bark off trees. And most people think they look I think they look better than sort of all the other pigeons. I mean, I could happily run over pigeons every day of the week. Seriously, the only good pigeons are a bit of short crust pastry. I'm not remotely interested in sort of keeping these things alive, but they're really intelligent. They're really, really clever and very intelligent. As fast as we put up spikes, they find somewhere else to, and they'll cling on to anything. Me, I've got my water pistol, as you know. Once I've loaded that up, they take their life in their hands. It really is good. Made me smile, says Tina. What did? Oh, listening to this programme, thank you. Nick Abbott made me laugh last night when he ran out of milk for his coffee, says Dean. And he said if that was the Steve Allen show, someone would have run to the shop while somebody else gave you a 3-course meal and foot massage. Yeah? See, the trouble is with Nick, he's a bit jealous. I don't make a big deal about it. But he doesn't have the money. Seriously, I mean, he drives a battered old car. It's not it. The thing is held together, basically, with Pritt stick. You know, he's driving this sort of car. He doesn't have any food. He doesn't really go... I mean, you know, the idea... I mean, he actually went out the other week to the theatre. You know why? Free tickets. That was the thing that tempted him. We've got some free tickets. He was there like a shot. Seriously, he was battering people down to get to it. But, no, I mean, nobody would run to the shops and get me milk. Of course they would. Of course they would. You can't have the presenter who can't get a cup of tea or coffee. But luckily, this building is so big that we've got floors. And on one of the floors, it's all the sales team, 250 sales team on one floor here. And they've always got milk in their fridge. So when people say to me, we've run out of milk, I always say, go to the 5th floor because you'll open up the fridge and there'll be a ton of milk in there. But, of course, now we're getting into the new year. I can't believe it's the 1st. Cannot believe it's the 1st. It's absolutely fantastic. But somebody says, Happy New Year to you and the team for 22, says, well, it's either Jane in Cockfosters or Helen, or failing that you've got some illness where you don't know who you are. You get that? People sort of come on air with sort of different names, don't they? Sue in Perthshire says, Lang may your lum reek. I think that's what they actually say in Scotland. I've got no idea what it means. It's probably something highly personal, but I've said it to people before. Niall says Happy New Year, and then Richards. Is Richard going home tonight? Actually, is he staying in town? Is he on? I don't know whether I thought he generally went home. One year he took a taxi home. He's so rich. I mean, seriously, all this rubbish about I only smoke 5 cigarettes a day. I mean, it's not because he can't afford it. He could afford to buy one of the cigarette companies. He is so loaded. He actually took it. I've never heard of anybody taking, a taxi home because he lives up in Nottingham, doesn't he? Nottinghamshire or something like that. Amazing. The tears and torment of being, wait for this one, a CBeebies presenter. Fern Cotton has said it was a terrible experience. She said the arguments and the tantrums and everything. I thought, not at all surprised. That's why they're called children's presenters. I know children's presenters. And I've never heard of any tantrums or anything else like that. I've never heard of people arguing because everybody's doing the same. I mean, I realise that if you are a children's presenter on television, you've got no life, and you don't drink alcohol. You have to be almost cleaner than clean. You know, as Richard Bacon found out to his embarrassment on the Blue Peter debacle, where they had to get rid of him. And then Blue Peter had to go on to Blue Peter to explain why they got rid of him, because he'd taken the old Columbian. And people were going, well, I mean, do you think this is rife? And the answer is, well, it's in the House of Commons. So I'm assuming it's rife all over the place. I mean, personally, I've never done it. I'm far too mean to spend 60 quid a gram. Thank you very much indeed. Wouldn't dream of doing anything like that. You know, if I need to get a little bit merry and a little bit happy, then I'll open up the bottle of Prosecco, have a couple of swigs of that, and I'm in a different world. I love it. Absolutely love it. I never understand people who get addicted. I know how addictive things certainly are, but it would just never interest me. The idea of giving somebody money for something so you could sort of change the way you think about life, definitely not. We've got parakeets in Oxford now, says Mary. I suppose they've migrated. Oh, they go miles. They go miles. They really do. What's that? Oh, they're very nice. You'll like those. The Jaffa Donuts. I found those the other day, and it looks like a ring donut. Very useful, I should imagine. No, you could put it on your finger, can't you? Pretend it's a ring or something like that. And then it's got, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Or in the case of Richard, I'm sure that Richard could find a use for it, because he'd share that with people, because he's like that. He's a generous person. Mary's in Exeter. Do you know you must be our first Mary in Exeter? I don't think we've had anybody called Mary in Exeter. I mean, it's not that we don't have people in Exeter, but I've never heard of anybody phoning up, which is very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Jane in Cockfosters, who comes up as Helen for some reason, says, I've got a really loud night-singing bird too. I was told the streetlights give the birds a false dawn. I have a very territorial robin who has to go everything. They're very territorial. They're very solitary, and I love it when they sing their lungs off the first thing in the morning. I think it's quite nice, actually. I think it's a mating call. Certainly appears to be round our way. I mean, honestly, it's like come to Twickenham and find a partner. It's as good as that. But there weren't too many people on top. But I tell you the one thing that really, really annoys me, and it's a bloke thing. It's a bloke thing. You walk through Leicester Square this morning, and all you can smell? Wee. Wee. You smell wee everywhere. Men just have this inability to go to the toilet when they leave a bar or a club. Somebody should really say to them, maybe their mummies and daddies, have you been to the toilet? Because the moment they get outside and they hit the cold air, they find an overwhelming urge to wee in somebody's doorway. I don't understand what it is, but it's only blokes, mainly blokes. I mean, you do get women that do it as well. And when I came through this evening, there was about 4 people and different, parts of my journey in. I'd only parked the car down the road, and there's people weeing in doorways. Some of them weren't even standing in doorways. And you think to yourself, why didn't you go when you left the club? What's the matter with people? Is it sort of something that men can't do? Vanessa Redgrave now wants her award. It's only funny because a few years ago she turned one down because she's a socialist. Amazing how they get advanced in years and they go, well, I'll take that. Remember Janet Street Porter? She was in print. I would never accept an award or anything like that. It's disgusting. It's all this and all the rest of it. The next thing, yeah, I'll take it. So the old bag took an award. And everybody's going, you're such a hypocrite. Such a hypocrite. Steve, I was born and bred in Twickenham. Still remember my phone number. Well, actually, it's interesting because yours was, Susie, Twickenham Green 7372, and you used to pick up the phone years ago. Do you remember that? The phone would ring at home if you lived with your mummy and daddy, and you pick up the phone and go, Twickenham Green 7372, as opposed to now you pick up and go, yes, because somebody's name will come up. If I get a phone call coming in on my telephone, unless it's got a name attached to it, I don't answer the phone. Mind you, most of the time it's the NHS. Are you aware you're supposed to be in hospital again today? No, because I'm very busy trying to sort out loads of other bits and pieces. All right, listen, short break. We'll try and hit the brakes today, but don't rely on anything at all. But we do take all your text and emails. We do read them all out, unless you are particularly silly. In which case, if you're particularly silly, you get confined to the rubbish bin. And we don't ever hear from you ever again. So, I warn you of that in advance. We had a couple of the anti-vaxxers on the other day. Oh, my God, fathers. Honestly, if you've never met such...
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Stupid, naive people in your entire life. Never mind.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. You would be sick to death of people saying Happy New Year. You really will. Especially if you're not one of these people who enjoys New Year. And I've got a couple of friends actually who hate it. Hate it. Dale, for one, used to absolutely abhor New Year's Eve. He couldn't understand it. He just wanted to go to bed. And I think a friend of mine did exactly the same. She lives down in Brighton, and I think she must have gone to bed early because she hates New Year's. Some people just don't like it. It's like Christmas. Some people hate Christmas. They just don't do Christmas. Apparently, I'll get them to check. Actually, the free podcast was not released yesterday. I'll get the boys to check for you and have a quick look. Normally, if it's not released, I get tons and tons of people writing in saying the free podcast wasn't released. So wait a minute. Well, do you know, I've lost track of the days. So today's Saturday. Yesterday was Friday. Yeah, we did do a free podcast because it was the last one of the year. So I'll have a check, and if it's not released, it will be released. Don't ask me what that means. I have no idea. Far too technical. Far too technical. Do you know, and the other thing I should never have mentioned, and it's happened to me 3 times now in as many months. I've mentioned a certain celebrity, and I've said, oh, isn't it amazing they're still alive? And then blow me down, they die. We did it with Eunice Stubbs. We did it with somebody else. And then the other day, I was talking about Betty White. And I'd said, oh, isn't it amazing because she's coming up to 100. And then blow me down, she goes and dies. She goes and dies. The podcast was released. It was called Beads All Over the Place. Bees. Oh, bodies all over the place. Was it? I wonder what that was about. Bees. I must have said it, I suppose. I never know how they title these things, but it is up there. When was it released? Can we tell the time? It was it was yesterday. They're normally really quick on it on my programme. We have to be because we're in the Amazon chart of top podcasts. Even I can't believe it. Seriously. I felt like coming around giving everybody money. I thought that would make me a bit like Santander, who sort of inadvertently gave away £130 million and now trying to claw it back as quick as possible. Apparently, lang may your lum reek means long may your chimney smoke. How lovely. That's very exciting. Thank you, Sylvia, in West Sussex. What, the whole of West Sussex? Ray and Vi, both MBE. Happy New Year to you and your team. It was released at 7:50 yesterday. So that was because we have 2 podcasts every single day, except on a public holiday or bank holiday. So there's no podcast for today. There is the show podcast, but there's not the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra. 21 million downloads. I love saying it. Every time I say it, I get a warm feeling, and then I suddenly realised I'm incontinent. And it's the kind of thing that you think 21. I can't even imagine what 21 million downloads is like. It was like when we first started getting texts on LBC. Clive Bull had to tell me I had texts. And I can remember him saying to me, have you read your texts? And I said, what texts? And he said, people write into you. I said, do they? Where does that come from? And he said, there's a text number. He said, have you not given it out? I said, I'm not even aware that they exist. And he said, here, and he showed me where it was on the computer. Well, he showed the producer because I can't do things like that. I'm totally inept. Totally inept. Listen, I could barely get myself dressed in the morning. So it was a case of, he showed me this thing, and we had hundreds and hundreds of texts. And I said, well, how do they know about this? And he said, well, because we've been doing it for the best part of about 3 or 4 months. I said, well, I didn't know. I was literally, I was quite agog. So when my boss said to me, he said, you've had over 21 million downloads of the programmes, I remember thinking, blimey, that's really good. And then when the podcast department said, you're in the Amazon league, and then some friends of mine said, you know that you're in the Amazon top whatever it is, and you've got 2 of your podcasts in there. I thought, that's a good idea, isn't it? I like that idea. I think we'll have more of that, definitely. Steve, please keep up the good work. Starts my day, says Gary in West Sussex. Why do people say West Sussex and then not know where it is? I mean, you can't just be in the whole of West Sussex. There must be a place, mustn't there? Do you know the youngest awarded in the honours list is an 11-year-old boy. The oldest is 102. And surprisingly, I know the 102-year-old, and I'll tell you about him a little bit later on. But as I say, nothing for David Beckham. He must have been, but he would have known when the papers printed that. He would have known because they tell them in November, they send them a letter and a card saying, would you accept a knighthood and everything else. And I began thinking, you don't really want David Beckham to get a knighthood. I really don't want David Beckham. If I remember the last time he didn't get it, he used every language under the sun. So obviously he's got a bit of a temper on him. And I just don't think he should get one. Her company, they were talking about that the other day in the paper, and I couldn't get my head around it. It's made losses of about £58 million. Now, to me, that sounds like a company that's not doing very well. And there was talk, I don't know if they're scaremongering or whatever, saying that she might have to close the company down this year. Because the one thing you can't do with a company is keep shoving money into it if you're getting nothing back. And in her case, they've shoved money in. Dave's put money in. Then they've got outside investors. But it's the cost of things. I said that all the time. I've said to her, listen, reduce the cost of your clothing and you might start finding a market. But at the moment, you're way too expensive. Nobody's going to spend 900 quid on a jumper. They're just, unless they're really stupid. Sue, who's in Perthshire in Blairgowrie, says, I listen to the podcast, but I don't download them. Does that count in the figures? No, it doesn't. I don't think so. You have to download them, I think, for them to count in the figures. It's like, we have people listening abroad, but they don't feature in my audience figures. So my audience figures are based on people in the United Kingdom. It's, lovely though we've got people in Australia and places like that listening. They don't feature in the figures. But I think you do feature in the downloads, which is very good. What else we got? We've got the Everton footballer Jordan Pickford's anti-vax partner. There's a picture of her in the paper. I mean, I'm forbidden from mentioning the fact she looks as though she could be the partner of a footballer. But she's been quoting about anti-vaxxers, because the anti-vaxxers are frankly not even in the real world. And even the papers are doing editorials saying, listen, you've lost the plot. You've lost the plot. Very worrying, very worrying. So we'll come around to that one later. MasterChef's old Greg Wallace. I'm so bored with it. He's apparently, having been so excited that he's lost weight, it's a case of he's now come up with a diet. The trouble is you have to pay for it. And my advice is don't waste your money. You want to lose weight? You go to the doctor. The doctor will tell you if you're overweight. They'll weigh you. It's all free. It's on the NHS, and they will give you a diet sheet. That's what you don't need to take any notice of somebody who cooks on television for a living and then loses some weight. Even though people bought into poor old Scarlett Moffat's DVD years ago, and then she piles the weight back on again because diets don't work. You want to lose weight? Go to see your doctor. Say, listen, I'd like to lose weight for the new year. And it's a brilliant one. Let's hope this one will be better, says Dawn, this year. Yes, it was a... Listen, we're all hoping this year's going to be better, aren't we? I think every single person is hoping this year's going to be better. I have a feeling that more businesses are going to go under this year. I don't know why. I've just got this feeling that it's not going to be brilliant. I think things are going to cost you a lot more this year, as in the way of bills and council tax and stuff like that. I'm hoping that we don't go back into lockdown. I think that would be an absolute disaster, But I don't know what the answer is to getting people wearing masks. The idiots going out there who don't wear the mask, who think they don't need to because they're exempt. And you think if you're exempt, you shouldn't be going. I mean, perhaps they're so dim, they think that being exempt means that you can't get it. So that's why they don't want to put a mask on. I just don't understand it. Anne says, as family couldn't get together for New Year's Eve, I stayed in and watched fireworks from around the world, but I hadn't realised the programme from Scotland had disappeared. I used to love Donald Where's Your Trousers and the pipe bands. Yeah, they haven't done those shows for a long, long time now. I mean, Andy Stewart died God knows how many years ago. But you do get Jules Holland, and he had Lulu on and somebody called Rag and Bone Man, whatever God's name he was. And he was singing an old Isley Brothers song, but he's got tattoos all over his face. Who in their right mind? I mean, unless you really want to disfigure, perhaps it's an addiction. I can't understand why anybody would want to cover their face with tattoos. It doesn't make, because you're stuck with them for the rest of your life. Nothing worse than an old man just about scraping, around with tattoos all over his face. It's bad enough watching the Beckham family out there. I mean, they look as though they should be living in a trailer park. The amount of tattoos, she's got them on her feet. That must be really good, mustn't it? I can't wait to see the wedding of Brooklyn, because I can't wait to see whether or not the family of the girl that he's marrying have got tattoos. I've a sneaking feeling, as they're billionaires, I don't think they'll have any tattoos at all. It's going to look a bit naff, isn't it, really? Just a little bit. So you couldn't get around and you didn't get your programme, but I used to miss Donald Where's Your Trousers. It was called the White Heather Club, and it was really good. It was traditional, but the trouble is we seem to have moved away from traditional things. Leah in Sutton says, my mum is 88 and lives with me, listens to you all the time. She was also lucky enough to have her picture put on the poster you did. Her name is Maureen, and you make her laugh and smile on a daily basis. Well, thank the Lord for that. Not many laughs around nowadays, are there? Really not many laughs. But let's have it. And also the other thing I've got to come around to, Archbishop Desmond Tutu is having a most peculiar funeral. I'd never heard of it before. This is something to do with water, which we'll get round to a little bit later on.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I'm not going to say Happy New Year to you because we really do expect it to be a Happy New Year. We'd quite like it to be COVID-free, but I don't think that's going to be happening. And as I pointed out yesterday, the day before, I think we're going to have COVID around for years. And I think every year we will have an inoculation. You'll go in, it'll be exactly the same as the flu jab, only it'll be against COVID. Chris Lowry, as you know, we spoke to a few days ago on the programme. He's over in Spain, and he says, happy 2022. Very quiet here last night, very quiet, and no big celebrations across Spain. But they did do the Spanish tradition of eating 12 grapes at midnight. That's what you have to do. You have to eat them within the first minute of midnight to ensure health, happiness and good fortune, and presumably indigestion. So 12 grapes at midnight. I can't eat grapes. Well, I mean, I can eat them. They're just that they don't agree with me at all. Kevin's in Wickford, which I know very well, in Essex. And Chris says, I hate tattoos. These people who get full sleeves beat me. Who wants arms that look like rolled up Beano comics? David Beckham, I should imagine. I don't know why. Perhaps he's so bored. Liz in Potter's Bar says, Desmond Tutu's body is to be aquamated. Yes. You never heard of it? Do you know what it is? Would you like me to enlighten you? I'd never heard of it either until we checked today. So the process uses water instead of fire. It's considered to be more environmentally friendly as an alternative to cremation. So what they do is hot water is combined with potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide to break down the body tissue with the person's bones placed in a cremulator and turned to ash, which is what they use. I mean, I don't know why they just didn't put him in a crematorium. I've never heard of this thing before, but apparently it's supposed to be, as I say, the more environmentally friendly alternative to cremation. Whether we have it in this country, I've got no idea. So it breaks down this hot water combined with, I don't even know where you get potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide, and it breaks down the body tissues, and then you're presumably just left with the bones placed into a cremulator, turned into ash, and then you can scatter them and do whatever you want. Sounds very complicated to me. Very complicated. I mean, I'm going to be cremated. I'd already decided that ages and ages ago. But I mean, it's just going to be the standard. I don't think it can be anything particularly complicated. Camilla Parker Bowles has got the highest approval the Queen can bestow. This, they say, is opening the doors for Camilla being Queen, because she's been given the Royal Lady of the Most Noble Order of the Garter, the oldest and most senior of the orders of chivalry in Britain. So it's a royal seal of approval. And I think it's basically to say that she's shown loyalty and discretion in the marriage. I mean, now, I like her. I always liked her. And I think Charles would have married her had she not been married to somebody else to start with. So, you know, Baroness Amos is to be made a Lady Companion of the Order of the Garter, the first person from an ethnic minority to be appointed. We're a little bit slow in this one. But the one that seems to have got everybody going is that Tony Blair has been appointed to the Order of the Garter. This is where you have to walk down from Windsor Castle with all the Queen doesn't walk down. She sort of generally takes the car down, and they put all these robes on, and you get your stuff in a nice box. It's what they call, it's history. It's what they do, but it was only sort of made up, really. So he gets that, and he becomes knighted as well. And the amount of people who are really angry about that. But he's waited 14 years since he left office, and now he's actually got it. But of course, it is quite standard, is not, for former prime ministers to be knighted. And but most people are saying they're not very happy with him, at all, which is a shame. And Sound of Music is on television today, says Maggie. I've given up watching that on the television. I do still like it as a movie, but I've got all the box sets. I've got the digitally mastered and all the rest of it. And if I'm feeling particularly sort of melancholy, which I don't very often, I'll probably watch it. But I've got a load of things. I've got so many things to do today, and I don't think the shop's going to be open today. I think this is going to be another one of those sort of holidays. Lovely to have you on this morning, Steve. Interesting hearing you talking about The Robin, says Anna. And I popped out yesterday, and I came back home at 5 p.m. when it was pitch black. I was very aware, though, a lot of bird noise. But there are quite a lot of bushes and trees. Well, they sit there, they talk to each other, don't they? They just sort of whistle and do all the rest of it. But she said, you definitely deserve a day off tomorrow. All the best for the new year for you and your team again. You see, listen, don't spoil them. There's no point in you wishing them, happy new year and stuff, because they're spoiled. They're really spoiled. Did you make the honours list, Steve? No, David, no. But then you don't do a job to make the honours list. You do a job because you like doing it. And everything is happy with the world. And as I've said to you before, if I didn't get fantastic audience figures and appear in the Amazon list and get 21 million downloads, there'd be no point in keeping me. They're not keeping me out of a sense of loyalty. They're keeping me because we've got a very loyal. We're a bit like Cliff Richard. Well, not quite like Cliff Richard because I can't sing Summer Holiday, but I could probably do Bachelor Boy. I could probably do that. But no, we've got very loyal audience. I even tweeted about them, actually. Because if you don't have an audience on a radio programme or a TV station, sorry, Eamon, it's a case of, what can you do? You're talking to yourself. Because all the papers are full of Eamon Holmes and he's got his new job and he's now worried that he won't be able to sleep and everything. Well, he must have made enough money, for God's sake. He's been working since he was about 5 years old. He must have made the money. I mean, he could afford to retire. Let's face it, he is falling apart. You only have to look at him on the television. First of all, his feet are falling apart. He's got to advertise a machine. And then the other thing, he's got to walk with a stick, and then he can't do it, and he's got a bad back. And I'm thinking, he's only 60. God knows. I mean, he might not make it to next Christmas. That'd be a bit of a worry. But he's moaning about having to get up early in the morning. I thought, well, don't get up early in the morning. Don't do the job. Sandra says, I bet the Beckhams were expecting that knighthood. I would have thought so. But then, if you remember, the last time he didn't get it, he came up with a torrent of 4-letter words because he didn't get it. And I'm thinking, no, you're not going to get it now. Taking the golden shilling from Qatar based on their human rights, you shouldn't ever get any award. I think he's got something, though, hasn't he? He's either got an MBE or a CBE or something like that, but not a knighthood. That just makes a mockery of it. A failed clothing business, and Dave, who's single-handedly building a stadium. So I should imagine they actually would have liked it. Yes, Dave's got an OBE. I didn't know he had 2 other names. Robert Joseph. There you go. So it's David Robert Joseph Beckham, OBE. But definitely not going to get the knighthood. Might get it next year. Who knows? Apparently, after his debacle with the tax office, they gave him the green light, so that's okay now. Also, the double Olympic cyclists, Jason and Laura Kenny, they got an award as well. But in fact, it's Henry Lewis who goes top of my list. Henry Lewis is the honorary vice president of the Magic Circle, and he got an MBE for services to fundraising and charitable causes. He's 102. Seriously. And he's done very well, so he must be absolutely... He's had to wait till he was 102 to get it. And also the youngest member is Tobias Weller, who has cerebral palsy and autism, inspired by Captain Sir Tom Moore. He raised £157,000 and he got a British Empire medal. Must be delighted, I should imagine. Joanna Lumley got an award. She was very, very pleased. Melanie Brown got an award. Ashley Banjo got a service. He got the MBE for services to dance, which is, not the sort of dance that you and I can do. I can't do backflips and all the rest of it. Not my sort of thing at all. Apparently, Jackie says, Eamon Holmes is on TikTok wearing his pyjamas. I think he thinks it's OnlyFans. This OnlyFans. Everybody talks about OnlyFans, don't they? Because apparently poor old Kerry Katona's on it, which is a bit drastic, I suppose. But anyway, at the moment, she's not very well. I don't know if she's got COVID or she, lots of... But I tell you what, people are so honest in this building. I mean, people are really honest. Because the other day, as you know, I brought my test kit in, because I take my test kit with me everywhere. It's the lateral flow kit. I was very, very lucky enough to get one because they're in very short supply. And I gave one to Richard Spur, because he didn't have one. So I gave him one, and I said, there you go, you can have that and all the rest of it. And then blow me down, I forgot to put the thing into my bag to take it home. So it didn't occur to me, because I didn't do one yesterday. And I thought, I'll do one today. Went to my bag, couldn't find it. I've got another one in there, which is okay. Looked on the desk, and there's my lateral flow thing. So nobody touched it. Nobody had pinched anything out of it, which would be quite easy to do, because these things fetch a fortune on the internet, because they're in such short supply. People want them. People want and they're willing to pay big money for them. Whereas, in fact, a lot of chemists have actually got them. Another one here says London's teenage murder toll hit a record high of 30. Night of bloodshed saw 2 schoolboys stabbed. It's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? And when you look at all these people who've been stabbed, to me it looks like there's so many of them that seem to come from ethnic communities. What is it about people carrying knives in this day and age? How can we stop it? 30 in 1 year, the teen murder toll. And they range in ages from sort of, 14 upwards. But this is a 15-year-old boy here, a musician, killed in South London about 7 p.m. Minutes later, a 16-year-old was fatally wounded in Boris Johnson's Uxbridge constituency. What is going on? I mean, I just don't understand why the police can't do anything about it. Who are these people who go out there carrying knives? Are they simpletons? Are they a bit stupid? Are they a bit thick? Do they think they're being really clever? Answer is, no, they're not. They're not being clever at all. The Met commander, Alex Murray, says the force take how many knives a month off the streets? Every month. 400. 400 knives. I mean, you can buy knives just about anyway. You go to markets, pick up a set of knives for, 20 quid, and they go out there and they think that makes them really big and really clever. Campaigners last night slammed the politicians and police chiefs for allegedly allowing teenage murders to slip down the agenda during the pandemic. I mean, it's like on a daily basis. And so, in a single night, two schoolboys have been stabbed to death. It's absolutely appalling. It really is. I think the families need to pull their fingers out and start checking on where their kids are at a lot of times, because they appear to. I mean, I came through Leicester Square earlier on, and there were little pockets of children. I can only describe them as children. In fact, 4 of them were sort of, doing all sorts of things. They were rolling up joints. Not a policeman in sight. Not a policeman in sight. And you think to yourself, that's why there's trouble. It's drugs. It's drug-related, these things. It's not anything else. It's not, you've got nicer clothes than I have. It's drugs. Ridiculous. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, you are our Lord Allen always. Should have had a knighthood for 40 years in radio. 43 years in radio. But I don't think people should expect that. I don't think people should ever go, because you've done, something for a long time, why should you get an award for it? I get paid for it. I'm not doing it, I mean, I do my bit, raise money for charity through your help. It's not through my help, it's through your help. And somebody says, 1,000 years ago, Henry II had to abandon his Italy campaign due to the breakout of the plague, says Keith. Some things never change. Well, I mean, when they were doing the plague and the Black Death and everything else, it was carried by rats, wasn't it, I believe? They couldn't do anything about it. London was overrun. You could stand by the banks of the Thames and watch them swimming around. Fleet Street was a nightmare. People threw everything out the windows. The River Fleet used to run down the middle of what is now Fleet Street, and it was the River Fleet. And people would throw bodies out, cats, dogs, you name it. It was all thrown out the window, everything. Even sewage. Even the sewage was thrown out. Other things that are happening. The Masked Singer starts very shortly. I wonder what Z-listers they'll find for this one. It'll be somebody from, somebody who's sort of banged out a tune occasionally. I wonder who. I don't know who. I can't imagine, actually. And Emma Raducanu gets another award. I'm so bored with her. Go and play tennis somewhere, dear. She's had an award for best legs, and then she's doing that. I mean, very shortly they're going to be going, well, let's just give her an award for breathing, which would be quite good. 1 in 25 people is infected with COVID. And cinema bosses are warning fans, do not reveal the Spider-Man twists, because they think that if you reveal it, people won't go and see it, which is ridiculous, because we all know what happened to the Titanic, and we all went to see that film. I mean, and you'd have to be a fool to go in there and go, it sinks. I mean, Spider-Man, I'm assuming Spider-Man wins. He doesn't die, does he? Unless he... I haven't seen the film. Doesn't interest... But apparently it's taken £1 billion. I mean, it's done really, really well. Because it's got... Who's the bloke who's playing Spider-Man? Is it Toby somebody? Or I can't remember, actually. No, Tom Holland. Tom Holland is playing it, who used to be in Billy Elliot, one of my big recommendations. Steve, as you're similar to Cliff with your loyal audience, you should make a Steve Allen calendar for the Global's Make Some Noise Day. I always wanted to make a calendar. Oh, I'm late. Nobody else wanted to do the calendar. I was the only one. I wanted to do the nude calendar for LBC.
Tired of walking the same streets you have done 1,000,000 times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathaypacific.com.
Could all hide behind Nick Ferrari or something like that. I thought that'd be quite a good idea.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. I thought our fireworks were great last night. Absolutely great. I was absolutely... But how much they cost, we will probably never know. But I suspect... I mean, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that was couple of £1 million for the fireworks. Because they went on. You base it on how many minutes and how many tons of fireworks. The ones in Sydney are always very, very good. And the ones that we got, some of it was fireworks, some of it was laser. I mean, if you look at Sydney Harbour Bridge and you look at these, I mean, they're just... I love watching fireworks, I really do. The Chinese city of Harbin resembled the scene from a movie. Taipei, New Zealand, they had illuminations, which not the same. But no, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Also, because of the temperatures, because it wasn't as cold as we were expecting it to be, Britons were enjoying the final swim of the year. So they managed to find 3 girls on a beach in Cornwall who were prepared to stand there in their bikinis, looking frozen to death before they sort of launched themselves into the water. Not the best thing. But also the Hampton Court Palace ice rink melted. Because what they do is, I think they freeze it on a daily basis. They have to. And I quite like watching people on an ice rink. I don't want to do it myself, thank you very much indeed. Make a complete fool of myself. It's not worth it at all. But absences double in a fortnight amid the testing kit shortage. I thought we were told that by the 1st of January, they were going to have 9 million test kits available in chemists. We just ordered one, yeah. I mean, I've got a test kit on me, and it takes but 15 minutes to do it. And but to be honest with you, it'll be the worst 15 minutes of your life. I've got friends of mine who've had COVID. Luckily, my friend John Warrington, he's avoided it. I've avoided it. Quite a few of us around here have avoided it. There are a few people. I've had a couple of close friends who've actually gone down with it, and a next door neighbour. But she's coping. She's coping. I walked past the other day and gave a thumbs up. And so I think it's just, if you've been vaccinated, you're going to get through it a lot easier than if you weren't. If you weren't vaccinated, you're in for hell. But there again, that's your business. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less about, somebody who chooses not to get vaccinated because they don't believe it's as fatal as it is. Oh, believe you me, it is. Believe you me, it is. But there's no point in trying to educate the terminally stupid. They will discover in time. So the TV channel aimed at children aged 6 and over, CBeebies, might be expected to be a fun place to start a career for presenters. It's very difficult being a children's presenter. However, Fern Cotton called the channel too scary. Jake Humphries said it was competitive and catty. They said presenters would be in tears moments before going on screen as egos clashed in the competitive environment. Thank God it's not like that in radio. Can you imagine if it was like that in radio, if people were actually jealous of other presenters through being in radio? It's like I've known presenters over the years who've sort of thought, I'll just take over the breakfast show, or I'll take over the lunchtime show or the morning show. And you think, it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't work like that. If you want a career in this business and you want to survive in it, you just say yes to everything. If they say, I mean, I have known people. I did get somebody a job on LBC some years ago to do the overnight programme, and because he didn't have any work, his TV work had dried up, and so I got him the job. I said to my boss, listen, he'd love to have a go, and he was a household name, and they quite like that sort of thing, and he lasted less than a week. He phoned me, he said, how do you do it? I said, do what? He said, how do you keep going in the early hours of the morning? I said, I find it easy. I don't find it difficult. He said, I couldn't do that if you paid me. It's really, really difficult. Really, really difficult. So I can imagine if you're a children's presenter, it's a bit competitive because you are... I mean, when I was working on Five's Company, the one thing we all had to do beforehand was to demonstrate that we had a skill other than presenting. So somebody brought in a ventriloquist dummy. Nick Knowles played guitar. I can't remember what I did, actually. I don't think I did anything. And I remember thinking, it's a bit kind of, how far are you prepared to push yourself to get a job? And I didn't sort of get that at all. I really didn't get it. But the reason is that the careers they wanted determined them as people. It was a bit difficult, actually, a little bit difficult. And it's a case of... Humphreys presented CBeebies Against All Odds and Rule the School. He now presents BT Sport Football. And Miss Cotton hosted Top of the Pops and later shows on Radio 1 and 2. What she does now, I've got no idea. But it's a competitive business. It's like being in theatre. You can't just walk into a show and go, I think I'll do Mamma Mia. And you sort of go, but you can't just, have you ever got any experience of this? And they go, no, but I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. And you think, no, not necessarily, actually. Not necessarily. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Poor little Chris, oh, bless him, honestly, only a few people, says he's bored with Emma Raducanu. Yeah, you're entitled to be bored with somebody. And she has just got an award for Best Legs. Has she? Yes, she has. You need to read the papers, Chris, and you might be as educated as I am. She has. She also takes in things, but, as far as I'm concerned, a little bit too much. Somebody capitalising on it, and it comes down to the money. Doesn't come down to anything else, I'm afraid. Thank you for the warning, Steve, about the Masked Singer. I've got a jigsaw to do. I've only ever seen little bits of it. Luke, I think, has seen the American version, and I've seen little bits of the American version. It is rubbish, actually, because we don't know who the people are, and I don't think you're going to know who any of the people are in this thing. Because they'll have to find the Z-listers who can sort of bang out a tune, and then they have to put these costumes on. But it's not as bad as putting the costumes on as it used to be. You don't need to keep them on for too long. Oh, look, news coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. So it's the 1st of January, 2022. You will remember, won't you, when you fill in all the details on bits and pieces, to write 2022, because that was the thing that people had before, wasn't it? When we used to write out cheques. Happy days. Happy days. It's a case of... You have to remember it's the 1st. And I think today is classed as a holiday, and, Monday is classed as a holiday. So, which is good news, actually, for us in town, because you don't have to pay for parking today. Thank God for that, honestly. They try and get you every which way but. So we'll take the news, and we'll take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Helinka says they're showing The Sound of Music this afternoon. I think I might be busy, just on this one occasion.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. I'm not sure you can do it at this time of the morning, but nevertheless, it's lovely to have your company. The 1st of January, as we now head into another year. You wait and see how this one whizzes through. Because last year went through really fast, and we were all in a terrible state of depression. Still, people were out there yesterday, and when I came through Leicester Square, nobody wearing masks, nobody wearing anything at all like that. So expect a huge surge in the amount of people going down with COVID. Somebody says, I've just woken up and so relieved to hear you know. Where were you yesterday? I was here. What do you mean, where was I yesterday? I was here. And you say, we were so worried you caught COVID from the people not wearing a mask. No, I was here. And I get on the bus every day, but I don't sit anywhere near people who don't wear a mask, as I prefer to call them, the spreaders. The people who go out there, going, oh, I can't wear it, I'm exempt. Told you, I saw a guy, and he was wearing one of those little badges that you print off on the internet, which basically says, I'm an idiot and I don't have to wear a mask. I'm prepared to infect everybody I can. And he's lighting up cigarettes. And I'm thinking, so what sort of illness have you got, Sweet Pea? The answer is you haven't got any illness at all, have you? You're just a complete bozo. New Year's Day, as everyone before, starts with the question, how did I get home last night? Well, I mean, I think people... I mean, I don't know whether or not London was busier this morning. I don't know. I just saw the after effects, and it was basic little groups of children. What their parents think they're doing, I've got no idea. These people look as though they should have been taken into care. Ridiculous. Steve, I'd like to know those who've actually declined a knighthood and the reasons why. Well, Vanessa Redgrave turned it down because she's a socialist. And then, strangely enough, she gets to 84 and she then goes, oh, I think I'll take one now. And, you know, come on. I think we can all agree, says John, that the last 12 months have been challenging. Thank you for being there and keeping the spirits up. Wishing you only good things for the next 12 months. That's what Mr. Neil said to me as well. It has been challenging. I mean, far more challenging than we can ever imagine. Far more, people who've lost their jobs, people who've lost all their money, people for whom, they will never get back what they had before. And this year, you wait till the bills start coming in. They've already predicted that, you're going to be seeing an extra 2,500, 3,000 quid going onto your bills. Mind you, the good news is, and I can't remember where I saw the story, the system of policies changes, which goes for cars and houses and all sorts of different bits and pieces, which I quite like, actually, although I was listening to Clive Bull talking about it. And he was saying that he got his, I think it was car tax reminder in. So he phoned them up to say, listen, I've found it half price elsewhere. And the bloke at the end of the phone said, I can knock some money off. Because they're desperate to keep you. Of course they are. They're ripping you off. And the bloke said, I can give you £50 off. And Clive said, no, I can do much better than that. He said, well, how much can you get it for? And Clive said, half price. So there was a pause, and then the bloke went, all right, we'll do it for half price. In other words, they are prepared to... In other words, if you want to change your phone supplier, it's a lot easier now. You just phone up and go, put me through to disconnections. Don't waste your time talking to any bozos on the end of a phone who are going to knock you down. You want them to disconnect you, and you want to go to another place. And you can do that very quickly. It's not difficult at all. It really isn't. But now it's going to be changing. It's a much better idea, because I've been with the same insurance company for ages. I was with one for years. And then all of a sudden, the insurance doubled. And I phoned them up, and they said, oh, we've had to put it up. I said, but I haven't made any claims. Why would you want to put it up? They don't reward loyalty. And I had it the last time, and I'm with Admiral. Do you know where they were based? Where Admiral, when I phoned, when you phone up to speak to their call centre, where do you think they were? They were abroad. Yes, they were definitely abroad. Definitely abroad. I thought maybe they were somewhere in this country. Where would you think they would be? When they told me, I went, are you sure? No, they're in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. I said, where are you? Because I always like to find out, because the ones that used to get in India, they'd always, you could always tell that they were in India because their call centre's there, and they always say, if anybody phones you, can you tell them that I gave you good service and all this kind of stuff. And it's like all the illegal call centres which you get in Mumbai and Delhi and places like that, where basically they're phoning you up because they've got your phone number on a big list. And we've seen them all being exposed, and they're telling you that they're from the Inland Revenue and you owe them money, and they want to take the money now to prevent somebody coming around to arrest you. And if you go to YouTube, you'll find police officers in America in the police station who get these phone calls. And there's a woman there. She's obviously running the station. And she says... so somebody's coming around to arrest me. Yes, they're coming around. And they try and pretend they're in America as well. But she knows that they're in Mumbai. She could see them on the list. So it's always... And I've always been good. The last time I had not a run-in, but I was going to move from Admiral, they reduced the bill accordingly. I've never made a claim. Why do they not reward something like that? Well, this time round... they're going to play my game. Much easier. Steve. Susie, the Twickenham Greens 7372 girl, forgot to add my childhood phone number, was originally a party line. Yes, party line was shared phone. You and the next door neighbours would have the same phone. So somebody would phone you, and if you picked up your phone to make a call, you would hear people talking. You go, oh, sorry, and you put the phone down. It was a party line. It was a shared line. Very common. Very, very common. It's like years ago. I don't know if they even do it anymore. I'm not even sure if they do it, where you can phone up and say, oh, can I do a reverse charge call? I used to do it if I was stuck somewhere and I needed to speak to my mum, and the operator would, say, what's the number you call? And then she'd phone and say, I've got Stephen on the phone. Would you accept the charge? It was so exciting. Would you accept the charge? It was like being on Pony Express. And then I'd say to my mum, can you come and collect me? Yes. My parents were always very good about things like that. Very, very good. So somebody says you could do the global charity Make Some Noise calendar, the Steve Allen calendar. I quite like the idea, actually. I wanted to do the nude one. I think it would sell very, very well. And so each presenter could sort of be a sort of a different monthly. I'd have to be Christmas because I love Christmas, so I could hold a bit of holly in front of me, which I think is quite good. I could be airbrushed quite severely, and I just quite like the idea. I'd have to pick them all, but then the last picture could be of us all behind Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari could be. I think October we could just have him standing in a pile of leaves. I think it'd be quite good. Don't you think so? In fact, actually, the more I thought about it, and I've been thinking this for some years now, but nobody's taken me up on the offer. I don't know why. Perhaps I get all my old producers to do it. That could be a good one, Luke, couldn't it? You and Corey and Thomas could come back, and we could sort of have a little, closed set, so we could have the pictures done. Luke's pondering. He's pondering on this idea, pondering on whether to go to HR now or leave it till the end of the programme. Will you get paid? No, it's for charity. You don't get paid for charity. Goodness sake, honestly. No, but I mean, you could wear your outfit. I've got pictures. We don't know where they are. Somewhere. I went to Angels, the costumiers, for Christmas one year, probably about, it could even be 10 years ago now. And they got out all their Christmas costumes for me, and I had a complete photo session with every costume for a different day. So I was a present, I was a dame, I was 4 different Father Christmases, I was all these fabulous pictures. They look really good, actually. Really, really good. I was very pleased. Sally says, my year has begun well. Steve Allen's with me on the radio. Oh, that's nice. She said, where is your gong? I don't want a gong. I wouldn't turn one down if I got one, but definitely not. Steve, I called Tesco Mobile last week. Their call centre's in South Africa. I thought Nova Scotia sounded quite exciting, though. I think that sounded so much nicer than some of the other ones. And, Steve, I've just ordered a lateral flow kit online. Well, good luck, actually. Good luck. I mean, they are coming through, but the trouble is a lot are getting pinched because people know what they are, because they don't bother wrapping it. And it's not in a jiffy bag. It's just the box with a label on it, which has got your address on. So I found it easier to go to the chemist because they had them, and you need a number or something, which you sort of show to them. Also, another piece on the revolting Piers Corbyn. I mean, once he was just an eccentric weatherman. We used to use him on LBC. Today, he's the high priest of the anti-vaxxers movement, who told supporters to launch hammer attacks and burn down MPs' offices. He also did a vile Auschwitz propaganda leaflet. I mean, why is he still free to incite hate? The man's quite clearly got no marbles whatsoever. And Craig says, a nude calendar, but each month has you and a different fan of your show. Can I have March? No, we're not negotiating with these things. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Re the fireworks. Please, 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 can they remove the exploding bangs? That's the whole thing. You can get quiet fireworks now. Did you know that? They sell them in the supermarkets. Quiet fireworks, which means they don't come with the bangs. Whereas I sort of woke up last night to bang. Sorry. Frightened myself then, but you do get a lot of bangs on fireworks because people I just like the pretty fireworks. I just like the pretty ones. Stu in Maidstone says, Steve, I've just switched my car insurance, saved nearly 200 quid. Yeah, because most of us have been with the same insurance company for years and years. I've got friends of mine who literally juggle every month. They'll move insurance from here to there. They'll change all sorts of things, and I think, I really can't be bothered. And that's what the insurance companies rely on. That's what they rely on. What else we got? Unearthed the 7th century workshop that built the Sutton Hoo treasures, that famous Sutton Hoo helmet, and some of the striking pieces. I mean, I love stuff like that. Anything to do with history, I'm really big into. Pat, Happy New Year. What about Blair getting knighted after taking us into an illegal war? A joke. Yes, it's about the only thing that's annoyed people. People are more, and they're not bothered about anybody else, so they couldn't care less about David Beckham, who didn't get a knighthood. But they seem to be happy with everybody else's. But the one about Blair seems to have inflamed people. People aren't keen on that at all, which is a shame. But they did have pyrotechnics around the world, and they are quite beautiful. But what they cost, what our ones cost, I've got no idea. What else we got? Amanda Holden's daughter. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. But necessarily, models don't have to be beautiful. They have to have a face and hair that they can do things with. Because you wouldn't call Kate Moss beautiful, but she can model things because she's got that body and face that you can do loads of things with. Rod Stewart, says he misses Elton. Eamon Holmes fears his new job will give him insomnia. Actually, who was the bloke who left that news programme and was replaced by Eamon Holmes? Is it Simon McCoy? Simon McCoy? Anyway, he sort of left the other day. He didn't know that Eamon Holmes was replacing him, and he's a letter have said, "Oh, that's nice." Sounded like a bit of a backhanded compliment. So he's a journalist and former newsreader. I don't know why, actually, because I've never seen Eamon Holmes as a journalist. I see him as light-end. He just sits there in his comfy shoes and sort of eats the food that they cook up for him on the television. You know, balloons to an almost embarrassing size, and then sort of has problems with his feet and everything else. I've never known a man do so many pensioner-based adverts on the television, which is lovely. And so I like the idea of you moving insurance companies. You should better do that. You should better do it. Also, Prince Charles once considered James Stunt so respectable he hung paintings lent by the gold bullion dealer on the walls of his Scottish stately home. Embarrassing, they had to be taken down because they were fakes. But poor old Stunt, honestly, if ever anybody looked out of place in life, he would be it. And one of the great showmen of the aristocracy who bought Mystique. Do you remember? You remember Lord Glenconner? Well, apparently he gave it to Princess Margaret, a 10-acre plot as a wedding present. But now the real Colin Tennant, third Lord Glenconner, has been exposed by his long-suffering wife, best friend of the Queen's late sister, as a brutal wife-beater. Honestly, it all goes on, doesn't it, in the world? But I quite like Davina Motion, who got a job on Society magazine Tatler. She expected to meet Britain's landed gentry, but she's gone better and bagged one of the country's most eligible bachelors. She's engaged to George Cadogan, the polo-playing son of Viscount Chelsea. He will eventually inherit £6.37 billion worth of fortune that his grandfather, Earl Cadogan, owner of 93 acres of Kensington and Chelsea. She's hit the bullseye. So I think that's fantastic. But the trouble is, you have to remember with these people, when you read about them, they don't know anything else. You know, it's not like they've gone from poverty to being very, very rich. They've always had things. You know, that's the way it works. So it's not a surprise. And they're the people most grounded. So that's why I quite like things like that. I think it's quite wonderful that we have the aristocracy. And lovely. They were doing a programme on the telly yesterday. It was called Christmas at Chatsworth. And it was showing them how they were putting together all the trees that came in and this and that. And they had a giant music box which opened up. And it was fantastic. It was fantastic. I like stuff like that. I'm a postwoman, says Belinda, and we posters are delivering hundreds of test kits every day. We're positively drowning in test kits. We work hard to deliver them to your door. It's the people who pinch them, Belinda. That's the problem, because everybody knows what it is. It says on the box. It's a test kit. Love you, Steve, says Angel. And it says, wait a minute. Oh, I've lost it now. Where's it gone to? I love the idea of your naked calendar. How'd you get away with it? Well, I don't know. I just think it's... Listen, we're raising money for charity. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I shouldn't imagine anybody ever pay for a naked calendar of LBC presenters. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. I myself would personally pay to see some of the naked presenters at LBC. They have this naked attraction on the television. Why shouldn't presenters do it? In fact, I'd like to go round the country and pick various people. You know, I think I'm a fairly good judge of character. You know, I'd pick various people for sort of taking their clothes.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Off. I can't believe it either.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Steve. I saw a woman in the mini outsize exercise park at Lakeside powering away with no sweat. Like Prince Andrew. He doesn't sweat. Although, have you heard the latest? I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't really bode well for poor Andrew. Well, not poor Andrew at all. I just made that bit up. Because they're looking for him to prove that he doesn't sweat. How that works, I've got no idea. Presumably they're going to put him on a treadmill and see if he sweats, because he said that it couldn't have been him because he doesn't sweat. He has some illness which means that he doesn't sweat, whereas me, I don't sweat either. Strange enough, the only place I ever sweated was on my face in the summer. I never sweated. You know, most people sweat under their arms, but I don't. Perhaps that makes me a little bit unique. But no, they're asking, the courts are saying, no, we want to see evidence of this sweating bit. Mind you, we're also quite looking forward to the you had a pizza in, was it Wokingham or something like that? Pizza Express. I quite like Pizza Express, actually, but I don't have pizzas very often. Very, very fattening. Roger says that regarding the calendar, I think Andrew Pearce would be up for it. Oh, Andrew would definitely be. Andrew would. He'd be in charge of makeup and hair, and he would do it naked. There'd be no hesitation in this whatsoever. I think it's a good idea. Steve, I watched Christmas at Chatsworth. They created Narnia, Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe, but they look magical. But be very careful where you put the holly, says Joe. I thought, to own these beautiful houses and to be entrusted with these beautiful houses, I think is the most amazing thing. And that's why people join the National Trust, because they want to go round there, because it's like going to Hampton Court Palace. They don't get any government funding. All they get is what they raise. And you look at it and you think, no, this place isn't a museum. Well, it is technically a museum. It's Henry VIII lived there. Odd times during the year, because it was a lock-up palace. So, in other words, word would come from London, which used to take them about 3 days if somebody was riding, to say he's coming up in the weekend. And they would then row him up the Thames. I mean, it doesn't seem possible, does it, really? I think it was about 3 days. They would check the tides and everything else, and they would then take all the covers off all the furniture. And this army of cooks and everybody else would descend on Hampton Court Palace. And you can walk through all of this. It's all there. You can walk and stand in the kitchens, the actual kitchens, and they still cook food in there. And the actors who are playing all the different parts will eat their lunch, and you walk through. It's really most bizarre to do it, but they're really good. Historic Royal Palaces, one of my favourite charitable places that you can join and go round and see all these lovely places. You can go to the banqueting house and you can look at a giant mirror which shows you the beautiful ceiling which it's got in it, and you just have to think, this is what it was Charles, wasn't it? Was it Charles II who was executed there? And he walked out of one of... They don't know which window he walked out of, but they'd assembled the scaffold the other side. They made him walk through Green Park, and it was a cold morning. And he asked for a coat to be put on because he didn't want to let people see that he was frightened. So, and that's what it was for. And they still have his, it's like a jerkin kind of thing. It's in the Museum of London. It's not on public display, and it's stained around the collar, dark stains on it, and they say, as near as damn it, this is what he was wearing on the day of his execution. But no, I love stuff like that. Steve, sending much love and Happy New Year wishes to Glorious You. Thank you for the laughter and the smiles, says Mary. My mum passed away a year ago today, and you've got me through a bit of a difficult year. You are not my only one, Mary, not my only one. I get a lot of that, people saying it's because we all know what it's like. If you've been through that, if you're only young, you won't know what it's like to lose somebody, a bit, mummy, daddy, or, cousin or brother, sister, auntie, uncle. There's a whole raft of people. And until you've experienced that, you have no idea what people go through. And some people deal with it well as can be expected, and some people don't deal with it at all well. And they're the ones who we need to help. And as my mum used to say to me, she said, I listen to the radio, she said, for company. She said she had a job. She loved her job working for the police. And she said, but it's the company. She said, because when you go home after you've had a day working for the police or in an office or whatever it is that you do, you're by yourself again. She said, and then you suddenly realise if you've been with somebody for 20, 30 years, some people even longer, all of a sudden you've got that huge void, that huge gap in your life. And so for her, LBC was a godsend. She thought it was brilliant, especially if she woke up in the middle of the night. She'd have the radio on. She'd go to sleep with the radio on because she needed a voice. She needed something there. And so I know exactly where you're coming from, Mary, because I get it a lot of the time. I probably get more than most, mainly because of the programme that we do. We do a little bit of a chatty programme, which I think is what people like. You either disagree or you agree. It doesn't really make any difference. But, we get our way through it, don't we? Let's hope this year, as indeed everybody hopes, it's gonna be a better year. Please God, it's a better year. It can't be worse, can it? It really can't be worse. It depends what they're going to come up with. Sajid Javid has said that he'll do everything in his power to avoid lockdown. So that's the best news that we've heard. But it relies on people being a bit more careful. And I'm hearing more and more young people going down with COVID now, and you really don't want to, because many of them don't have all the vaccinations. But as I say, the anti-vaxxers are now sort of old dinosaurs. Nobody takes a blind bit of notice of what they say. They're just slightly worrying. What was the other one that I quite... Oh, Dan Walker says he'll do Dancing on Ice. We don't want you on Dancing on Ice, love. OK, just thought I'd mention that to you. We were bored with you on the Strictly Come Dancing programme. The idea of doing Dancing on Ice... You remember Dancing on Ice? That was the programme that reduced Gemma Collins to sitting on her bottom for most of it. There was no dancing involved. It was a case of she just sort of, sat on the ice and did nothing. Bit of a waste of time. What was the other one? Roger is at risk of running out as a name. We don't call children Roger anymore. There are other names which are out there, and Roger's not one of them, which is a shame, actually, because one of my favourite interviews was Roger Moore. I can remember going upstairs, because we used to use some of our sister stations' studios for doing my In Conversations, and Roger Moore was there, and he was talking, because he had diabetes, and he was talking about his feet, and he said, "Let me show you, Steve," and he took his shoes and socks off and showed me. It looked like he'd been run over by a steamroller, poor soul. But no, we loved Roger Moore. We thought he was great. Cinema bosses warn people watching the new Spider-Man film, do not reveal the biggest twist for fear of fights breaking out. Signs in Odeon cinemas read, "Spoiler alert, please refrain from talking about the film you've just watched until you've left the building." Isn't that an odd thing that they would... I think they're just trying to drum up some interest. To make it so, oh, no, you mustn't tell people what's going to happen. He dies. You don't want to know about these sort of things, do you? All the pictures of the fireworks everywhere except London, because they were on a lockdown. Please do not show pictures. So you've got Newcastle, bit naff actually. They just had laser lights. Not as exciting as the full firework display. Sydney, Australia, the extravaganza there is fab. Absolutely fab. And people went, oh, dear me. And they only last like 10 minutes or so. But, I mean, it's a blooming good 10 minutes.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 9 is the time. So everybody now is either at home going, oh, my head. Oh, my head, it hurts. I shall never drink ever again. That's what people say, isn't it? The night after, they go, I shall never drink ever again. At the time, you can't down enough booze. Happy New Year to you, says Bill, in wherever it is. And Steve, you've made my day, because you're on the radio. Well, I've only been announcing it about 400 or 500 times, so don't worry. And happy and healthy New Year. I thought we'd lost you a few times, says Nick in Kent. Yes, I thought we'd lost me as well. Nobody was more surprised than when I emerged through the other side. But you might get that story when I do my show at the Leicester Square Theatre in February. Sold out. Everton have read the riot act to goalie Jordan Pickford over his wife's apparent anti-vax messages on social media. The England keeper is among football stars who've been blasted after loved ones shared conspiracy content around critical jabs. Fed-up Everton bosses have ordered their players to ensure their relatives toe the line on COVID. Last month, Jordan's wife, who's called Megan, shared a photo from a freedom rally in London where police faced violence. It showed a protester with a placard reading, "Even if you're not conspiracy-minded, something in your soul has to say something is wrong." This week, Megan, who, wait a minute, has a children's studies degree, whatever in God's name that is. But she posted a second message, showing a voodoo doll with dozens of pins in it with the words, "Just one more booster to freedom." After a dressing down from the club, Jordan contacted Megan, and her message was removed. She's told WAG she's angry that a family member has been threatened with the sack by the NHS if they do not get jabbed. Yes, you look bright. You look bright. Officials explained they were trying to get as many fans vaccinated to keep attendances up. Perhaps she didn't understand. I mean, she does have a children's studies degree. What in God's name is a children's studies degree? We know all about children. This is the trouble with these sort of WAGs. They're not supposed to be intelligent. They're just supposed to be there to sort of support the footballers, but now she's been basically slapped on the knuckles and told, take it down. He's had to tell her to take it down. So obviously he didn't understand it either. Charles I who was executed, says Danny. I couldn't remember which one it was. I knew it was one of them. But it was finding the right window, which I thought was sort of very interesting. Brandt says, I'm on my way to London Newsday Parade. Are they doing the Newsday Parade? I didn't think they were. Is it going ahead? Have a look. We'll see if we can find out on whether the Newsday Parade's on. Because I used to, as you know, I used to compare it every year for about 9-10 years. And it was fantastic. I don't know whether or not you can have it. But thank you for keeping me sane, says Brandt. Well, that's what we like, actually. Heard you like fireworks. Steve, you should come to Plymouth in August for the Firework Championships. 3 sets of 15-minute show. You can sit, apparently, on Plymouth Hoe with a fantastic view, says Elaine. Yes, I know Plymouth quite well. Is it Professor First or Sir, says Tony Newitt, for Professor Jonathan Van Tams or Johannes Van Tams? And Roger and Out says the name Roger is dying out, but it's alive and well up in the skies. It is true. It is true. And another one that says, I'm far more likely to trust Dr. Oxford than you. Oh, it's not for me anyway. This is for somebody else who's happy to defend a right-wing Tony herd immunity slaughter approach. Rachel speaks for the people you do not, Jamie. I don't know who she was writing to. Certainly not me. Steve just bought a house in Chichester. Thoughts? No thoughts at all, actually, on a house in Chichester. I don't know anything about Chichester, but it sounds quite nice. Quite nice. Another one, which says, take care. And Rishi Sunak says nobody will be left behind. He then left 3,800,000 taxpayers behind. So do you need a ticket for the New Year's Day parade? And it's taking place from 1 p.m. This year, the location is Waterloo Place, rather than the usual lengthy route between Piccadilly and Whitehall. Exact details will only be revealed to ticket holders. So that's it. For the first time, only those will be a ticket, with a ticket, will be able to see the festivities. They're £35, and they are expected to sell out. And they'll be doing everything else. So Winter Wonderland is ticketed this Christmas. London's main New Year's Eve celebrations taking place in Trafalgar, although that didn't happen. So if tickets have sold out, there'll be a live stream. You can keep an eye on the website. And who's in the London New Year's Day Parade? They've got City of London Brass Band, Panache Steel Orchestra, Stormtroopers Dance Troupe, Boogie Storm. You'll remember them from Britain's Got Talent. Dancing Lions, Dragons and Drummers, Dinosaurs, courtesy of the costume specialist Creature Events, various American high school and college marching bands. So that sounds good, doesn't it? But it's ticket only. Just go onto the internet and you'll find it, all the details. I quite like the Stormtroopers when they danced. Alf says, isn't it strange the goalie has to control his wife? No sign of Boris controlling his father or MPs. Mustn't be jealous. Mustn't be jealous. And John in York says, what do you think about the New Year resolutions? Part of old rubbish. Nobody does New Year resolutions anymore. Why would you bother? Why would you bother? Somebody said earlier on, I've said, people do the same thing. You're either too fat and you want to lose weight, or you want to give up smoking, or you want to cut back on drinking, or you want to do fitness. So I don't actually understand why any of those. I mean, Richard Spur had a New Year's resolution. I think was he doing the cigarettes? But he only does 5 cigarettes a day. Because this lady phoned up and didn't sound as though she believed when he said a packet of cigarettes lasted him 4 days. But I mean, I've never seen him smoking. I didn't know he smoked at all. So how would I know these things? How would I know? But I mean, I gave up New Year resolution. I don't need to give up anything. I do drink. I do eat. The exercise I get is sort of not huge, but at least it is exercise. I'm not doing as many steps as I should be doing a day. I'm probably doing about 5,000 a day, which you're supposed to do 10,000, I believe, for it to have any effect. I mean, Luke recently joined the gym. Here we go again. Recently joined the gym for about the umpteenth time. How many times is this since I've known you? I've joined the gym. Corey used to say exactly the same thing. I said, yes, the gym that closed 15 years ago. He used to stand outside and wonder why there was nobody there opening it up, because it closed. So Luke's now joined the gym. Well, you can go with Ollie. Ollie goes to the gym every day. Ollie's pumping himself up now. It'd be a lot easier to connect him up to an air hose in a garage and blow him up that way. So you and Corey are always on the what? The vending machine. Do you go to the same gym? No, I was going to say, poor old. There's no way Corey's going to be going to a gym anytime soon. This is Corey, who's one of my original boys on the, well, not one of my original boys on the programme, but we talk all the time, actually. Sue in Cornwall says, only discovered LBC this year, but now listen all the time. So addictive, isn't it? My mum thought the same. So you're in good company. You're in good company. And And it's a case of people sort of like it. People like listening to LBC. It is very, very addictive. Very, very addictive. I mean, I don't know why it's addictive, because I'm on it. I don't think it's addictive because I'm on it. I just think that once people have heard LBC, you won't listen to anything else, because you've got such a good mix of presenters. You know, you've got people who inflame you, people who you go, you're really getting on my nerves, you know, which is great fun. We love stuff like that. We love stuff like that. The more it is, you know, as I've said before. In fact, actually, somebody said to me, they said the more people don't like you, the more they listen, which is sort of almost a little bit kind of defeating the object. They go, I'm never going to listen to you ever again. You think you're such a liar. We know you are, because you haven't got anybody else to listen to. So there you go. Steve, thank you for getting my mum and dad, Pat and Derek Bailey from New Eltham, through a difficult year health-wise. They're avid spikers. They agree you should be Sir Steve. I'm too young. I'm too young to be a sir, honestly. I mean, I don't feel my age, but then I'm not sure what you're supposed to feel like. Steve, I work for Sainsbury's at night. I average 18,000 to 21,000 steps a night. Well, you would. You would. My brother also averages probably not far off that, actually. Not far off that. But I'm way down the list. Seriously, I mean, all I do when I go out is look for a seat. Somewhere I can sit down. Petronella Wyatt, writing in the Sun today, and talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, the predator who never apologises. And but the trouble is, she came from a different time. Her brother insisted she's not guilty of sex trafficking crimes, despite her convictions by a jury. He claimed, this is Kevin Maxwell, she was unfairly being scapegoated as a demon queen. Well, she's facing 65 years in prison. The jury decided. Based on the evidence that they heard, that was it. He said, they're not crimes committed by my sister. I remain absolutely persuaded of Epstein's crimes. I'm equally persuaded that my sister will be exonerated on appeal and these guilty verdicts will be overturned. Unfortunately, the jury thought differently, but they've said 65 years. And we just have to wait and see what happens with Prince Andrew. I think what they basically said is you will be appearing in court or doing something, but at the moment I don't know how they're going to manage that. He's put his foot down. I mean, he's always been arrogant, but this is something that's so serious. As I said yesterday, I can't understand how anybody, you know, in a case where women have been abused at an early age, would not want to help the FBI or the police. I don't understand why that would be the case. I mean, surely you would want to do something, wouldn't you? You'd want to help people, to say, listen, we know that the person who committed these acts hanged himself and somebody's been sent to prison, you know, whether it goes on appeal, and I've got no idea. But it's a case of, why would Prince Andrew, who knew these people really well, would not want to go and help the FBI? All he had to do was make a phone call. It's not difficult. Is he so arrogant that he thinks that he doesn't need to bother helping out anybody at all? Which is a shame. Betty says, Spiker here, and always find LBC like a hug in a mug. Hello. Will you be joining the gym soon?
Will be, yeah. Next month trim.
Is it very expensive?
£20 a month.
£20 a month. So 12 to 20, 240 quid a year. Yeah. Oh, that's not bad, is it? Yeah. Would you not get the same effect if I charged you a £5 a month and you walked up and down the stairs here? Same effect. Have you bought your gym gear?
Yeah.
I thought you might have. He'll be wearing Lycra. You know what people are like nowadays? They sort of they put it on. Lycra. It'll mean that Luke is busting out all over. I had that once. I did a programme on the television. It was on Ideal World, not Ideal World, Ideal something. And the producer said, we've got a male model coming in, and we've got these swimwear. Can you do the other bit of modelling of the swimwear? And I thought the same. I thought, yeah, okay, I'll have a laugh. Anyway, there was a lovely pair of Hawaiian shorts. I didn't get those. They went to the male model. I got a pair of Lycra shorts. Well, you can imagine, can't you? I mean, you don't want to wear a Lycra shorts. It's only for people who go cycling. You can spot religion. It's seriously, seriously. And I looked at it and I thought, oh dear God in heaven. Al says, I do 25,000 to 30,000 steps a day. Do you want a few? Oh, can you gift them to people? I like that idea. I don't think it's going to happen, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Chris in Somerset, here we go again. It's the Doolally people. For the truth about COVID vaccines, I suggest you and your listeners look at the Light newspaper, whatever that is. In every edition, they publish a number of vaccine deaths and adverse reactions from the government site. You can read the newspaper online. I think not, actually. This information is being swept under the carpet. Fact, not a conspiracy. No, it's conspiracy, Chris. I'm sorry that you've been taken in by it, but, at least we've given you the right to have your little say on it. But now we're getting rid of you. Another one here. A lot of people talk about this this sort of New Year resolution thing. And somebody talked about Chichester and how nice it is. It's got a great theatre, a cathedral, lovely bars and restaurants, and it's got the best voted Indian in the country. Parham Harbour, Arundel Castle, close by, says Jason in Selsey. Is that Selsey Bill? Selsey Bill? I suppose it might be, actually. I don't know. Maya Jama, she's a TV presenter. No idea. Sorry, no idea. But she's engaged to a basketball player. Rivetingly exciting. NBA player Ben Simmons, popped the question over Christmas, but the pair had kept the news quiet, only telling close family and friends. Now, of course, she'll be singing like a bloody canary to just about anybody who'll buy the dreary old story. So you've got engaged here. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Goodness sake. They always do that. They go, and she let it slip to people. You think, yeah, she'll be selling the story to everybody. That's how it works. My lovely Charlie Girling says, hello, Angel. She knows me so well. I feel like every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. My favourite line. And says, Happy New Year. Love Charlie, Bethan, Ellen and Griff. Are you looking forward to some Prosecco later? Somebody said to me the other day, Charlie, they said, will you be bringing in some booze on New Year's Day? I said, I've got to drive home. There's no way I'm going to be risking booze. And in fact, I was praying I was going to be stopped by the police. Evening, sir. Hello. And where are we going? I'm going to work. I was so looking forward to it. And then they say, have you had a drink, sir? I go, I had a drink the other day. Yes, I did have a little pick me up. But no, because I very rarely drink over Christmas. There's about 50. Yeah, there's loads of bottles of Prosecco in the newsroom. Loads of bottles of Prosecco. I know, it's shameful, really. But they're for the staff. Bless their little hearts, honestly. And somebody else says, as a radio presenter, I know. I'm disappointed it doesn't say that in my passport. They used to say what you did for a living, but they don't say that now. Do you listen to the radio, and which presenters do you listen to? Never. Can't bear it. Dreadful medium. Wouldn't find me associating with that. Radio presenters. Actually, I know a lot of radio presenters, but I don't listen to a lot of radio. I listen to LBC, which sort of makes it sound a little bit sycophantic.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
But I just listen to it because I work for the station and have done for a long time.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Tony says, I've got a 6-pack, Steve. I'll be getting it out of the fridge later. And Jenny says, this time 48 years ago, my boyfriend and I went to a fancy dress party. I was a gangster. He was my mole. He wore a red dress and I wore his brother's suit and borrowed a hat and a violin case. Why was it always these gangsters had violin cases? Why was it? Because they could keep their guns in there. And somebody says, I've named my garden resident Squirrel after you, Steve, as he's always rushing around doing shopping. Thank you. Well, you know what squirrels are like? Well, the grey squirrels are vermin. That's the trouble. They've got all sorts of problems. Somebody says, I've been listening to your show for 4 years. Good Lord, longer than I have. And Ian in Widnes says that my New Year resolution is to stop using spray deodorants. Roll on 2022. Seats at all prices. Jason says, yes, it's Selsey Bill, a very quaint seaside village. Oh, I like that idea. Do you know, I'll tell you what I bought the other day. I bought some smoked salmon. And you know they have, if you bought it from any of the big supermarkets, they have, you buy so many packs, you get it for a certain price. So I bought smoked salmon, and it was 3 packs for £10. Okay, which I thought was very good, very nice. So M&S, 3 packs for £10. And then it said reduced. Reduced to, what was it? £3 something each pack. I thought that's good, until I worked out that I was saving about 20 pence What a rip-off, Marks and Spencer's. You know, they didn't reduce it accordingly. They just went, it's cheaper this pack. But the 3 for £10 became 3 for £9.80. So I saved 20 pence. And I spoke to the woman there, and she said, yeah, they do that quite a lot. I was so tempted to say, listen, take it back. I don't want it. What a rip-off. Don't expect it to be ripped off by Marks and Spencer's. Thank you very much indeed. Gladys is in Dagenham. Says, happy birthday. Sorry, happy birthday. Can you imagine? Happy New Year. There must be people who are celebrating a birthday today. I'm still getting over the shock of Luke going to a gymnasium. I mean, I don't think this is going to be such a good idea. He'll do it for a couple of weeks, and he'll be fed up with it. You think you're going to be a bit slimmer? No, you don't look any slimmer. Oh, have you been going already to this gym? You've been going for 2 months. Get your money back. Get your money back. I'll tell you, I'll put them out of business. Fancy letting you walk out the door like that. Do you remember The Magician with Bill Bixby as a magician sleuth who lived in a jet plane? I don't even think you can get it on DVD. I had to explain DVD to one of my AP yesterday. Apparently nobody's using DVD anymore, except me. So thank you, Steve, and your entire team from Gladys in Dagenham. And I shall tell them. They'll be so thrilled. They hardly get mentions nowadays. And if anybody finds the Magician with Bill Bixby, let me know, because I've not been able to find it at all at the moment. What else do we have? An owner has won a battle to turn an ancient church into a home, even though it's at risk of a biblical flood. I like it when people convert churches. I don't know why. I saw a fabulous one down in Chelsea. I mean, it was about 25 million, but they'd done it, had 6 bedrooms. What they do is gut it inside, then they put in a floor on steel gird, and it looked really beautiful. Inside in the basement, they'd put a swimming pool in. It was really light, and I thought, wow, that looks great. But unfortunately, I didn't win the lottery. I won £2.90 the other day. Hardly worth bothering. I don't know why they bother writing to me. They could have saved themselves the effort. Jamie Oliver was the only celebrity to complain about Harry Hill's TV burp in the 11 years. The chef was furious when his show, Ministry of Food, was mocked. Harry said the programme was all about, if you teach this person to do this recipe, and they teach 2 people, by the end of the week, 64 people can cook it. I thought it was a bit silly, so I did, if one person doesn't watch Oliver's TV show, and he was apparently really furious. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. Oh, look, Eamon Holmes again. Very difficult to walk this year. He said, my walk is more of a wobble. I can't bend down and I use a hook to get my... He must be so desperate for the money. I can't understand it. Is it true that there was a falling out between Eamon and Pip Schofield? Because they ended up dropping Eamon, but I can't remember if they kept Ruth or not. Anyway, I got a bit confused by it because they wanted Alison Hammond and the other one to do it, whose name I can never remember, and Dermot O'Dreary. That's right. And they put them on, and so we sort of shoved out Eamon Holmes, who's been working with Ruth on This Morning since about 2007. But all of a sudden, he went white-haired. He put on a lot of weight. He was wearing sensible. They look like sort of trainer kind of shoes. He said, I've had to stop driving and my family are bored of my moaning. Ruth's fed up saying, I can't walk the dog. But I thought you could. You're doing an advert on the television where you show us you can walk because you bought this machine, which is terribly expensive. I don't know. I like Jeremy Clarkson. I know not everybody likes Jeremy Clarkson. I'm a big fan of his. And do you know, in the whole of December, there was only 24 hours of sunshine. Because sunshine we need, because people get this... this seasonal affected disorder. It's never bothered me, actually. I don't think so. Oh, look, Kylie Minogue. Here she is. She had a huge hit, and she's got an album, Disco, out. I thought she was leaving the country. When are you going, love? Can you just let us know? Because, I mean, we've dragged this one out for as long as God has been around. It's going on for ages and ages. Also, there's a poor child saw hundreds of pounds she'd raised for charity blown away in a car park. Amina El Haj Ahmed raised the money by selling sensory toys at a market for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. But they actually tried to grab the notes from puddles and under cars. They said, we retrieved most of the money, but £180 were never found. Oh, people will nick it. You know what people are like nowadays? People are, if it's not stapled down, they'll have it. In the bizarre column today, the honours, one of the honours goes to Harry and Meg's, crying out for a Lifetime Achievement Award. With their sulking and double standards, they continue to rake in the megabucks, but so far they've yet to create anything of value, which must be more of a bit frustrating for their big tech paymasters at Netflix and Spotify. And that's before we get to their nauseating Oprah interview. That really, I mean, have you noticed Harry says nothing? Says nothing at all. So far they've delivered nothing at all. But Oprah Winfrey's on the list. I used to like Oprah Winfrey. When she did the Harry and Meghan interview, I was a bit bored with it, I'm afraid. Matt Hancock. They do say politics is show business for ugly people. I'll tell you what I'm bored with. Politicians who go onto the dancing programmes. They're the ones who drive me mad. Ed Balls, please, no more. Enough already. Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's take a short break, shall we? Do you remember Will Dexter, my first magic trick book as a kid, says Greg? I don't, actually. I don't. And people in Dartford, why has David Beckham still not received a knighthood? You need to be told. You need to be told. Come on, you can't be that dim. Surely, of course he's not going to be getting it. What, taking the golden shilling from Qatar with their human rights issues? I don't think so. And that swearing he came up with? No. You'd have to have Lady Beckham, Lady Vic Beckham. It's not going to go down very well. I mean, you must know this, Peter. Come on, grow up, for goodness sake. News at 9, here it comes. And we'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, somebody's found The Magician box set. How lovely.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you coming. I will do it now. I'll go Happy New Year, because there might be people who've just woken up, with the dreadful hangover and all the rest of it. The rest of us around here are fantastic. We've had cups of tea. All we need is a toaster. If there was a toaster in here, I could have crumpets with sort of peanut butter on and stuff. Oh, God. I had some bratwurst the other day, and I got quite carried away with that. I might have that today as well. I've got nothing to do today, though, because tomorrow I'm off. Seems odd, actually, but very nice. Steve, Brian and I have had a chat, says Noreen. They do have... I haven't had the peanut butter and Marmite mixed together, no. Corey didn't like that, did he? Poor Corey's. I was sent in the peanut butter and Marmite mixed. He nearly threw up in the studio. It was the funniest thing we've ever had. He didn't go for that at all, bless his heart. But no, I didn't either. Although I do like peanut butter, but definitely on crumpets. Way! So Noreen says, Steve, Brian and I have had a chat, and we've decided we won't join the gym again. I usually manage to do 5,000 steps a day. Going to see a show hopefully on Thursday at the Radlett Centre, where we first met you. We met John, Paul, Alan, Chris and Steve. It was in 2006. We did that. I've told this story a million times, but we were booked in to do the Radlett Theatre for the Steve Allen show. We didn't have a show. And it sold out really quickly. We didn't know. And of course, once you've sold out a show, you've got to do a show. Can't not do it. But this one for Noreen is called The Magic of the Beatles, if it's not cancelled. Happy New Year to you and your team. See you in February with some of the gang. Looking forward to it already. Do you know there's a waiting list for people to get tickets for the show in February? Other awards coming here. So Oprah Winfrey and Harry and Meghan, we kind of dismissed. I mean, Harry just let himself down very badly. Very, very badly. How ungrateful do you have to be? Answer? Very. I love your hate of grey squirrels. And another one here. Grey squirrels are the ones who annihilated the red squirrels. Vermin, Keith. They're absolute vermin. They are... you're allowed to kill them. They don't... There's no... It's like running over a pussycat. God, you can run over a pussycat and don't need to report it. You cannot run over a dog and not report it. It's illegal. It's like you can kill wasps in a wasp's nest. You can't kill bees. Bees are protected. Bats are protected. So you can't do anything there. Have you ever experienced a stone martin? I know exactly what stone martins are like. And if you get them in your roof space, they're very noisy. They're very active at night. Very active. They love eating car wiring. Well, we had a hamster that used to eat the wiring. My mother turned on the washing machine one day. There was a bang and the thing exploded because the hamster had chewed the wire at the back of it. I don't know whether or not they got, strange little things going on. I've got no idea. But, Noreen, I hope you enjoyed the show at the Radlett Centre. And Alison says, a whole day off tomorrow. Whatever next. I know. I can't believe it either. I cannot believe it either. And Mark, Carol, Sue, Becky and Anne Insurance say, I see Emma Raducanu got an MBE. Moneybags Emma, it comes down as. Well, I mean, they're literally doing everything. They've got to capitalise as quick as possible because people then got, sort of taken away with sort of all the money. What about the honours given to undeserving people like Blair? I never have thoughts on things like that. I never have things like that. But it does seem to be the one, Anna, that as people are, annoyed about. But she's still in love with Meghan and Harry. Oh, no, definitely not. Not on my list, I'm afraid. Not on my list. Somebody has told me, in fact, a few people have told me about the magician and trying to find it. So it's on eBay and it's on all sorts of different places. I'll investigate it. I suspect it's coming from abroad. It doesn't say. My first ever magic book, born William Thomas Pritchard in England. Dexter was a professional journalist who started in 28, a member of the Magic Circle, the British Ring, East Kent Magical Society, Nottingham Guild of Magicians, and an honorary life member of the Blackpool Magicians Club, says Greg. There's a club and a half. It's only got a few members, hasn't it? Only got a few members, the Blackpool Magicians Club. I know all about that one. But the reason people are talking about it is because the oldest person who's actually got an award is 102. 102. I didn't think anybody would ever be 102 and get an award, and he's part of the Magic Circle. So we love Henry Lewis from Stanmore, honorary vice president of the Magic Circle, performing tricks since he was 8 years old. He's made an MBE for fundraising, and he said, "I'm very proud and still going strong." He's 102. He's still going strong. We're very pleased, very proud of him. Also, the World's column talking about Jack Grealish. He's apparently a footballer who seems to have a sort of a very colourful love life. He's also got one of these funny little hair bands that he puts on. How they think this is butch, I've got no idea. Ben Affleck delivered one of the most unnecessarily brutal post-breakup interviews ever. In a series of interviews and swipes at ex-Jennifer Garner, who endured the worst of his alcoholism and even drove him to rehab, he said he'd still be drinking hard if they'd stayed together as he felt trapped. People always got excuses, haven't they? Salt Bay. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't bear this place. I've never been to it. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. Anybody who's stupid enough to spend, slabs of meat covered with a bit of gold paper, which apparently doesn't make the slightest difference to the taste of it. If you're that daft and you've fallen into it, Gemma Collins, then you're welcome to it. Stephen Bear. You might not remember Stephen Bear. He's another has-been. His antics went beyond a joke, and he used to be on the television, and they don't put him on anything now, and there was sort of, although he's denied the allegations, it was this revenge porn thing which all of a sudden we sort of took on board, but he gets terribly upset by things, little diddums, they've said. John Waite and Rose Ayling-Ellis, they were sensational on the ballroom floor and marked a key moment for diversity as coping with disability. Kudos also to the pair's pro-dance partners who helped bring the series to life and spark one of the best telly moments of the year. Jamie Spears. I felt so sorry for Britney Spears, honestly. She had a miserable existence, didn't she, with that ghastly father of hers. But, people did well, people didn't. And Ed Sheeran and Adele. I can't get over how good Ed Sheeran is. He really is. I saw him the other day. I think he was on Jules Holland's Hootenanny thing. He was really good. I mean, he really is good. And yet seems so modest. We like him a lot, actually. We like him a hell of a lot. Footprints found on a South Wales beach. There's a surprise. Imagine finding footprints. Well, these ones thought to have been left more than 200 million years ago by an early dinosaur. Obviously went down to the water for a swim. Although, actually, would there have been water there 200 million years ago? They were most likely made by the first sauropods. So it's a huge Diplodocus, or Diplodocus, depending on which one you think. And they were found in Penarth, the Vale of Glamorgan, by an amateur paleontologist. So I think that's so clever. I love it when they find bits of dinosaurs, and they found one the other day which apparently used to swim, and it was huge. They only found the head. The head was God knows how big. Absolutely amazing. So, Monica, Roger Moore, Roger Federer, seldom selected for newborn. Piers, as in Piers Morgan, Clifford, Clive, Darrell, Dwayne, Dwight, Elliot, Hubert, Leslie, Maurice, Norman, Royston and Vernon make up the 14 at most risk of vanishing. What, Vernon? I thought Vernon was quite a good one. So here we go. The top 10 boys' names. Number 10, Jack. 9, Harry, Freddie, Theo, Leo, George, Oliver, Noah, Mohammed. And for girls, number 10 is Rosie, then Ella, Freya, Isla, Ava, Amelia. That's good, isn't it? Lily, Sophia, and Olivia is the top name, which is good. And Julie says, I thought you'd have got an award. No, I'd have listened. Can you imagine me trying to keep that quiet? They tell you in November. No chance. And wish all the ladies of Sidcup Golf Course a happy new year, says Karen Harris. You're obviously too mean to send them a card, aren't you? I can tell. That's why I come into it. Sam says, very happy to turn on the radio and hear your voice. Merci bien. Thank you. And Ray and Vi Donovan, they've sent me something from Facebook, but I don't know how you open up these things, actually. You can't know. The producer can't open it. And Luke can generally open most things. Seriously, give him the keys. He's there straight away. He is like known as the Houdini of LBC. He can open lockers and everything. He's brilliant like that. Very clever. Do you remember Alan Allen in Southampton Row, Holborn? Yes, of course. Of course I do, yes. I mean, the shop's long since gone, and I think it's a coffee shop now. But he was known. You'd walk into his magic shop, and he did jokes and tricks and everything else. And somebody said, have you got so-and-so? And he'd go, is it in the window? And they go, I don't know. So we'll go and look in the window. If it wasn't in the window, he didn't have it. We have 2 sight cats, George and Millie, says Liz. 2 sight cats? What are sight cats? Obviously cats who live on sight, I suppose. Also, somebody says, thank you for keeping us smiling throughout the year. Somebody says, am I right in thinking we haven't had a day off since December the 19th? I don't do days off, actually. I'm not really a days off person. It's like holidays. People take days off to go on. I've got a friend of mine, she loves holidays, but because of COVID and the pandemic and, self-isolating and everything else, she's not been able to take the holidays that she deserves, and she loves them. She loves her holidays, whereas me, I can't get excited about holidays. I don't understand. Dale used to love the holidays. Me, I thought they were the most boring thing under the sun. The idea of lying on a sun lounger. Dale used to coat himself in ombre solaire, and he would turn the sun lounger round to face the sun. If the sun moved in the sky, he'd be up to... So 1 minute you'd be talking to his face, the next minute you'd be looking at the back of his head. And once he'd plugged his music in, he was in another world. He just completely sort of disappeared into this strange ethereal world, which is very odd. Very strange. Ulrika Johnson is doing a column in The Sun. I don't know if it's a permanent column or if it's just because she's on a programme coming up on the television. It's a programme about dating. It's for people who can't find anybody. But I mean, she does seem to find a fair number of people. The Celebs New Year exodus to The Sun. Amanda Holden went to Antigua. Montana Brown apparently was in Love Island, and she's in Barbados. St Bart's, Dua Lipa. The Maldives, you get Mylene Klass and Fern McCann and Billy Thayers. Riveting. Australia gets Rita Ora, and Michelle Keegan and Mark Wright were in Mexico. So cheap over there, isn't it? Really, so cheap. They did the sisters' wedding the other day, which apparently is a reality show that I hadn't caught up with, and I was, the more I kept looking at it, the more I kept thinking. I mean, she's a bit of a drama queen. Everything. The heat was wrong. This was wrong. That was wrong. This didn't work. That was But it turned out to be okay. Everybody had a very nice time. Who paid for it? That's what I wanted to know. I'd be very interesting. Very interested. Donnie says, smoked salmon and scrambled eggs for New Year's Day breakfast, then off to Holy Mass with the wife. Lulu. Fantastic. Smoked salmon and scrambled eggs. I've got some smoked salmon with me, actually. Might eat it on the way home in the car, They can do things like that nowadays. I do like a bit of smoked salmon. I never used to. I don't do things that a little bit fishy. I do scampi and fish fingers. Steve, what was the magic shop opposite the British Museum? Davenport's, which has gone now. They're just online. You can find them online. But they used to be opposite. They moved from there to Charing Cross Station. And I think the old Davenport's is a coffee shop now. I used to go there all the time. Al Woodrow used to work in there. He was great. It was lovely. So Greg Wallace. There's something about Greg Wallace I find very creepy. I don't know why. But I mean, I'm not really interested in sort of somebody's diet when you should really go see the experts. Don't go to just some, minor celebrity. So they say, breakfast for him before the, is he surprised he put on weight? A fry-up in a cafe, lots of coffee, either cappuccino or latte. Mid-morning Kristen choice. It's the same old. It's a load of old hooey. Lunch, a beef burger and a bun with sauce, chips and a fizzy drink. Dinner, 3 courses plus bread and butter. It's just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And so now he has overnight oats with maple syrup and fruit, tin of mackerel with crisp bread and a large salad, satsuma or blueberries, and dinner, chicken with boiled spuds, veg and gravy. God, how boring.
Why do more broadband switchers choose us? Because EE Broadband is free for 3 months with nothing to pay up front. It's also ultra reliable, and it's powered by BT, keeping home workers working, gamers gaming, and TikTokers ticking. So switch to EE Broadband and get 3 months free, then just $35.99 a month. Now that's why more broadband switchers choose us. Search EE Broadband deals now.
Month 4 from $35.99. 24-month contract. Broadband only. New customers. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Verified ee.creditk/claims. Terms apply.
Go to the doctor. They give you a much better diet and you don't need to pay for it either.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Poor old Anne in Richmond. She says, lovely hearing you this morning, but just recovering from a very mild COVID. Thank goodness for the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine is absolutely the right thing. Fingers crossed I'm negative tomorrow. I shall keep my fingers crossed and everything else crossed. Because that's what you're hoping for, isn't it? A friend of mine was testing every day through the COVID, and every day he came back positive, and then all of a sudden, ping, it went negative, which is the big relief. Big relief. Jonathan says, my cousin at 89, having worked and headed 2 major charities for 74 years, fought in World War II at 14, was AIDS chaplain, St Mary's Paddington in the 90s too, was put up by the Lords for an honour 7 years ago. Palace took 2 years to consider, despite an 18-month terminal cancer diagnosis. Shame he couldn't play tennis. He'd have been knighted in 6 months. Yes, she's been given everything, including, I think she's got a deal with Vodafone and a water company. She's a bit like Beckham. Beckham will, you want to rent Beckham, you can rent him. He'll sell anything. He couldn't care less what it is. If he'll take money from the Qatari government, he'll take it from just about anybody, as far as I'm concerned. That might have been the ceiling of his fate, I'm afraid. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Have you ever tried Cockney pie and mash? No. I don't know why it's Cockney pie and mash. Isn't it just pie and mash? I don't remember sort of saying Cockney pie and mash, but not my sort of thing. Greg Wallace, Steve, is the ideal person, says Mark Shoreham, for your diet. One look at his face will stop the most ardent appetite. Well, that's a bit cruel. I just find he's a bit fake and false. And also the sort of stuff he's eating, and he wonders why he was fat. Having a cooked breakfast every day. I mean, come on. That's why I didn't believe it. I think it's a load of old rubbish. But he's doing it to sell a diet to you. It's £7 a month, but you can get it for £5 a month. Well, I mean, if you want to lose weight, as I say, you go to your doctor and they will give you a diet sheet. They will tell you little, often exercise. It's as simple as that. And the reason that diets don't work is because there'd only be one of them. If they're all coming out, everybody's got 1,000,001 diets this time of year, because after Christmas, you've all put on weight and you go, oh, I put on weight, I feel a bit bloated. And they go, well, just cut down the amount of food you eat. Cut down the amount of booze that you drink and do a little bit of exercise. It doesn't have to be a hell of a lot of exercise. Even elderly people can do a bit of exercise. Sitting in a chair, you can move your legs up and down and things like that. That's classed as exercise. But I certainly wouldn't want to pay somebody to help me to lose weight, thank you very much. Even though Luke is going to the gymnasium, it's not having any effect at all. I mean, seriously. He's been going I thought he was joking when he said he'd been going for 2 months. I expected to see some sylph-like body, but it's not happening, is it really? You're working on the 6-pack, yes. At the moment, it's hidden by the 12-pack, so he's hoping one day it might make an appearance. But that's it. Why are people so sort of worried about losing weight? As long as I saw a woman the other day. She was so big in America, she had tumours. She had tumours on her knees. And I looked at it thinking, good, how do you get about? And the doctors don't appear. They just say, you need to go on a diet. Well, sometimes with these people, they're eating the wrong sort of food. They need to, cut out various things. I hardly ever have fried food. I don't do fried food. Occasionally, I'll have some KFC. But that's a treat from me. That is a bit of a treat. So I'll do it about maybe once every 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And that's a bit of a treat. If I did it every day, or I ate pizza every day, or I had fish and chips every day, that would be an absolute nightmare for me. What about Ken Barlow getting the OBE? Yes, Mr. Roach. I think that was right. I mean, he's getting on a bit. Nice to get an OBE. In truth, is there anything that Greg Wallace isn't enthusiastic about, says Peter. I don't know. And Betty says, Happy New Year to you and your mob there. Oh, the mob now. It makes them sound like gangsters, doesn't it, really? Very disappointed. No New Year's honours for me again. I've been listening to LBC since 1990. Well, it's not long enough. You should have been listening since the 1980s. Goodness sake. And another one that says, Air New Zealand flight 1022 took off from Auckland on Jan the 1st and landed in Vancouver on December the 31st, says Roger. Time travel. That's how clever it is. What do you think is a traditional English breakfast? That would be sausages, bacon, egg, mushrooms, beans, tomatoes, black pudding. That would be traditional. And hash browns. Yeah, but that's the American side of it coming in. We didn't really do hash browns. The Americans gave us hash browns. Damn them. We hate these people. They do the best ones in... I don't like the big ones in McDonald's. I like the little ones that do in Burger King because you get 2 packs of those, and that's quite nice. And they're quite good. But that's what a traditional English breakfast is. I mean, there have been various adaptations over the years. I mean, avocado mashed on toast seems to be fairly popular with nouveau riche people who think, oh, that's what all the posh people are eating. They're not eating it either. Steve, Happy New Year to yourself and all at LBC. They'll be thrilled. The NHS has got a great app for healthy weight loss with eating tips and exercise, and it costs nothing. Less in, more out. Well, that's what I said. Little, often, exercise. It's not difficult. It's just that, I do see people. I saw somebody at McDonald's the other day sitting on one of the chairs in there. She had 2 bottoms because her bottom was hanging over the chair. Because for some reason they've made chairs in the KFC a bit smaller than anywhere else. But, and I wanted to tap on the window and go, it's really, you've got to do this in moderation. But, it's good. But, if you want a diet sheet, go to your doctor. J.K. Rowling makes the papers again. People still talking about it. The cat that's been sneaking into a police station to steal biscuits. So they've made it persona non grata, poor little soul. And the snowflake theatre bosses who put warnings on a Shakespeare play. They've done this before. It's not the first time I've read this. Sajid Javid doing everything to avoid lockdown, please God. Camilla Parker Bowles. I think that if the Queen dies, God forbid, although it doesn't look very likely, and Charles takes over, I think Camilla will be his Queen. I think that she's proved herself. She's quite charming. Everybody loves her. She's very nice. Mind you, everybody loved Diana as well. But that was never likely to go the distance, I'm afraid. Tony Blair is the one that's annoyed everybody. Every programme that I've heard so far getting annoyed about him getting this Order of the Garter and a knighthood. The palace paralysis over Andrew's case, not looking promising, is it? And Betty White dying at 99, just nearly the 100. I think within 14 days or something like that, she'd have been 100 years old. And she's been in Madame Tussauds. She's been immortalised. And she was great. She was a great comedienne. Very funny. Probably known best, I think, for... It would be Golden Girls. Golden Girls would be the best thing. And again, very good scripts, very good scripts. Chris Lowry, who is a personal trainer. He's in Spain, and I forget what sort of trainer. He's a special trainer, not just a personal trainer. But he says it's a very simple. Consume 2,000 calories, burn 2,500 calories a day, you'll lose weight. Yeah, so whatever you put in, you've got to burn it off. Which is sort of, I remember, when we used to go to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club years ago, mainly to raise money for charity. And our trainer was relentless. Do 3 or 4 circuits because they've got a running track in there. And then we're going to do the rowing machine. At the end of it, you hated him. You could have killed. Seriously, it's a case of, I really hate you. I don't like you at all. I'd walk out of there and we used to have frozen yogurt because it was calorie free. And that was like a treat. A treat would have been fish and chips and a sausage in batter to keep you happy on the way home, but it never happened at all. But that's it. You've got to want to lose weight. You've got to want to sort of be fit and healthy. I've got to this age now. I wouldn't say I'm the healthiest person you've ever met, and as everybody knows, I spend a lot of time. Oh, he's a body pump instructor. Body pump. So there you go. Body pump instructor. It's what you could do with Luke, isn't it? So do you do it by yourself, or do you have somebody who spots you? And you do it by... See, the trouble is, if you do it by yourself, you don't do as much. Yeah, you should always take somebody with you, and they can... Maybe somebody who's been before, and they can sort of, hang on to your feet while you do your sit-ups. So I know it hurts. because your stomach is not used to being sort of contracted like that. But that's what it is. I mean, I know the reason that we're fat. It's because we overeat. And when you go to a gymnasium, you can't wait to get out and go and get your chips. You know, I mean, as I say, I used to sort of, you know, stand in the change room, putting my clothes on, you know, my gym outfit, and it was very, very nice, yeah, coloured shorts, and fairly loose, and I'd sweat buckets. Because everybody else just looks super fit, and you get people. We have a gym that's opened in Twickenham. It's one of these ones where you pay monthly, I think, and you don't have to sign any contracts or anything else. And there's loads of people go there in the early hours of the morning. You know, they go there because if you're embarrassed about going to a gym and taking your clothes off in front of other people, well, then you're going to go in the early hours of the morning when it's a bit easier, I think. I used to go to a London Magic studio near Centre Point. Do you remember it, says Alan? I do. I remember it very well. I bought my very first glass in there, which looked like it had liquid in it, but it was sealed, and so you pretend to knock it over. It was like a joke thing. They used to do all the Ellersdons jokes. I used to love Ellersdons jokes. Ken says, I've got an OBE. I'm over bloody 80. Thank you very much indeed. Excuse my French. Not that it's French, but it sounded a bit like it. Don't forget the fried bread for the breakfast, Steve, says Patrick. Yes, fried bread's quite nice. But I had that twice in the garden centre in Twickenham when I went up there for one. You could have 6 items or 8 items or 12 items or whatever you want. And I remember thinking, I mustn't have fried bread again. It's going to make me very sick, because it is just basically bread that's fried. And Vince says, traditional British breakfast, you missed out the fried bread and black pudding. No, we didn't. We said black pudding. You need to wash your ears out, then you'll hear properly. He said, are you biased to Northerners? Yes. And your question is what? I love the way people always question things. He says, I love the show. He says, I have no idea who 90% of the people you mention are, but I enjoy you lambasting them. You are deaf, aren't you? I can tell this. I mean, how can you not know any of the people we've mentioned? You've heard of the Queen. You've heard of Tony Blair. How many people do you want to know? Goodness sake, honestly, Vince. He's in Waterloo, apparently. I'm a nutritionist, Steve, says Joe. Frozen yoghurt is not calorie-free. You're looking around 160 calories. No food is calorie-free, I'm afraid. Dust is good. Dust is very good. I like dust and air. They're actually quite good for me. Steve. As per usual, spot on. LBC should offer you a spot. Thank you very much indeed. Do you think I'll get one? I don't know. Can they afford me? That's it. Greg Wallace could go back to selling veg, says Brian. Yes, no, his businesses went bust, didn't they? I don't think he's got any businesses left at the moment. And Steve, I've had my first lay-in of the year. Yes, I'm hungover. And yes, the wife is angry.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, I'm just reading, now that we're into the new year, you've got all the television programmes coming back today. So you've got the Great New Year Bake Off, yawn, how dull, where they bring back people that you never liked in the first place. But on Thursday, you've got the return of The Apprentice. Back for its 16th series. Now, I don't mind The Apprentice. It's the people on it. I mean, you know, all these people who sort of come up with the biggest pile of... They appear to be the dimmest people in the entire world. I mean, they don't seem to know how to do anything at all, and they give them tasks to do. Just because you put somebody in a very expensive suit, or, they all live in this luxurious house and everything else, but they just seem incapable of knowing anything at all. So we'll have to watch it. And there's also Tom Allen on The Apprentice, You're Fired. I think they've overused Tom Allen now. I think we've, enough already. Rest him, which would be a lot easier. And what was the other one that I wanted to watch? I think it was Stephen Merchant is playing a serial killer. He's very good, Stephen Merchant, very good. And Attenborough doing The Wonder of Song with birds and everything else, which is quite nice. And then Dr. Amir Khan, whoever he is. Have you noticed all these people that they just want to be celebrities, so they come up with a load of old hooey. This one is how to give up sugar and lose weight. So he tests how hard it is to give up sugar by first turning himself into a sugar addict. Sounds like the most boring piece of television I've ever heard in my entire life. That's what the papers are full of. Tuck into healthy and filling recipes now, and you can lose weight, and it's going to be all fantastic and wonderful. But of course it doesn't work, because they've been doing these diets and doing all this weight stuff every year. Every year they do it, and every year it doesn't work, because every year people seem to go and have to lose weight again. So it obviously doesn't work. But it fills up, I suppose, really. Steve, what about Nicolas Cage demanding to be called a thespian instead of an actor because the term actor is derogatory? Really? Oh, I don't know. But isn't it the other one, isn't it? You don't call people actresses. You call them actors. It doesn't matter whether they're male or female, they're actors. But I would never think of Nicolas Cage as a thespian, because he mainly is film work. I mean, does he do stage work? Stage work's a bit more... You know, a little bit more, I don't know, I'm trying to think actually, a little bit more sort of complicated. You have to play it differently. Jackie in Crawley says, Happy New Year. And everybody there. Best low-calorie treat, seafood sticks. Oh, ghastly. Ghastly, ghastly, ghastly. Steve, now you're fit and healthy. What did you used to drink in your heyday? What did I used to drink? I'm trying to think actually. Bacardi and Coke. Bacardi and Coke. I don't know why Bacardi. I went through a sort of phases of Bacardi and Coke, Southern Comfort and lemonade, which, to be honest with you, I wouldn't drink any of those things now. Vodka I quite like. I like a bit of Grey Goose. And there's another one as well. I can't remember what it's called. Belvedere. They're not cheap. They're about 36 quid a bottle, so we don't have that very often. But a little bit of a treat. And I would have that probably with Diet Coke or something. But the trouble is, because it's drinkable, before you know where you are, you've got through loads of the stuff. And it's got sugar in it, which is not so good. Happy New Year. In the 1600s, King James I apparently knighted a loin of steak because he liked it so much. Hence the name sirloin, says Robin Tottenham. Lovely. And, Steve, some food may not be 0 calories, but maybe net zero, as it takes your body more calories to digest it than the food contains, like celery. Yeah, but you can't live on celery, can you? There's all this stuff. It's like water. You know, water, and you think, oh, water, that'll be good. I'll just drink water. There was a model in America, 2 models, twins, and I think they were Playboy models, and they wanted to lose weight and keep skinny. So what did? They had themselves locked in a flat with baby food, and they only ate a jar of baby food each per day, so that they could maintain this weight loss, this obsession with people losing weight. It happens all the time. It's not just on television, where television makes you... Then you ask anybody, and they'll always tell you, on television it makes it... You look as though you've put on weight, but you might not. So when you see people who've been on television, and you feel you know them, when you see them in real life, you go, wow, you don't look at all as I imagined. They're either a lot shorter, or they're certainly a lot skinnier. So if you are just slightly rotund on television, it's going to make you look dreadful. Dreadful. And one here, which is from Julie in Somerset. Sorry to hear about your loss, Julie, but glad we're here for you, which is good news, which is very good news, actually. Steve, something that often makes me put back that giant chocolate bar onto the supermarket shelf is when I think of the saying, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. It is terrible, isn't it, really? But that's what Chris Lowry was saying, that you eat something, you put on the weight, now it's payback time. You can go out. I used to have when we had a trainer at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club, he would say if he went out drinking the night before, the next day he paid for it because he had to, and you have to motivate yourself, and the motivation is the difficult bit. That's why you will find all of the papers today and probably running for the week are going to be concentrating on diets, because we're a nation of fatties. We can't help it. You know, the 3-day diet special with Greg Wallace, lose weight. You've got to pay for the privilege. Well, I don't want to pay anybody for the privilege of losing weight, so I'd rather go to... If I feel the need to lose weight, I'll go to the doctor. It's as simple as that. Steve, best low-fat snack, Ringo crisps and Pom Bear crisps. Right. Roger says, rather than waste my time watching shows on TV, I'd just rather listen to the highlights that you tell us about on your early breakfast show. You can save a fortune, actually. You can actually save a fortune by listening to it. Steve, I know that you like cars. I'm not bothered about cars. I know it seems a bit strange. What's the best car you've ever had? I don't know. I don't really have best cars. What I do, I get to the stage with a car where I'm bored with it, and then I change it. And that's all that happens. I mean, I will probably change my car this year. Probably. That's as it stands. They might change. I might change my my decision on that one. But I don't really have favourite car. Dale liked cars. Oh God, he would spend ages. So every time I change my car, he would have to come and see it, and he'd go, oh, I love it. He always wanted to buy a Bentley, but he never bought one. He had all sorts of other cars. He did them on lease. and lease where you'd pay a certain... So you're basically renting a car, and said at the end you can either give it back to them and you get nothing, or you can pay them a huge amount of money and you get to keep the car. But of course by that time he got fed up with it anyway. But no, he knew about cars. See, I didn't know about cars. I just know that you get in it. And I've had loads of cars. Loads of cars. I think when it started, when I got a Rolls Royce, and I remember thinking, oh, I like that idea, a Rolls Royce, and then moved on to sort of various other cars. Because once you've started on it's like people buying Range Rovers. You can spend more on a Range Rover than you can on a Bentley. Easy peasy. Steve, people looking different on television. Prince Charles is metric. Oh, right, Dave in Plymouth. I'm not sure whether I understand that one at all. And I do believe it takes more energy to digest celery than it actually gives the body, says Keith. And, Steve, to you, I know you like your cars. So that's the best cars. I don't really have a best car. You know, I see cars. I was sitting at the traffic lights this morning coming in, and I looked. I very rarely look to the left or the right, but on this occasion, I'd come off the Hammersmith flyover and I looked to the right, and it was a white Phantom Rolls Royce convertible with a red hood on it, and I remember looking at it thinking, now that looks like a nice car to me. Really does look very nice indeed. Very nice. Nikki says, have you got a personalised number plate? Good God, no. Definitely not. Peter in Battersea says, I've been type 2 diabetic for 5 years, was 19 stone when diagnosed, gave up the carbs, lost 5 stone in 6 months. I've reversed my diabetes and have been 14 stone constantly. No medications needed. But he does enjoy a drink. That's all I can tell you. My local hospital, Steve, has an obesity clinic. You have to laugh because half the hospital staff wobble down the corridors, says Christine. Well, I mean, but you don't need to spend any money joining a club to lose weight or anything like that. I mean, if you're taking your advice on Greg Wallace losing weight, you're in the wrong place. In the wrong place. It's like, the people who bring out all the DVDs, all the celebrities, or the minor people. They go, oh, but I'll bring out a DVD. It'll be somebody from Love Island, and they bring out the DVD. We used to get racks of them. You go into Woolworths and places like that, and there would be loads and loads of, DVDs from all these various people you've never even heard of before, all doing it because that was the only way they knew to make money. It's either that or bring out their own makeup range.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Which again, they have nothing to do with. They just put their name to things.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve. I listened, says Kate, to the Tell Me on a Sunday soundtrack. I love it. Yes, I love it very much indeed. Andy in Chelmsford says, you're right, you don't know anything about cars. But that's brilliant. Why would I want to know anything about cars? That's why we have garages. That's why I have, the experts who tell me about the car. But I don't need to know anything. I just need to know that you put petrol in one end, and that's it. I don't have to do anything else. You push a button and the engine starts, and it works. I can't think of anything worse than knowing about cars. You'd be panicking over everything, wouldn't you? Can you imagine every time? Steve, was the Barbican Health Club right next to the Museum of London? Yep. It's a Virgin Active. Same sort of... It's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same place. Eamon Holmes has revealed how he struggles with insomnia, vowing to get... I don't know why he's moaning already about... He hasn't even started this new job, and already he's moaning about getting insomnia. Well, don't do the job. He must have loads of money by now. He's been working for so many years. We've got the TV's Great Celebrity Guessing Game. They say it's the most bonkers show on television, mainly because you don't know who any of the celebrities are. I really don't know. I mean, I can't remember who won it last time. And they've got all sorts of... Who are the people? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, they might have a little clue here. So, people have won. Vinnie Jones was in it in Australia. LaToya Jackson, Patti LaBelle, Johnny Rotten was in it as well. Embarrassing. Dionne Warwick, Mickey Rourke, Kelly Osbourne, Hanson, and Macy Gray. I mean, it's quite a... This isn't the British one, by the way. These were all the... well, Mel B had to do the Spanish one. She obviously wasn't... Nobody got interested here. Vinnie Jones had to go in Australia. What in God's name do they think he is over in Australia? I can't imagine. But it'll come back onto the television. And I like the costumes. I'm not interested in the game show. I just think the costumes are quite clever. But they look better in America. You've got Jellyfish this time round. Jester, Volcano, Mouse... I think it's very clever. I liked it when the Royal Ballet did. They did Beatrix Potter and they had life-size costumes for all the cars. They looked fantastic. Ladybug, Gremlin, Alien, Flower and Russian dolls. They're right. It is a completely mad show on the television. Mind you, as long as it stops all the baking shows, I'm quite happy. I don't want to see another cooking show as long as I live. Brian Reed's column today in the Daily Mirror talking about Best Man. And he's done all various things, actually. The marvellous Ricky Gervais attacks all the right targets, especially the New Year honours, which is good. Worst man, Prince Andrew, I'm afraid. Of course it has to be. Also Piers Corbyn for being the unacceptable public face of anti-vaxxer boneheads. I love it. Honestly, it's a guaranteed one way to wind a few people up. Just tell them you think they're mad as fruitcakes. Worst sight, Kim Kardashian's Taliban tribute outfit at the New York Met Gala. What was the biggest royal embarrassment? Well, I mean, that's not so difficult, is it? Charles was embroiled in his Cash for Honours probe. Andrew continued to dodge all the questions, and his deluded ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, told us she was the most persecuted royal woman ever, proving she knows nothing about history at all. Absolutely nothing, poor soul. The best quote... "You have no authority here," Jackie Weaver shrieked in anger over Zoom by some misogynist parish councillor in Cheshire. And "Jesus, Mary and Joseph and the wee donkey," uttered by the Line of Duty's Ted Hastings, were crackers that went viral. But in fact, the winner, the Alan Partridge-esque beauty, was Richard Madeley discussing the Shamima Begum case on GMB with Susanna Reid. I mean, that really was an absolute classic. He said, "We had the Nuremberg trials after the war, and we hanged a lot of Nazis, but we didn't go after Hitler Youth. As far as I'm aware, we only went after the adults." And that's something to reflect on. Crackers. Absolutely crackers. Richard E. Grant makes the papers, and he says that Barbara Streisand called him insane for having a statue of her head installed in his back garden. I bet there's one thing you don't know about Richard E. Grant. He likes puppets. He likes Pelham puppets. They brought a book out about Pelham puppets. They became very popular with young children. And I bought the book. I've now lost the blooming thing. I might have to go and buy another one, actually. Steve, I know you know about plants. How do you keep a poinsettia at Christmas? Oh, dear. There is an art to doing it. We used to have Christine Walkden on, who knew all about plants and everything else. And what you do with a poinsettia to get it to go for the next year is you're basically shutting it down. You're cutting it down and you're putting it covered over in the airing cupboard, and you leave it. That's what it came down to, as far as I remember. But to be honest with you, I would never bother with that because they're so blooming cheap. Just go and buy poinsettias, but they don't last. You know why? Because they're brought up in greenhouses. The moment you buy it in a shop, it's hit the cold air and it starts dying. And once the leaves start dropping off it, you've had it. So that's it. You do know something about cars. The Mini was better than the Prefect, and the Bentley's miles better than the Mini. I liked my little Mini. It's just that I thrashed it to death going up and down the motorway, which was a bit of a shame. And somebody says here, the cat story, Naughty Bob, nicks biscuits from the cop shop. So he enters the police station, steals the hearts, and he just nicks biscuits. I don't think cats are supposed to eat biscuits. I have a sneaking feeling that they don't do things like that at all. Rod Stewart, I'm pleased to tell you, has offered an olive branch in his feud with Elton John, saying he misses him. They fell out 4 years ago because basically Elton falls out with everybody because he just has tantrums. And they fell out, so now the only time they talk is through interviews in the newspapers. But having seen Elton and the pals fell out when Rod said Elton's retirement tour stinks of selling tickets because he's just constantly doing a retirement tour. This one's going to go for about God knows how many more years, but he does enjoy doing it. That's what he does. And when he did the single about the sausage rolls, he entered into the spirit of it, which I was surprised because normally he has sort of tantrums over things. I see that Charlotte Church has bought a place. I think she paid about £1.5 million for a 47-acre estate, which was once owned by Laura Ashley. And they say 10 years ago she was worth 25 million, but now she's not. In fact, they think she could go bankrupt because she wants to do something with this place and turn it into a retreat. That's where people pay a lot of money and somebody pummels you and makes you sit on hot coals and stuff like that. It's all a bit bizarre. But that's what she wants to do. But the council are hanging back at the moment on what she can do with it. So it might go, it might not go. It's a bit like Victoria Beckham. You know, the papers are sort of having a bit of a field day going, oh, she's not made any money out of this business. It's basically been a bit of a cash cow, and they keep throwing money at it and it doesn't do anything. So the last I heard, I think it's about £58 million it hadn't made. And they were talking about, oh, we might have to close it down and do it. I mean, really, we'll have to wait and see what happens, won't we? Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. Welcome to Monday. Apparently we're still in bank holiday mode, which is probably quite nice for some people. Frankly, I'm bored witless with it now. It's ridiculous. Why can you get another bank holiday? I mean, some people can't have been back at work for ages and ages, but at least we're all firing on all cylinders at the moment. David Beckham's still moaning about no knighthood, especially as he's done so much for charity. But I thought if you do work for charity, you shouldn't really expect some sort of reward. It's very nice if you do, but to say, oh, I've done all this work for UNICEF and everything, that doesn't entitle you to anything at all. That just means you've done some good work for UNICEF. Happy birthday to Michael Schumacher, the e-scooter rider killed in a crash. He was 74. God knows what a 74-year-old was doing on one of these e-scooters. They're death traps. They really are. The NHS crisis has staff hit by illness, and the bed-blocking patients could receive some money if they get out of hospital. I mean, seriously, they're just wasting our time, aren't they? And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the veteran telling Andrew to step down from the Guards, which is interesting because Prince Andrew's woes get worse and worse and worse. Meanwhile, Sarah Ferguson and the two girls and their respective husbands have toddled off to Verbier to do a bit of skiing, but they've not taken him with them, which is probably the best thing they've ever done. I don't quite understand, and I keep saying it on a daily basis, it's not sinking in with the royal family because they're a bit dim when it comes to this. They seem to think they're above everything. Why has Sarah Ferguson and his two daughters not convinced him to speak to the FBI? Surely that, I mean, even in, you know, your remotest dreams, all they've got to do is say to him, listen, why don't you go and speak to them and tell them what you know about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? It's not difficult. And yet they all choose to go stumm and say nothing at all. Perhaps they don't care. Perhaps they don't care. I find that very disheartening. I feel a little bit depressed about the fact that, you know, either Sarah Ferguson doesn't care or she doesn't believe. Or, I mean, but we know that they were friends. It's not like anybody's made up anything about him and Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. They were all very, very, very close friends. We know that because he took them round to Sandringham, to Balmoral, to Buckingham Palace and everything else. Why isn't he talking to the FBI? What is it? What is this arrogance that we've got, not just from him, but from Sarah Ferguson, who's going, oh, he's such a good man. Well, make him do something. I mean, don't you care about girls who are abused? Don't you really care? Why would you not want to say to your father or your ex-husband, listen, just go and tell them what you know? What is this keeping stum? Because it's only going to get worse. Take my word for it, it ain't going to get no better. It's not a complicated thing. It's like, you know, if I mean, surely it's like me living next door to somebody and it turns out they're a mass murderer and people saying, so what did you know about them? I'm going, I'm not saying anything. And they go, why would you not say anything? Why would you not want to help the police? In this case, he can help the FBI. Numerous girls were abused, sexually abused and trafficked. And he doesn't want to say anything about it. I mean, why would you not want to help out? Why has Sarah Ferguson not pulled her fat finger out and said, listen, do it. It's the best thing for you. Because at the moment, she's just sort of going, he's a good man, you know. And we're all going, you're obviously looking at the different person from the rest of us. Apart from that, though, you can tell it's New Year, the diets have begun. Yes, apparently even little Rylan is trying to flog some diet to you. And you sort of look at him and you go, yeah, because you were always fat, weren't you? Not. It's ridiculous. Why anything? And the other one's Greg Wallace with that creepy grin of his. But you've got to pay for that one. And as I've said to you before, you don't need to pay for anything. You really don't. All you have to do is go to the doctors, go, listen, I'm overweight. The doctor will have told you this already. They'll give you a diet sheet and an exercise plan, and you lose weight. You don't need to spend £7 a month or £5 a month with Greg Wallace, some bloke who does cooking for a living. Why would you bother going? You go to see the expert. It's like I wouldn't go to him if I wanted him to repair my car. I'd go to the garage where they know about it. You know, if you feel a bit sick, you go to the doctor. If you're overweight, you go to the doctor, they'll give you a diet sheet. It's free. They can't wait to get people like you off their list. So I don't buy any of that old rubbish, I'm afraid. What else have we got? Corrie fans. Oh, it's going to be a shock death on the cobbles this year. Sorry to break it to you, but they have to try and keep up with the ratings. Mind you, EastEnders have now changed things. They're going to do 5 30-minute episodes a week, mainly because the ratings are going, woo, and they're sliding down to nowhere. Gino D'Acampo, one of his companies, has gone under with debts of 5 million. I didn't even know he had this other company. I'm sort of losing the track of what companies people have got nowadays. David Beckham apparently has sold shares in one of his companies that's got various other bits and pieces, 200 million, but they say he won't get 200 million because it's got debts. I wonder if it's Victoria Beckham's company. And in Rome, they were digging up the road to find some pipes and everything else. Well, I mean, the whole of Rome is honeycombed with, burial sites and everything else. You can go underneath the Colosseum. There are certain places in Rome where they lift up manhole covers, the equivalent, and you go down and you're in another world, the subterranean world of Rome. I've got a film on it. It's on DVD, and it takes you underneath. They've got little tunnels that go through burial grounds. Anyway, this particular dig that they went for, they were just looking for pipes, and they found a burial site. They found another Roman cemetery. I mean, because the Romans did everything. They had all their water going under. I mean, it is amazing when you look at what's underneath Rome. Some of it is just absolutely unbelievable. It's like if you go to Vienna, you can go underneath there and you can go to their catacombs, and it's full of skulls and everything else. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I'm fascinated by this. You can do the same in Scotland, I believe. I think you can sort of go, I think there's sort of bits of Scotland where you can go underground, and that's the bits I like the best. I love stuff like that. I think it's quite interesting. So to find further burial sites in Rome, and when they showed you what it was like at the Colosseum, which fell apart, and then they reassembled it. So you go, oh, that's what it's always looked like. No, it's not always looked like that. It was basically a sort of, just a dumping ground for bricks. And so they built it all up, but that was just a theatre of death. There was nothing else that went on there apart from mass killings. It was the entertainment. Most people who go home and watch Lorraine or This Morning, but over in Rome, it's a case of, I think they're killing 60 people today. And they go, oh, God, I hope it's going to be a good one. And they go, well, this time it's better. Because this time they've chained them to posts and they've let lions and tigers in. And the lions and tigers would be not fed for about a few weeks, and they'd let them into the ring. And they would rip together these poor unfortunates. And that was what the Romans called entertainment. Perverts. That's what they thought. They loved every minute of it. You'd sort of sit there, with your bag of popcorn, watching people being ripped apart. And in fact, the more bizarre it was, the more they actually thought of it. If ever you saw the film Caligula, and there was an odd one, they had a huge machine, which underneath the machine were whirling blades. And they were moved along the Colosseum's floor, and the prisoners were buried up to their necks. And they were beheaded as the machine moved forward and over them, like sort of a giant grass-cutting machine. And that's what they did. I think in the years that that's a haircut and a half, honestly. You just go a little bit off the top. Well, not that much, come on. But I think in the years, every animal under the sun was dispatched in the Colosseum. Everything from snakes, lions, tigers, bears. I mean, just everything. Any animal they could get their hands on. Elephants. Some of those were fighting gladiators in the ring. And if the gladiator managed to get away with it, then they lived to fight another day. But most of them didn't. They were dragged out there. And then they would come in and sweep over the sawdust and the sand and everything else. And then they get the next lot ready. They would set fire to people in the middle of the ring. I mean, it was called a theatre of blood, because that's what it was. But that was the idea. I mean, because they didn't have Lorraine or This Morning. There was no Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby, let me tell you. Otherwise, they'd have stayed at home and watched. But they didn't. But I quite fancy the idea that under Rome are all these catacombs and rivers and everything else. And you see another part of the city. It really is lovely. I'd love to live in a place. Can you imagine? I mean, the best we ever got in this country was when we lived in Yorkshire. And the house that we had in this little village had a secret tunnel underneath our stairs. I mean, it wasn't so secret because we knew where it was. And you went under the stairs, and it was a smuggler's tunnel. And it went it was bricked up our end, but you could see where it was, and you could follow it through the wood next to our house. We had a little sort of... and it went all the way to the coast. And so the smugglers could bring their stuff in. It was big enough for them to crawl in. They couldn't stand up. Well, I was smuggling all sorts of things, at the time, my contraband. Know what it was like. Cigarettes and everything else like that. Saying to the kids at school, do you want to buy some tobacco? Got some baccy here, and that kind of stuff. But no, that was all that we had. We had a secret tunnel underneath our house. Mainly because it was in the middle of a village and nobody ever thought about it. Nobody ever thought about it. Steve, 84850... Oh, sorry, I'm talking to myself at the moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I wonder what Victoria Beckham thinks of Mel B's MBE. David Beckham said goodbye to any MBE, OBE or knighthood with the Qatar deal. Oh, no, I don't think it had anything to do with that. Absolutely not. That came along much, much later. Much, much later. I mean, put it this way, you can't condemn... Excuse me, Tony Blair, the warmonger, has just been given a knighthood and an Order of the Garter. I mean, come on, they're obviously not that fussy about these things. But then he's had to wait 14 years. And I said on air the other day, ex-prime ministers automatically get a knighthood. It's an automatic thing. You don't normally wait 14 years, but that's what they did in this particular case. Why, I've got no idea, but that's what they do. They give them these things, and the Order of the Garter is bestowed by the Queen. Perhaps she doesn't read the newspapers. Perhaps she's got no idea. I mean, perhaps they'll strip Prince Andrew of everything, including his title, Prince Andrew. You might just revert to just that arrogant little bloke. But I cannot get my head around it. I cannot get my head around the fact that his wife doesn't want to defend, him going and talking to the FBI about two convicted people who've been involved in child trafficking for the purposes of sexual gratification. I don't quite understand it. Andrew was so close to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. We know that. He's in a picture with her, even though he says it's not. They're asking now. They want proof that he can't sweat. How you prove that? I don't know. Stick him in a sauna? See what happens? Because he's so arrogant, it becomes annoying. And it's a case of Sarah Ferguson, you need to grow up, tell him what to do, because he obviously seems to listen to you. Because obviously somebody said to him, we're going on holiday to Verbier, Daddy. We don't want you to come with us. You're bad news. But why he wouldn't want to help them out, I've got no idea. It's normal. Somebody's convicted of, all the people in the Jimmy Savile case, they couldn't wait to come out and say, he did this, he did that, and all sorts of things. Andrew, who must have known exactly what was going on, because he saw Epstein after he was convicted of paedophilia. Why did he not say anything? Why did he have to go over to New York and walk with him? It's not difficult, even for Sarah Ferguson with limited means. I mean, how she affords to go to Verbier, I've got no idea. She was never much cop with money anyway. But surely she could have said to him, and she should say to him, go and talk to the FBI. It's the only way you can help this thing go away. I think he thinks that we're all going to forget about it. But the papers have decided differently. They've put him on the front of every paper. Now people are saying they don't want him, to be as colonel of the regiment, for example, in the Guards. Why would you want something? All he's got to do is go to them and say, listen, this is what I know. This is where I first met, and just tell them the truth. Doesn't he know the truth? That's what it comes down to. It's not difficult. It really isn't. It's so blooming annoying and frustrating. What else we got? Oh, the ITV journalist Gary Burgess died of cancer at 46, 47. And he'd been on the television. And he was very good. He'd had testicular cancer. And then it came back and then it spread. And they'd said, listen, it's between 6 and 12 months. Now, I don't know what it's like if somebody says, listen, you're that ill. This is how long you've got left because it's terminal. But he wrote, and strange enough, I thought about the same sort of thing. And he said, listen, I can't complain. I've had a fantastic life. I've met some fantastic people and I've really, really enjoyed my job. And he said, I'm only sad that I'm leaving these people behind because it's so final. There's nothing else you can do about it. So he died the other day. His husband said he was a marvellous man, and everybody said really nice things about him. That's all you could do with somebody who's been a journalist, who was a radio presenter. But I also thought the same. If somebody said to me, oh, you're going to die tomorrow, I'd go, I can't complain. I've had a fantastic life. I've met the most amazing people. I've worked, not all the time, I've worked with some great people. You know, I've had everything that I've ever wanted to have. Good God in heaven. I mean, how many people can say that? Answer in this business, millions of us, I should imagine. People seem to sort of derive great pleasure out of doing the entertainment business. And I class this as entertainment. I don't class this as anything else apart from a bit of light ent and to get people through difficult times. And some people do. Apparently there are tunnels under Ramsgate where people took refuge and lived for up to 4 years, says Josephine. Shops and a hospital. You can go on tour and go and see them. Well, there's a thought, actually. You can find out after the break, actually, Josie. I've got to say hello to Jenny, though, as well. Look at this. I'm late already.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's very interesting because of these tunnels underneath Ramsgate. People lived there. There were shops and a hospital. I believe there was also a railway. And the main tunnel entrance has been reopened in about 2014, I think, and there was a narrow gauge railway. It's another one of these places that was used during the wars to hide people so people could stay there fairly safely, like Clapham Common. Clapham Common has got these, most of it underneath was one of these, an air raid shelter, but a giant one for thousands of people, in the same way that Ramsgate had thousands of people there. And they would stay there. And at Clapham Common, you'd go in. They now look at, there's an awful lot of cars that are stored down there. And I think actually it was opened to the public in July of 1944. It's got over a mile, Clapham South, of subterranean passages. And people could go down there. I mean, it's amazing. Underground London is fantastic. You know, we've actually got lots of secret tunnels. Some of them you wouldn't even know. In fact, if you go up Tottenham Court Road, halfway up on the left-hand side, there's a big brick thing that sticks out of the ground, and that was another one of these subterranean shelters. And I think they sold it a while ago, but there's loads of places. People sheltered on the underground during the war because it was safe. You'd go down there. I mean, you can imagine, can't you? I mean, it must have been there was no showers or anything like that. It must have been quite dirty. And thank goodness there was no COVID. Although actually, talking of COVID, I didn't want to mention COVID this early, but I will, because it's spread even faster than we imagined, even faster. I now know 4 people who have COVID, so I'm staying well away from them. But there again, I've always been very good about looking after myself. I've got my little COVID tests. I do my little bits and pieces. I feel quite medicinal. I feel I'm like Doogie Howser, you know, when I'm sort of doing my own little operations and stuff. If only I've been able to do all my operations over the years, I'd be a much better person. Dr. Allen, I presume. Joanne says, thank you for keeping me sane this week. I've been in my room in isolation for 7 days. I know people like that as well. Who've been sort of isolating. In fact, my producer this morning has had his own fair share of isolation. Haven't you, Poppet? You've done a bit of isolation. In fact, he's done quite a bit of isolation. Although I do know one person who works in our security. He isolated for 6 months. 6 months he had it. I mean, I've been, touch wood, lucky, considering I'm sort of way up the list of being able to sort of pick things up. And I'm generally quite good at picking things up. But in this particular case, thank the Lord not. Thank the Lord not. But it's just being careful. But I still see people sitting on the buses with no masks on or anything else. And I think to myself, you know, I've said it before, and I couldn't care less. You know, people go, oh, I'm exempt. I go, well, don't go out then, because you're infecting other people. You obviously don't care about other people. Vicky Patterson's written a book on how to be happy. Like you'd be taking notice of that. Why do these people think we'd be interested? You know, I know how to be happy. I listen to LBC. Makes me very happy. How much do you think Gethin Jones got when he hosted Blue Peter? What was he on a year? I mean, a lot of people go, oh, I bet that's worth 150 grand a year for a Blue Peter presenter. No. Oh, they were much cheaper. 27 grand a year he got when he was a Blue Peter presenter. I was always told it was about 50 grand, but £27,000 a year. That's before tax. You know, and they expect you to do all sorts of things. They used to have this thing about getting them. If they joined, you had to go and do the Serpentine swim on New Year's Day. And they would get them out there in their little swimming trunks. And they'd have to dive into the water. I thought, I'd give up the job. I wouldn't do the job. I had a driver this morning, Daniel, and we had the best music in the car. I don't know if it was him singing, whatever it was. He'd obviously put together these tapes. I'm assuming that's what it was. It was so good. It was so laid back and soulful. I said to him when I got out, I said, good music. But I think I've had him before, because I think I've said before good music. I mean, really good music. Very laid back, very soulful, very sort of Marvin Gaye, stuff like, oh, beautiful. Really was excellent. He said, I'll listen to you later. I thought, there you go, that's good. Tunnels, if you know any more tunnels, do let me know. Apparently, when they were doing renovations around the Queen Victoria building in Sydney, says Shane, they found graves of early settlers under the building. Well, they've got to bury them somewhere, haven't they? They've got to bury them somewhere. I don't know really what they did. I mean, London was full of it, and they had plague pits. You know, when the plague took over, bit similar to the pandemic, they didn't do individual burials or things like that. They were just put in pits with lime on top to dissolve the bodies. That was what they had to do. They had to, because you used to get the grave robbers, but I mean, if somebody had had the plague, you didn't want to touch them with a barge pole. It was so infectious. You know, that's why they all had these masks which made them look like the Elephant Man, which they put on, going around ringing their bells, bring out your dead, and people would go, in here, in here. You know, here's Auntie Agnes, she's sort of passed away, and they would load them onto these trucks, take them out, these hand carts, and just throw them in pits. Thank God we're a bit more civilised now, and it's good. And Steve, when people highlight their own supposedly good deeds, I believe it's self-publicity and no longer charity, says Bill. That's the difference between gentleman George Michael and money-grabbing Mr. Beckham. Well, I don't see why he has to mention, you know, the good work he's done at UNESCO and places like that. You know, that doesn't qualify you for something at all. It just means you've done that. You shouldn't, you know, he's already got, I think, an OBE. Why does he want anything else? You know, it's a case of, no, I don't think we should. I don't think we should. Mind you, I don't think we should have given anything to Tony Blair either. And in fact, now there's about 300,000 people who have signed a petition. Not it's going to make any difference. It won't make any difference, I promise you. And he will get his knighthood, and then he will also get the Order of the Garter from the Queen, where he'll have to wear funny clothes and walk down the hill from Windsor Castle. They've got all their regalia and everything. I mean, it must be very expensive to do it. And they've also just got the first black woman there. Out of all these years that they've been running the Knights of the Garter, only now have they got the first black woman. I mean, it's almost like, oh, wait a minute, should we honour, you know, we don't seem to be as diverse as we obviously thought we were, which is a bit of a shame. Frank says, Happy New Year, Steve and LBC from my house in sunny Thailand. My boy's just come back from Cyprus. He went to Cyprus. Weather not brilliant, but they did find a taverna. And you know, if you find a taverna, there's booze. And if you find booze, you find, you know, people playing music and stuff like that and getting carried away. And ooh, there's no sort of girlies over there to sort of meet, really. So you didn't meet anybody over there to start. You can see the trouble is, when you went on a holiday, when you were younger, you can guarantee you would end up with somebody on a holiday that you got very close to. And then you come back and you go, oh, I'm so depressed, I'm missing them. And so because you met, it was like a holiday romance. You can't really sort of expect any of those relationships to survive. I mean, I had it when I was about 14, 15. I came back, I was the most depressed I'd ever been. I thought this was it, the great love of my life. So I went round to see them. We'd swapped addresses and all the rest of it, went round to see them. Well, I couldn't have been more blanked if I'd tried. So that didn't amount to anything, which is okay. If you want tunnels, says Dave, Gibraltar. Yeah, we've done the Gibraltar tunnels. They used to have cannons in them and everything. There's an underground street underneath the Royal Mall in Edinburgh. It's under the King's Chambers. You can go and visit under the City Chambers, sorry. It's fascinating. I've seen it on the television. And I did a really good programme yesterday. And it was Giles Corran and a lady, I forget her name, but she was very good. And they're doing a programme on nice hotels around the world. And I think it started yesterday. And the first one that they did was in the Tivoli Gardens in Copenhagen, which is not very far away. And it looked fab. Their most expensive room is about $2,500 a night, but it's beautifully decorated with antiques and everything. And they say that Copenhagen is one of the friendliest cities in the world. Everybody's very happy there. And I quite fancy this idea. If you stay in this hotel, they give you a free wristband and you can, because it's in the Tivoli Gardens, which is like an amusement park. Lots of places were called Tivoli Gardens. We had the Vauxhall Tivoli Gardens years and years ago. And I remember thinking, it looked really good. It was a nice plug. for the hotel, and a nice plug for the Tivoli Gardens, and for the food as well. The food looked amazing, and everybody speaks English. Everybody speaks English. It could not be more perfect. And they smile, and they look happy. So I thought that was a very good start to the programme. And then what they do is, Giles and this lady get jobs in the hotel, and they get them to do things and everything. It was really good. It was really good. I sort of sat there thinking, oh, I'd love it. I did go to Copenhagen. Dale and I went, and it was ages ago. And on the first day we sort of went there, we stayed in this hotel opposite the entrance to the Tivoli Gardens. And the thing that frightened me was it was a vertical hotel, very modern. I'm not into modern hotels. I like a bit of oldness, a little bit of creaking furniture and stuff like that. Somewhere that looks old and decadent, but it's still pristine. And you could open the windows in this hotel fully. Most hotels, you can only open the windows a little bit in case you want to drop out or something like that. These ones you could open fully. Frightened the life out of me. I stayed well clear of the windows. But the bathroom was fully mirrored. The entire bathroom. The bath was mirrored. The walls around the bath were mirrored. The ceiling was mirrored. I tell you, if you climb into a shower and everything's mirrored, oh my God, you don't want to do it. You see bits of your body you think shouldn't ever be seen ever again. It was almost frightening. And I remember saying to Dale, I've got a mirrored bathroom. He said, yep. He said, I've got a mirrored bathroom. I said, isn't it awful? I thought it was absolutely dreadful. But anyway, there you go. That's the way it goes. So what else have we got? Ryland Clark's ex-husband has made a dating show for television. Whether it's a pilot or not, I've got no idea. But I seem to remember that his foray into the world of presenting was weak and lame, to say the least. He used to be a policeman, I think. And anyway, then they sort of split up. I think at the moment, Ryland's trying to sort of flog something. Some bloke who can give you a six-pack. Like, we take any notice of celebrities. We really shouldn't. Jack Whitehall nicks as much as he can from hotels. And vegan food could be bad for you.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Everybody's very happy this morning. I can't believe we're still on blooming holidays. We're still on holidays. This is ridiculous. When's it going to finish? If we're not careful, very shortly we're going to be into Easter. So I told you my driver was called Daniel this morning, the one with the good music. Very good music. The top rate of road tax is going up by 130 quid in April. I think the Bentley's in this category, Steve. Wouldn't surprise me. Everything else is going up. Everything else. The lady in the beyond the hotel lobby is called Monica Gillespie, apparently. It was very good. It was really entertaining. It was nice to see not just a little sort of plug for a hotel, but a whole programme devoted to it. So you could at least see, how it went on and the food that they were cooking. And of course, Copenhagen's famous for open sandwiches. And there's this bloke in there, very young, and he does the most beautiful open sandwiches. But they do like their fish. And I'm not into fish and things like that. It's laid out over an open bit of brown bread. It was beautifully done and it did look very nice, but it just didn't appeal to me in the slightest. I can't remember what it was. It was all sorts of different fish. I didn't like whatever it was. Some of it had the skin on and everything. And then they went to this really posh restaurant where the dinner takes 5 hours. 5 hours. I can't imagine anything taking 5 hours. And it's about £400 per person, plus 900 if you want booze. But it's people queue. There's a waiting list of 10,000 people. But we got that over here for that overpriced steak place in Mayfair. Once the novelty's worn off, nobody will bother. Much easier. Have you made New Year resolutions? No. 14 miles of tunnels under County Hall. Even had a lion from Waterloo Station down there. 14 miles of under County... I've been under County Hall. I don't remember seeing 14 miles of tunnels. 14 miles of tunnels. I don't know. Check that one. County Hall. Tunnels. And another one. Here we go. Vegan food could be bad for you. Is this the story about the guy who choked on the salad baguette? No. This is people saying that you need a bit of meat in your diet. It's good for you. It's as simple as that. So what have we got here? Have we got tunnels? No, we're not thinking. Oh, I don't think so. Unless we're going to send Mihal out there with a little spade digging tunnels. There's no. Why would there be tunnels under County Hall? What for? What for? Why would they need tunnels? They don't need tunnels. I do know that there's a hotel in London, which under the staircase there is a secret tunnel which takes you down to the Thames. And I know that there is a theatre in London on the Embankment where there is a secret tunnel from the Royal Box which led to the hotel just over the road, so the King could go in there. I know all about that. The hotel show lady is MasterChef Monica Galetti, and the show has been on since the start of December. Oh, right, so wrong with Monica Gillespie, or is that the same? Monica Galetti. Whatever it is, it's very good. Very good. Pauline says, I've watched the programme on exotic hotels. I think they've been to beautiful places. Worth a watch. Yeah, I loved it. Definitely. And my favourite tunnel was a bloke up north. And he had a big house, a big country mansion. And he didn't like to see the neighbours. And he didn't want them to see them. So under his house, they had dug a huge tunnel, which went for about 2.5 miles all the way to the end of his property. So he could go down in his property into the cellars, get into his horse and carriage, and they could drive him all the way underground to the edge of the property, then he could get out. And the tunnel still exists. They used it during the war. It was like a Batcave kind of thing, but this tunnel is about, I don't know, a mile long or something like that, and it still exists because they used it during the war to billet soldiers. But it's big enough to take a horse and carriage. It's that big. Very, very, very impressive. I love stuff like that. Love stuff like that. We've got Williamson's tunnels. And that was a rich Victorian dug quite a few just outside the city centre to create work for the poor. They have tours most days. You do need a tour, don't you? I think that which is a good idea actually. But I'm going to watch this exotic hotel thing. Days ago, Steve, says Connie, you were talking about war films. I bought a DVD box set with 8 different war films for £5. All the DVD box sets you have you ever made a bargain on one? I've always thought they were bargains. I've always thought that they were bargains. I like all my box sets. I've got a friend of mine who have box sets, and then after they've actually watched them, they then get rid of them. And they give them to the charity shop. Well, pardon my French, bugger that for soldiers. I don't go and spend 20 quid on a box set only to give it to the charity shop, thank you. Charity shops around my way, I mean, they're like a huge business. We've got about 30 of them. You can't beat charity shops around our neck of the woods. And they charge serious prices. They really do. I mean, gone are the day. I told you I went in there, I'd seen some. Well, it is a good cause, but charity's business now. That's all it comes down to. It's business. None of the people get paid working in there. And they rely on the public to give them stuff, and it's all barcoded. Everything's barcoded now. Gone, years ago you'd go in there and go, I'll just give you £1 for that outfit. They go, yeah, that's fine. Nowadays, I mean, I went in there to buy some glass. They had some nice glasses. My brother collects this red glass, and they were £25. And I said, what sort of deal can you do? And she looked at me and she went, nothing. I thought, well, you're not getting any of my clothes, are you now, love? Really? Be a bit more bloody grateful. That's what I say. Say hello to my sister Harry. We love your show and stayed up all night to listen to it. Well, that's quite good, actually. Did you see the lovely programme over the weekend called There Is Nothing Like a Dame with Joan Plowright, Eileen Atkins, Judi Dench and Maggie Smith? Oh, it's very old, Bob. That came out years ago. Years ago. But I mean, quite nice to see all the repeats on the television. Guess whose backing group is making a comeback at Butlins? I don't believe this one. Gary Glitter's backing group, the Glitter Band. And Butlin's answer is it's an adult-only audience. I don't quite get why that would be significant, but there you go. And dogs don't care if you give them posh treats. They don't. It's just a sausage. They couldn't care less whether it's got, this in it or that in it. And the Taliban, because they really are the brightest people, have ordered the beheading of shop dummies. They say shop dummies are offensive to Islam. They really are mad as fruit bats, aren't they? They really are, poor little souls, honestly. So they've covered all the shop dummies up, and they've all been beheaded because they're offensive to Islam, unlike the Taliban, who, of course, are grossly offensive to just about everybody. Monica, amazing hotels, a lady presenter as a well-known chef. I don't care, whatever it is, it works really well. I think it was really good, and I enjoy the Tivoli Gardens because I went there. But since I've been there, they've got a couple of roller coasters and stuff like that, and all sorts of rides which Giles Corran didn't want to go on. But I mean, I don't want to go on all these rides at the fairground. Some of them look a bit dangerous to me, especially that one where you sit in a chair. I think we used to call it a chair-a-plane years ago, and it had chains, and the only thing that's holding you is a little bit of metal in front of you, and then it goes up, and then it swings around, and you're swinging out to the side. I would slip out of the bloody thing. Seriously. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I mean, they would have to pay me and sedate me to get me onto anything like that. I looked at it and I thought, you'd be clinging on for grim death. I really don't like anything like that. I don't want anything that frightens me on the fun fair. And they were very, very frightening. Very, very frightening. What else we got? Oh, George Aligaya says his cancer has made his marriage stronger. He says it will get me in the end. That's the thing about cancer, isn't it? We know so little about it, even though we're pumping fortunes into it, that once you get it. But it's not a death sentence. Not a death sentence. It's a case of you can live with cancer. Not everybody does, but you can do it. It is possible. It is, and then you get the little kids who ring the bell in the hospital, which is good. Looking at the new hotels opening up in 2022, thought your first visit might be the one on Blackpool seafront. 1930s glamour with Art Deco, 5 stars. Right. Nothing would actually get me to go back to Blackpool. I would have to be dragged there screaming. It really is the most god-awful. That's it. That's that ride. Well, I've lost it. Now we've got all the advertise. I hate all the advertising you get on these things nowadays. You have to wait for about 10 minutes while the adverts run through. There it is. And you go to this thing, and it lifts you up in the air, and it turns round, and then you're nothing on earth. Nothing on earth. What's holding you in there? Nothing. Some chains. I just do not see the appeal of that at all. I mean, I think it's supposed to be the centrifugal force that keeps you in your chair. Without that, you'd fall out. I mean, can you imagine if you slipped? I mean, nothing. Nothing would get me on it. And I love the way they've got, to make it look as though it's not dangerous, they've got flags hanging off the end of each of these sort of bits of chain. That's all it is, a little bit of thin chain. Couldn't hold a dog up. Winter Wonderland's highlights. I went on one of their roller coasters there. I mean, how this thing clung to the tracks, God alone knows. Vegan food, definitely bad for you, Steve, but please don't tell the 80 million vegan people. They probably think they're managing fine without meat. You do need a little bit of meat, I'm told. Doctors have said you need a bit to balance up. You can't just survive on vegan food. You need your protein, don't you? That's what you need. You don't have to have loads of it, just kind of a little bit of it. And I don't know why. Do people eat it because they think it's very healthy, or are people eating it because they want a different lifestyle, or are people eating it because they don't want to eat animals? It's probably a combination of all of them. Animal cruelty. I have to be honest. I mean, if you've seen the way they dispatch animals, you'd probably all become a vegetarian immediately, because it's not the, I just feel sorry for the animal. They were doing a farming program the other day, and I was doing fine with it until they sort of then load all these sheep onto all this lorry, and I'm thinking, oh, they're really nice, aren't they? And they go, where are you taking them to? The higher field? No, they're going to market. In other words, they're going to be executed, and we're going to eat them. So I couldn't eat lamb anyway. But that's what it is. It's like chickens, they all chatter away to each other. So had a busy day, what are you doing for Christmas? Not a lot. I was talking to the turkeys the other day. I don't know where they've gone to. Perhaps they've gone on holiday. And you think, no, we've eaten them. And chickens, we eat millions of chickens a week. Millions and millions of chickens a week because they're cheap. Mark in Romford says, I've never been to Blackpool. Why is it so bad? Okay, I'll give you a clue. You're from Romford. Okay, end of story. Goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, how many in the UK eaten every year? Chickens. 900 million. 900 million. Most of them raised, more than 90%, in crowded, filthy and barren broiler sheds, where they do literally just fatten them up very quickly, and it's short, very short lifespan. But they don't know. They don't know. They just literally take them, and then they have a machine that drives down the middle with a conveyor belt on it. It scoops them up, and they get thrown into the back of this machine. Then they're boxed up. Then they're taken off to be gassed or to be electrocuted. That's what they do with them. They're all hung upside down. They think they're going to the fun fair. They think it's a fun fair ride. Whee! Here we go. Nope, unfortunately not. Second time round, off comes the head, straight into the KFC bucket, which is all... Actually, I think all the KFCs... I've never met a KFC yet that isn't halal. most of them are halal. You can see the halal sign on the windows of the KFC, which is sort of, they do a different method of killing, don't they, I think? I don't like it anyway. I mean, whichever way you look at it, it's easier to sort of eat the stuff without having to worry about how it got to where it got from or to. Anton Deck admits some of their banter has been censored by the woke brigade. Whatever. What was that? What were you doing? What was that? Oh, I thought you were doing something. Oh, right.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Seamlessly blending unmistakable BMW driving dynamics with instant electric performance and impressive range, while innovative technology connects to elevate every journey. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So, Prince Andrew takes away the heat from COVID, doesn't it? Which is getting worse and worse and worse. But a veteran tells Andrew to step down from the Guards. Why is it that we loathe Prince Andrew so much? I mean, even before this debacle over this sweating and the Pizza Express and all the other gubbins that sort of come out, it was a case that we never liked him. We always thought he was terribly arrogant. He always thought he was cleverer than everybody else. Always thought he was brighter than everybody else. He just sort of expected people to bow and scrape to him, and unfortunately people decided they didn't want to. Apart from Sarah Ferguson, who's clinging on for grim death because it's only through him that she's got a place to live. And they're on holiday, her and the two girls and the husband. You've got to drag along the mother, which is always the worst, isn't it? And so they're in Verbier, where they used to have a house, but of course they had to sell it because the woman who sold it to them wanted her money back. And he just seems to be a bit of a disaster, Andrew. You know, there is just such... I always remember when Windsor Castle nearly burnt down, Prince Andrew was interviewed by the media, and he said, Her Majesty is... and you think, I'm sorry, why can't you just say my mother? Make it a lot easier. He was never in the real world. And then his liking and his propensity for hanging around with the wrong sort of people has dogged him throughout his entire life. You know, everybody remembers Vicky Hodge and people like that from his dim and distant past. There's something about him that's not very pleasant, and I don't know what it is. And that's why I still can't understand why, in God's name, his ex-wife, who's clung to him like a limpet, doesn't say to him, listen, why have you not gone? I mean, why has she not said, why have you not gone to the press? I don't care that, you know, he's not been charged with anything or anything like that. But would he not want to tell them what he knows about this bloke? They were so close. They really were so close. Put it this way, who else walked through the park with him, chatting away animatedly? You know, the least he can do is sort of, you know, is tell them exactly what he knew about him. But perhaps there is all sorts of other reasons. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, actually, oh yes, we sorted out the podcast from the Friday the 31st. We're gonna make sure that goes out. Lovely, thank you. 84850. Another one here, which says Katy Perry says she's grateful not to be dead in a ditch after surviving her 20s in Hollywood. Lovely. And ITV, this is in the Daily Star, it's an old story, I did this the other week, has been slammed for showing the Christmas film The Holiday more than 50 times since 2010. It depends how much they pay for it. If you pay a lot of money for it, you're going to get value, because ITV also broadcast the 8 Harry Potter movies, a total of 41 times between them. But my favourite television programmes at the moment are Andrei Rieu in concert. We've had him in Bogota, we've had him in Bucharest, we've had him in Maastricht, which is his hometown. I mean, it's just brilliant. An orchestra, and they have a lot of fun, and they bring happiness to everybody. I've never known anybody, you know, bring so much happiness. He seems absolutely fantastic. BBC facing more bad news, set to a further cut to its latest licence fee deal. Nadine Dorries is expected to sign off the level of the fee for the next 5 years by the end of this month. Nadine Dorries. I've never been a fan of Nadine Dorries ever since she turned up and I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. And I remember thinking, oh dear, a little bit desperado. Ricky Gervais reckons Afterlife is a hit because it shows Brits as a bunch of scruffy, sweary freaks. Surely not. That's just Love Island, Ricky. Going vegan may be bad for you, the experts have warned. Many plant-based alternatives to meat churned out by the food giants are heavily processed. Tim Sheaf, the vegan chef on Jamie Oliver's YouTube channel, adapted the diet 9 years ago, but after joint pain, fatigue and mental issues, he started tucking into eggs and fish. He said he felt a veil of depression lift from his mind, and all those niggling injustices started to recover within a short space of time. So there you go. Sarah Berry, a senior lecturer in nutritional sciences at King's College, London, says the perception that plant-based means health this morning. I mean, all of them single, as you can well imagine. And they drive these cars around. When they go through the Piccadilly Tunnel, they year-old collie and said, Tess will be sitting, that's the name of the dog, Tess, will be sitting in the lap of luxury. Thank Grieving dad has blamed anti-vaxxers for the death of his pregnant daughter from COVID. David Exley said, with death, you know. Steve, I've been a vegan for many years now, says Jonathan, close to 69. I run 5 miles. Knows. One resident, Carol Shadbolt, said the 61-year-old's diddly squat farm shop had caused a type of simmering road rage. You're a miserable old devil, aren't you, Carol? Honestly, what a miserable little existence you must have. Bolt, honestly. Oh, we don't think we want things like that down here. We've lived in the countryside for years. It's been nice and quiet. Can you imagine, can't you? I bet she's had no Christmas tree up in the lounge. No decorations, no presents under the tree. A miserable existence. Why are people so anti him? He's really good. He's great fun. He's opening a restaurant. You know, it's only a 60, 70-seater. It's not like he's opening a 1,000-seater restaurant. It'll have nice local food, Carol. You must go there, love. It'll be great. Spend some of your pension, you know, going there and having a cup of tea and a piece of cake. I bet he does lovely lardy cake and stuff like that. Perhaps you could sell him some of your cakes that you make. What is it about people who live in villages? I remember a friend of mine, he's in radio. He went to live in a village and he said, I've moved into this little village. They were so revolting in this village, he moved out inside of 2 years. He said, people treat you, if you're coming in from outside, as being basically foreigners. He said, and we got treated really badly. The car got, you know, scratched and all sorts of things. He said it was very unnecessary. I said, well, that's what people are like in these villages. They're very insular. Very insular. That's what I said. I tell you what, Carol, I'd love to come down there and build a replica of the Colosseum. Yeah, that'd freak you out, wouldn't it? Yes. We would have sort of annual games for 2,500 people every day. Whoopee! We could pop Carol Shadbolt in the ring, I should imagine. Why would you complain about something that's doing really good for an area? At the countryside, they've done bits on it before, saying because people who live in the countryside can't afford to live in the countryside, you know, the thing starts depreciating. And it's not so good. Not so good. And another one here. Why would Prince Andrew talk to the FBI? Nothing would happen. It's not like he'd be charged or arrested. They haven't said that. What they've said, they want to talk to him to ask what he knows about Jeffrey Epstein. He was best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Very, very best buddies. That's what they want to know about. He must know things. You're not telling me all those years he spent with Jeffrey Epstein, flying on his private plane, staying in his house in New York, staying in his houses on the island. You're not telling me he didn't know anything was going on. I mean, how do you keep things like that? Wouldn't you ask where these people come from? Definitely you would know that. Definitely. And another one here. Say hello, please, to my mum who's listening at the moment. Her name's Mary. Good. That's what we like. Is everybody fed up with the holiday bit? What's the matter now? What's the matter? Are you going to go down to old, you know, Clarkson's place? Would you be going down there for a meal? Yeah. Take some mates down or something? Have a bit of a knees up? I wonder what sort of... You and... Yes. I wonder what sort of food he's serving. I wonder what it is. Do you think it's sort of traditional stuff? Like a good hearty soup? Ploughman's? No, you get ploughman's in pubs. This would have to be fish and chips, burgers, vegetarian stuff. You're not veggie, are you, though? No. You like a bit of meat. Yeah. That's good. Good for you, isn't it? Good for you. I could eat a burger now, actually. I could really eat a burger now. Favourite burger? Beef burger. What do you mean favourite burger? Like, from where? Oh, I don't know. From my kitchen, I suppose. Well, there's a fish shop in Twickenham. He does lovely burgers. And we used to have another place that did bison burgers, which were very nice. And I do like a pie, though. If I'm really honest, I do like a pie. Chicken curry pie or beef steak and ale pie. It's nice with sort of mashed potato and gravy. That'd actually that would suit me down to the ground. Trouble is, I get in trouble talking about food first thing. People write to you, go, "Will you stop talking about food? I'm lying in bed and all I'm thinking about now is food." Because you're talking about food. Stella says, "Did you celebrate New Year?" No, absolutely not. No, I mean, I went to bed early because I was working the follow. Oh, the music's arrived. Wonder what the orchestra were doing in it. And I'm in my own world. I don't really care, actually, to be honest with you. People say, "You're mad as a fruitcake." I said, "I don't care. I don't care." It's talking like this got me out the brownies. I was much happier. And so I didn't want to go there because I was a cub. Never got as far as the Scouts. I don't know why. I think because we moved countries and I don't think I was sort of registered here at all. But musing again, it doesn't really matter. So David Beckham's still moaning about no knighthood. You're not getting one, all right? Just give up now, please. And happy birthday. Oh, it's Greta Thunberg's birthday. She's 19, behaves much older, but she's not. And Michael Schumacher as well.
This is LBC.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know that if you need help with your energy, there's a team of dedicated energy specialists who work hard to get it sorted, so you can get back to doing what you like quicker. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Here we go. Bank Holiday Monday again. I'm sure I've been saying this about 5 times over the festive season, but it is still Bank Holiday Monday. So eventually, when you get back to work, you know, we will sort of be on the right track, I hope, for the new year. Somebody says, you say experts think a vegan diet is unhealthy. Well, listen, a chief nutritionist at a university college in London, you know, you don't get any higher than that, says that a vegan diet is unhealthy. You need some protein in it. And then this person says, remember, there are plenty of experts saying masks and vaccines don't work. They're talking rubbish too. Of course, listen, you'll always find opposing arguments for just about everything. But however, masks and vaccines do work. We know that. It does. Put it this way, it will help you. It won't stop you getting COVID, but it makes it a lot easier if you've been vaccinated. If you haven't, you stand a very good chance of dying. It's as simple. I can't make it any clearer than that, because your immune system is completely destroyed by COVID. I've spoken to people who've had it for weeks and weeks on end, and they've said they thought they were going to die. They've really thought and you need to be well aware of that. If you don't want it, that's your problem. I couldn't care less. That doesn't make any difference to me. But I don't want you taking up a bed in a hospital. As far as I'm concerned, you sort it out yourself. You think you know better? Good. You sort it out. You don't need the experts. Why should we waste, oxygen and hospital beds? Goodness sake. Andrew was brought up, says Albert, with the attitude that he's the Queen's son and can do what he wants without any questions. Well, he's finding out completely differently. I bet he never thought he'd be on the front page of the papers, you know, for so many weeks now, weeks and weeks and weeks. And it's a case of, all he's got to do is talk to me. He should have done it in the first place. That big, disaster for him was doing the Emily Maitlis interview, where he didn't know what he was talking about half the time, but he's always thought he can bluff it out. This is one he can't bluff out. But the trouble is he's dragging down the rest of the family with him. What can you do? Terry says, I visited Clarkson's farm on New Year's Day. I was having a break in the Cotswold. The field next to the building was churned up. One of the locals in the pub told me he's selling burgers for £8, and people are queuing up for 4 hours to get in. There was no waiting cones everywhere, says Terry in Leighton. I think that's really good. Burgers for £8, very good value. Very good value. I mean, you're in Leighton. I mean, even you should know what burgers cost now. £8 is about average for burgers. I mean, I was looking at a burger in Burger King the other day. It was $7.99. So if he's selling them for £8, that's very good value. He could have capitalised and charged far more money. And people queuing for 4 hours? Yeah, why not? People like him. And no waiting cones. But then that's just, wherever you get crowds of people and you get queues of people going, you're always going to get waiting cones. Blimey, we have waiting cones around our neck of the woods. It's as simple as that. But, I mean, £8. I mean, how much do you think fish and chip shops charge for fish and chips around London way? £14? £15? £18? Up to about £25 for fish and chips now. You go to the Seashell and, you'll be paying an awful lot more. Thank you. It's hilarious round here. It really is. But yeah, £8 I think is really good value. See, now she's taking it off again. She keep it on all the time. It's called face furniture. That's what they call it. That's what Dame Edna Everage used to say about glasses. Face furniture, darlings, face furniture. So here we go. McDonald's. They've got an extra value meal, $5.19, a Big Mac. Okay. And it goes up to about £5.69. That's about the most expensive. So £8. This is McDonald's, Clarkson's. I mean, very good value. Very good value. Burger King. Here you go. $6.79. There you go. Wait a minute. Stop. $7.79 for a Steakhouse Angus. Bacon Double Cheese XL, $7.79. $8.29 coming with a drink. You can manage one of those, could you, Michael? I thought you might be able to. And it's really expensive. It's really expensive. So when people sort of go, £8 for a burger, you need to get out a bit more. This is how much these things cost. They're not cheap. Most pubs are charging at least £15 for fish and chips in a pub, at least £15, and we're happy to pay it. So I'd pay him £8 for a burger, especially if it's a proper beef burger, not one of these processed things. Sorry, I'm just having to move the other side of the table to pick up it was so far away, the tea. I nearly had to book a taxi to get me there and get back again. Can't believe we're into the year 2022. Can you believe it? And already we're racing away with the with sort of the days. So we're now up to the 3rd. Actually, it was only the other day Vicky Patterson was talking about in the paper, and I remember being a little bit suspect then. She turned to drink after she won some programme, and then I thought, I wonder why she's doing that. Well, we find out today she's launching a book on how to be happy, as if you're going to take any notice of somebody who's turned to drink to learn how to be happy. You can all be happy. Everybody can be happy. You don't need to take or buy a book on how to be happy. Oh, by the way, another 137,583 COVID cases and 73 deaths in the last 24-hour period. Just thought I'd mention it to you, just in case the anti-vaxxers are listening. But I think by now we've finally managed to get rid of them. You know, if you're too stupid, we don't want to encourage you at all. Isolating from COVID after a positive test taken at the Old Deer Car Park mobile unit. There you go. But Gary in Isworth gets that. He said, can't be careful enough as lateral flow tests gave false negatives. Well, it's about as good as you're going to get. As good as you're going to get. But you know if you're ill. You know if you're ill. You know, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it, really, where you just know. You just know. Other things here. Adele could be buying Stallone's Beverly Hills pad. I don't know why. She's all by herself. He wanted 81 million. She's offered 42 million. I mean, it's very nice, but what would you do in a house that size unless you've got a huge family? And she doesn't have a huge family. Ryan Giggs has sold his old house for 2.7 million. He had to slash nearly £1 million off the price. It failed to sell for more than 2 years. It boasts a swimming pool, cinema room and bar. Oh, God, how ghastly. How cheap. A bar in a house. What sort of people have things like that? Footballers. I mean, a swimming pool... whatever, it's just a hole dug in the ground. And a cinema room, that's where they sort of have a room. They go, a bedroom, sitting room? No, cinema room. Let's put down cinema room. People are buying to that. And it's on a secure gated plot. Giggs now lives in a £1.7 million property nearby, which he used to share with his ex-girlfriend. Because he's going to stand trial later this month, charged with assaulting Kate and her younger sister. I lose track of these things nowadays. When did that occur? I must have missed these things. Are you watching the, what do they call it? The Masked Singer? Have you seen? The panel are the most stupid people I've ever seen in my entire life. They're going, oh, I think that'll be so-and-so. They had Mushroom on there the other day. The guesses were Rebel Wilson, Vicky McClure and Greta Thunberg. As if. Most of the people that they actually have winning these things are sort of people that you wouldn't really ever care about. One of them, Lionfish, the judges guessed Ellen DeGeneres. Are they really stupid? Do they seriously think Ellen DeGeneres is going to come over here with her millions and millions and millions of pounds and dress up as a lionfish? Of course she's not. I mean, Gloria Hunniford, for goodness sake, is 81. She was unveiled on the last programme. She took off her snow leopard costume. I quite like Robo Bunny. They're either guessing it's Vinnie Jones. He'll turn up for the opening of an envelope. Paddy McGuinness, Dara O'Brien and rapper Drake. I just quite like the character Robo Bunny, but I mean Paddy McGuinness. Good God in heaven. I noticed actually Paddy McGuinness's wife is called Christine McGuinness, and she's supposedly on The Real Housewives of Cheshire, which I watched the other day, and she doesn't feature. They don't even put her down in the opening credits or at the end run her name through. So obviously she's only a temporary kind of figure on there. My God, there's some barking mad people on that programme. There really are. Have you seen it? The Housewives of Cheshire. Oh, my goodness me. The most pretentious bunch of people you've ever met in your entire... They all hate each other. There's a woman called... I can't remember what she's called now, actually. But she apparently used to have a restaurant. And basically her boobs arrive in the room before she does. I've never seen anything like it. And they all go, oh, I love you, you're looking so good, and all the rest of it. I think, what vacuous lives. Dreadful. Here we go. Traffic cone. Another one from The Masked Singer. The guesses were Ollie Murs. Well, I don't think he's done anything for ages, has he? Alistair Brownlee, Chris Kamara and Prince Harry. I mean, who in their right mind comes up with Prince Harry? He's not even in the country, and also you wouldn't put him on anything like that. Goodness sake. Bagpipes. The judges were guessing Paul Hollywood, John McEnroe or Richard Madden. No, none of those people. Panda. Guesses. Keely Hawes, Helen Skelton. Well, she just had a baby, so unlikely. And Emily A. Tack. Well, it could be her because she's desperate for the publicity. And As I say, Snow Leopard, they actually thought it was either Shirley Bassey, Judi Dench, Jane Seymour. And it's Gloria Hunniford. I mean, come on, we know Gloria Hunniford sings. She's had albums out in the past. Corrie fans, sorry to break it to you, there's going to be another death on the cobbles. Have you ever seen any cobbles in Coronation? They don't have cobbles anymore. Goodness sake. But the boss has said there will be a shock death. Who it's going to be, I don't know. I've got no idea. Apparently there are problems for Adam Barlow and wife Sarah with his ex Lydia's arrival. He said we wanted an updated version of a 90s thriller, a bit like Fatal Attraction. Why is it they think a death on the cobbles is going to pull in an Who cares? It doesn't make it. It's not real. It's only pretend. They're just sort of doing these sort of things. They go, how can we get the ratings back again? OK, let's blow up the Rover's Return. You know, I mean, that'd be the best thing they'd ever done in their entire life. Bev says, I told you last week I can't stand Davina McCall. Their suggestions are rubbish. Well, some of the ones they were coming up with were a little bit... It's almost like somebody said to them, you know, you shouldn't really come up with any proper name. Just come up with something really stupid, you know. And somebody else says, is it just anti-vax or are there anti-paracetamol, anti-dandruff shampoo campaigner, says Alan. Oh, I think it's everything, you know, anti-vax. I've got a vax at home. But you know what people are like. They're a little bit funny about this. In fact, it's the only thing that actually drags out the peculiars. I mean, really, it does drag out some very odd people, the anti-vax. They don't believe anything. And as I say, my wish is to be a doctor, just for a day. And they turn up and you go, I'm sorry, are you anti-vaxxer? I think I've seen you on the television. And they go, yes. Well, we're not treating you. I'm terribly sorry. We're having beds for people with serious illnesses, not somebody who refused to take something that was free to help you, you know, at least get through the other side of it. If you're dumb enough not to do it, then we're bright enough not to admit you.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Are you good? Are you good? Shane says you had me laughing when you mentioned her boobs were in the room before her. I mean, seriously, her boobs are enormous, but she kind of emphasises them. And she's, I don't know, I think she might either be a partner in a restaurant or they've just used her to promote the restaurant. But it's just fake. They are the worst people I've ever seen in my entire life. And then they all go, oh, I think we're going to be downsizing our houses. And they show you these ghastly places. I mean, if you really want to be among ghastly people, go to Cheshire. That would be the place to go to. It really is. I feel a bit sorry, but then I didn't after I'd read the story, for Lee Morris. He very stupidly decided to expose himself in a car that he was in, driving down a motorway. So he thought it was very clever because he's a bit thick. He comes from Caerphilly, and he exposed himself to a family driving in a car in the next lane. So they took a picture of the car number plate and they reported him to the police. And he's now been fined. He's been given a year's community order, 90 hours unpaid work, £620 costs and a £95 victim surcharge. He was found guilty by a Newport magistrate. So forever now, Lee Morris, aged 20, is going to be down as a pervert who flashed at people on a motorway who had children in the car. Not a clever boy at all. Rather a stupid person. Have you ever heard of this? I'd never heard of this restaurant. Perhaps I missed out. The My Pasta Bar chain. Have you ever heard of that? I'd never heard of it either. But apparently it was run by Gino D'Acampo. It's gone into liquidation with debts of $5 million. The celeb chef's business has lost hundreds of thousands every year since it started in 2012. I'd never even heard of it. My Pasta Bar. Well, it doesn't make any difference. It's gone under. The chain owes nearly $5 million to 49 creditors, plus money to HMRC, about 114,000, and 40,000 in staff wages. He earns £2 million a year from his TV work. He's got 1.65 million in investments, including 821,000 in property. His Gino D'Acampo restaurant chain remain unaffected. I'm not even aware of these either. Where are these places? Perhaps they stick them in parts of the country that we're not aware of. I've got no idea. The My Pasta chain. Well, I've never even seen the blooming thing. Not surprised it went under. So accounts for his parent. So his Gino D'Acampo restaurant chain remains unaffected. Most of these places go under, don't they? Most of them go under, and I don't. But especially ones going under that I've never heard of. Doesn't really. COVID didn't help. I mean, none of these sort of places. But also, I mean, pasta. It's so cheap you can do it at home, can't you? Why would you want to go out to a restaurant and pay for pasta? Chart topper Joel Corry, I've never heard of. Already has a string of hits to his name, but he now wants to slide into Jessie Nelson's DMs to see if she'll be up for hitting the studio together. God, she's not still in the business, is she? I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I mean, so the chances are probably yes, she will. And this year marks 7 years since Leona Lewis's last album, but she may usher in 2022 with fresh music. Well, that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? And Usain Bolt hopes to hit the music charts this year as well. I didn't even know he sang. He's revealed he's working on a second album. He released a debut, Country Utes, last September. Honestly, I'm missing out on all these different things. So at the moment, Rylan Clark is back on top form with a new six-pack. Well, he's about as thin as a pencil, isn't he? I mean, let's face it. I mean, a six-pack's not going to make any difference. He's obviously flogging something. And I'm right, he is. Vicky Patterson turns her life around after a secret battle with booze and is trying to persuade you to buy her book, which, to be honest with you, you don't need a book to make you happy. Not buying a book would make you happy. Not very hot at the moment, David Beckham. Missed out on a New Year's honour, despite strong hints. Is that what he does things for? Is it, is it just so he can sort of be a sir? And I mean, I can't believe that Vicky would actually end up being a lady. Not looking very promising, is it, at the moment? Kanye West's weird attempts to win back Kim Kardashian have become embarrassing. He is the most boring person in the entire world. You try and find pictures of him smiling. It's a bit like Victoria Beckham. I've got a picture of Victoria Beckham smiling. I know it's rare. I know it's probably worth a fortune, but you just don't see things like that. Steve, there's one in the city, and it's like a takeaway bar. Blooming awful, says Beverly. But what they do with these people, when you have a celebrity restaurant, they go in there and they say, this is what the menu's going to be. And they don't cook it. They're not working in there. It's been licensed. And so they have them out there. And it's done to try and make more money. Obviously, you don't do anything for love nowadays. And we remember when Jamie Oliver had a bit of a collapse with things like that, and he had to shove his own money into it. I mean, to be honest with you, if it's gone under with 5 million and Gino D'Acampo makes £2 million a year from his television work, he could have afforded to prop it up. But it's been losing money every year for ages and ages. You obviously get to that stage where you can't prop it up anymore, and the backers have gone, no, definitely not. I mean, the richest celebs in the world... It's very interesting. You won't have heard of half of these people. You won't have heard of half of them. So here they come. These are the 20 richest chefs, celebrity chefs in the world. Okay. Number 20. Oh, are we doing from 20? Are we doing from number 1? You want to go number 1? Let's go from number 1 is Alan Wong. He's worth $1 billion. $1 billion. He's chef and restaurateur, most widely known for one of the 12 co-founders of Hawaii Regional Cuisine. That sounds quite nice, actually. I could go for that. I like Hawaiian food. It's sort of a combination of a bit of everything, isn't it, really? So Alan Wong is there. Jamie Oliver, worth $400 million. And he's very successful. He's got his own television shows. He started at Antonio Carlucci's Neal Street and then became sous chef in a restaurant in London. And his cookbooks have become #1 bestsellers. He was awarded a Member of the Order of the British Empire in 2003. So he's number 2 on the list. So he's done very well indeed. Number 3 is Gordon Ramsay. He's only got 220 million. And he rose to fame after Boiling Point, known for his bluntness and fiery temper. There's a surprise. Nobel Matsuisha. He's a Japanese celebrity. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce his name. He does Japanese and Peruvian. He's worth 200 million as well. And he's appeared in 3 major films, but he's got restaurants all over the place. Sushi restaurant in Shinjuku in Tokyo. You don't know the rest of them? Show me the names. I bet I know some of them. Okay, Thomas Keller. No idea. 5th richest celebrity chef in the world. Go down the next one. After we've had Thomas Keller. This is Wolfgang Puck. Nope, not a clue. Not a clue. The next one is Rachel Ray. Blimey, a woman's finally made it onto the list. She's known for... She started out working at Macy's Marketplace before moving over to Agata and Valentina. Okay, so she does 30-minute recipes. Very good. Emeril Lagasse. No idea, but he's the size to be a chef, because if you keep tasting all the food. Bobby Flay. No, he's worth 60 million. They're all sort of mainly American. David Chang. No, but he's got all sorts of different places. And have we got any more? There's another one on there who I know. Go back to the list. Honestly, it's hopeless, isn't it? Go back to the list. You have to find it again, haven't you? No, I'm gonna go really quiet until you find it again. Then you'll have to fill the time. You've lost it completely, haven't you? Because there was one on there who you should know actually, and you will know him. I tell you, you'll know him. Guy Fieri. Don't you know him? See, you do know him. I told you knew him. He's the one who does diners, drive-ins, and what's-its. And he's a chef. He's worth 25 million. He started as a sous chef. He's the 19th richest celebrity chef in the world, and he co-owns several restaurants. But he does this. That's not this. No, it's a different one. That's Mario Battelli. Mario Battelli. Wait a minute. No, go down. Guy Fieri. There you go. So he's worth 20 million. 20 million. He's licensed his name. So that's what they do nowadays. So that's good, isn't it? John says, how do you make a small fortune in the restaurant trade? Here comes the gag. Start with a big fortune. That was like the old Conservative Party gag. How do you get a small company? Start off with a big one and the government will do it for you. And somebody else telling me about these sort of... see, I don't think I want to go out and buy pasta in a restaurant. I just think that pasta is so cheap that you shouldn't really be in a restaurant at all. They should sort of prove... When they showed this programme the other day on the food in the Tivoli Gardens and all these open sandwiches, it looked absolutely sensational. I mean, it was a work of art in itself, and I just loved it. But I do like the drivers, dine-ins, drivers, and whatever it was. The only problem I have with the programme is it's a feeble plug for every single restaurant, because he never once criticises any of them. Everything is, oh, this is just delicious, that, and that. You're just stuffing your face. It's just basically filling a programme with you going out to any old tap restaurant and going, this is the best I've ever tasted, and all the rest of it. He's never once criticised anybody at all. I've watched it for years. It's interesting because you do watch some of these places, and I think it's quite a nice idea actually, for going round and sort of showing us different restaurants. We don't have anything like that in London. We don't have anybody who goes round to different restaurants. We know what celebrity chefs are, but to be honest with you, I don't hold out much hope for celebrity chef restaurants. We're just looking for nice food. That's all it is. Gordon Ramsay, 200 million. Yep, but the way Wolfgang is the official chef of the Oscars, he makes gold leaf covered chocolate Oscar statues, says Zach. Yeah. Well, you can get just about anything in chocolate now. I mean, we have a master chocolatier in Richmond. He has a shop there, and he's very good. Who had a great show? Anthony Bourdain. And he killed himself, though, didn't he? He used to go... Oh, he did another one round all the restaurants. So, Kitchen Confidential Adventure. See, I quite like that. He was only 61 when he died, and he was really good. What was it that made him take his own life? Did he sort of lose an awful lot of money? But anyway, he was working on an episode of Parts Unknown in Strasbourg, and with his frequent collaborator and friend, Eric Ripert. And then Bourdain missed dinner and breakfast, subsequently found him hanging in his room at a hotel, which is very sad, isn't it? He said he was the last person in the world I'd have thought would do something like that. Well, that's the reason that we need to talk to people. How many times have you seen people, and they've said, oh, we need to talk. We didn't know there was anything the matter with them. We didn't know because nobody talks, because people can keep things hidden quite well. And that's a shame. Beverly says, Wolfgang Puck dissed Victoria Beckham because she only ordered steamed veg at his restaurant. She won't ever set foot in there again. But why shouldn't you just have whatever you want in a restaurant? Admittedly, steamed vegetables is a bit stupid to go out. She could have stayed at home, but I shouldn't imagine Victoria Beckham knows how to turn on the oven. It's like, Wayne Rooney's wife, Colleen. I shouldn't imagine I think, the most she does is get takeaway pizza and shove it in the oven to heat it up a bit. I shouldn't imagine they've ever eaten, proper food in their entire life. They've got somebody in to cook. They've just moved into a £20 million house. But I should imagine the kitchen is perfect. And when we saw a picture of the Beckham's kitchen, they went, isn't it immaculate? I thought, yeah, because they've never cooked in it. That's why. It's just sat there as a show kitchen. Oh, unless it's little Harper Seven, who's been out there and sort of thrown something together. Because apparently she has cooked breakfast on the food because she's amazing. She's so amazing. She really is. Still to come, more than 1 in 10 young people believe the world is controlled by lizards in human form. You know where this started? David Icke, the former BBC presenter, who went round the bend completely and thought that the royal family were in fact lizards, and they sort of undid themselves every night. You know, the zip came off down the back and they emerged as lizards inside. I mean, really, how do you get to exist when you come up with absolute twaddle like that? It's just too much, isn't it? But there was a programme called, was it V on the television? Did you ever see that? V was on the television. V was very good. And it was about people who'd come down from another planet, and they were lizards, but they were in human form. But at night time when they went in, they took all their things off and they were lizards. But unfortunately, David Icke took it a bit too far. And as Terry Wogan said to him, the audience were laughing. And he said, I like the audience laughing. He said, no, he said, they're laughing at you, not with you.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6 is the time. You don't need to get out of bed this morning because there's no work, nothing to do. It's all quiet. You could sit down, or failing that, if you are getting up to go to work, get up now. You'll be going a little bit late, I think. Somebody says, am I the only one not excited by posh food? Depends what you call posh food. I mean, you know, people turn burgers into posh food, don't they? There's that ridiculous restaurant in Mayfair where he's covered the steak in this gold thing. And even he's admitted it makes not a jot of difference to the taste or anything else like that. You know, I was having gold leaf in Indian curries about 35 years ago. So he's way behind the times, way behind the times. But I don't know what you call posh food. But when I looked at the open sandwiches in Copenhagen, they really did look lovely. They had fish on. Some had... they seem to do a lot with fish, actually. Smoked salmon, and then there was sort of, you know, onions on top of that, and then horseradish and whatever it was. It looked delicious. Looked absolutely delicious. And I quite fancied that idea. Because you can get them in this country. They do them. You can go, well, you used to be able to go to Patisserie Valerie, and they used to do open sandwiches. But you're hard pushed to find Patisserie Valerie anymore now. They seem to have disappeared. There used to be one in London, and it's gone now. There's something else in its place, which is a bit of a shame. There was also the dreadful story of a man who fell from a flat in Hove the other day, and he died because he impaled himself on railings. I don't know how far he fell. Luckily it wasn't in London. Yes, here we go. The menu and the prices. How much is a giant tomahawk at Salt Bays in Knightsbridge? As I say, unless you've got more money than sense, nobody spends this sort of money. You could go Gordon Ramsay's or Jamie Oliver's restaurants and get much better. I think this is £800 for this average bit of meat, because he sells it much cheaper around the world, and they do other meat as well. And so, wait a minute, here we go. So the restaurant special, a golden burger, £100. The tomahawk steak is £1,450. You can buy the whole cow for that price. Seriously, you know. And desserts, which include a sorbet, ice cream and baklava, 25 quid. A Coca-Cola is 9 quid and a Red Bull's 11. I mean, you'd have to have more money than sense. One customer recently posted a receipt, a photo, and it was how much? £1,812. The service charge was 236 quid. That's what I call rip-off. In other words, I tell you what, tell us when the food's ready, I'll go to the kitchen and bring it back. Absolutely ridiculous, honestly. But then you always get places like this. But people go for it, don't they? In a little way, they go, oh, we have to go there because it's the in place to go to. No, the only claim to fame they had is that Gemma Collins went. I mean, hardly a recommendation as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, that might be what Lawrence calls posh food. You know, a steak might be posh food for you. Whereas if I'm having steak for 15 quid, I can get a very nice fillet steak. And I can do that with, you know, potatoes or chips or, you know, all sorts of things, or just do it with vegetables. Less than 20 quid I could do it. He's charging over 1,000. I mean, surely people would feel a bit cheated, would they not? If you're not, you're definitely in the right place. It's just for you. NHS crisis, the staff hit by illness. They've lost thousands of people. And interestingly enough, bed-blocking patients could receive money to leave hospital. They're thinking about 400 quid. I don't know why, just turf them out. And thousands of people have ended up in hospital because they've literally done DIY and garden chores and they've had accidents. I mean, there are thousands of them blocking up hospital beds because they've cut themselves or they've done all sorts of things. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. People standing on the terraces for the Premier League matches. Nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks at all. In fact, there was a programme on television the other day. What was it? Was it Magic of the Musicals or something? Again, nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks. There was a quiz show on the television and it cut to the audience. Nobody wearing masks. And I'm thinking, I mean, do they think it's finished? Or was this recorded before the pandemic? I'm really not too sure, actually. The Queen has lost another one of her close friends. She was the lady of the bedchamber, I think, because they're a bit antiquated. The Queen does not run her own bath. I have to tell you that now. It's like Charles was apparently, he doesn't even pick up his own clothes. So on his way to the bathroom, which somebody has, you have the somebody of the bedchamber or something, they will run the bath. They will also put toothpaste on his brush. He can't do that. They're not fit. Yeah, they've got no idea what they're doing. Not a clue. And turning on the tap. So somebody else does it. Apparently when he walks to the bathroom, he disrobes, leaves all his clothes on the floor and then steps into the bath. And so somebody has to go behind him and pick up his pants and pick up his socks and pick up his bits. I mean, you can imagine, can't you? Really not the best job in the world. But apparently she's just lost. The Queen has, Lady of the Bedchamber. I think she was 90. I mean, to be brutally honest, she can't have been much bloody use, can she, at the age of 90? Can you run the bath? But that's the second one she's lost. I mean, she's doing really well. Apparently, there is a patisserie Valerie in Milton Keynes. So there you go. I used to work with Terry Wogan, always regretted saying to David, they're laughing at you. He apologised to David in a letter. I don't know what exactly everybody was thinking of, says Adam. I mean, to be honest with you, they were laughing at him because he's... Listen, we're not lizards. Don't be stupid. Here we go. Sadness for the Queen. The Lady of the Bedchamber dies age 90. And she's been with the Queen for over 30 years. So she was a close friend. And she also accompanied the Queen on many of her Diamond Jubilee engagements. And then she lost another one of her ladies-in-waiting, the Duchess of Grafton. And she was a glamorous and attractive woman. It had not been a good year for the Queen, so she lost Philip, then the Duchess of Grafton, and now Lady Farnham. But, I mean, they were in there. I mean, the other one, Lady Grafton, was 101. I mean, it must have taken her days to make a cup of tea or to run the bath. You know, they can't have been sort of doing... I mean, you would think by now that the Queen, bless her heart, and I do love the Queen very much, I'm a huge royalist, she could run her own bath. You'd think she'd want to, wouldn't you? I mean, it was, you know, just one of those, I mean, you know, or turn on the shower. I mean, I shouldn't imagine she has a shower. I shouldn't imagine she could cope with a shower. She could probably cope with a bath, but you've got to be very careful getting in and out. To be honest with you, well, it could be one of those sit-in baths, and then you sort of shut the door. I've seen them advertised on the television, like on the TV ads. She sits in the bath, and then you lock the door, and then you fill it up, and then you step out. She could do that. I think she might. But the trouble is, I think Buckingham Palace is a bit old-fashioned. I don't think they've been updated for years. I think they've got old-fashioned bathrooms. I think... She lives in Buckingham Palace. Oh, yes, they have their own quarters there. Oh, yes, yes, yes. No, I mean, they have Windsor, Sandringham, Balmoral, and Buckingham Palace, because we've seen because they don't live in the staterooms. She doesn't sit down, you know, on this 400-foot long table or on the throne. They just they actually sit just in the kitchen on Formica chairs. Yes, I mean, I don't think I think she puts on tracky bottoms, and I bet she's been seen in Primark. You can just tell. I think she's got a onesie. I think she pops it on at night. She sits down. She's got a box of, you know, of chocolate. We know she likes violet and creams, and she likes a box of milk tray. Some bloke swinging in through the window, and it certainly wouldn't be Prince Andrew. That's a fact. Because they've all got apartments there. Prince Andrew's got an apartment there, and everything. But no, the Queen lives quite normally. I think they don't. They don't live in sort of glamour or anything like that. I mean, it's only for the ceremonial purposes. I think anybody who lives in... The only person who sort of lived the dream or thought they were was Prince Andrew. And that's slowly collapsing second by second, isn't it, really? Colin in Suffolk says, the Darts World Championship, Ali Pally, no masks. No masks. Terry says, the hotel I stayed at in the Cotswolds to see in the new year was serving snails and frog's legs. I had haddock, chips and crushed peas and garlic priced at 15 quid. You see, I like that idea. Haddock, best fish you can get. because that's what Phil Vickery told us, and he's right. It's very, very tasty, very tasty. And I'm not sure about snails and frogs' legs. I have eaten a snail before. I did it once. We did a show live from Whiteley Shopping Centre, and we were in a French restaurant, and they said, "Oh, we're going to start escargot." And I went, "Do I have to?" And they, "Go on, try it, chew it." It's horrible. I didn't like it at all. And the frog's legs. I always remember Les Dawson. He used to say, "I do like frog's legs." He said, "But I used to worry." He said, "What happens to the rest of the frog? Is it doomed to go around the kitchen for the rest of its life with casters?" And but did you know that these snails that we're looking at here, the picture of, the snail that's inside the shell has been put in there by the chef? They don't actually have the snails in the shells. The shells are washed out after they've used them. They put the snail in there, then put the garlic butter over the top and then cook them. So all of these are reused. Otherwise, you'd think they'd have shells up to their armpits. But it never appealed to me, actually. And frog's legs. I mean, I just thought that was absolutely the most awful thing ever. I felt so sorry for it. It looks like not Jemima Puddleduck. Who was that frog that appeared in Beatrix Potter? I can't remember who it was. There is a frog in Beatrix Potter, and that's what the legs look like. And I think, oh, that's so unfair. You know, where's the rest of the frog? Why don't they eat the rest of the frog at all? What has it got to do with... There you go. Oh, Jeremy Fisher is the frog. That's what it looks like. It's like Jeremy Fisher. You can't take kids out to a restaurant. Have you had frog's legs before? Have you? Oh, no. Do you sort of... Oh, well, I don't know what... It was in France. Yeah. I just don't like the idea. Mind you, over in France, they have a horse restaurant as well, don't they? They eat horse over there. It's quite big. And we found ourselves eating it over here inadvertently. There was one of those slaughterhouses where mixing in horse flesh with all sorts of bits and pieces, and we were all going, "Oh my God!" And you go, "Yeah, you've probably been eating it for ages without realising." I just couldn't eat frog's legs. I did. Oh no! I just felt a bit sorry for it. But then, you know, when you eat a piece of chicken, you don't sort of, you know, worry about where the rest of the chicken is, do you? They went to a restaurant. There's this bloke on YouTube called Sharma. And he went there with some girl because they speak fluent Chinese, and they do it. They go round and they speak in American, and then they go into Chinese, and people go, "Oh my God, you speak Chinese," and it's fantastic. And she wanted, what does she want? She wanted chicken legs in this restaurant, and they said, "Have you got chicken legs?" And this woman in the restaurant, "Yeah, absolutely." And they eat chicken. I couldn't imagine eating chicken legs. They walk round on them. Why would you want to eat chicken legs? And I think they come deep. Yeah, it's the feet. Oh. No, not for me. No, good Lord. I mean, honestly, I'm bad enough with twiglets, let alone anything else. Steve, friends and I, says Comrade, were having a Sunday lunchtime drink in the Wick in Hove when the incident happened. I complimented the policewoman first on the scene and controlled and locked down the street while the emergency services arrived. Oh, right. So now we know. So you were there when that incident happened. That was absolutely dreadful. I couldn't believe that. It was awful. Steve, I don't know many 96-year-olds who can get in and out of a bath. My parents took out their bath and replaced it with a shower so they could get out of it. Oh, no masks on The Masked Singer either, but the judges have a screen between them. So, yes, that was the other thing I was watching. I saw the audience there. No masks. But that must have been filmed recently, unless they filmed it. But even a while ago, we've had COVID for God knows how long. It's not gone away for 2 years. So something's gone wrong somewhere. Perhaps they spray the audience or something like that. I don't know. Richard said, if the Queen has lost the lady in waiting, I suggest she checks down the side of the sofa. That's where most of these things turn up. Have you been down the side of a sofa and you find money and you find all sorts of things? Even probably the remains of the frog, I should imagine. Oof, can't think of anything worse. Did you like it? Oh, you did? Heathen.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well. Have you seen the Sue Townsend, The Queen and I? Oh, yes. I mean, that's fun. Blimey, that's years old, that one, Sue. I mean, blimey, that goes back to my childhood, The Queen and I. The public vote to get rid of the royal family. They get rehoused on an estate. Yeah, the book came... Oh, I mean, must be 25 years ago that book came out. I shall find out, actually. My boy will find out for us. Mihal, find out when Sue Townsend's The Queen and I was published. Sue Townsend's The Queen and I. Because I remember, I would think it must be 25 years ago. Must be. Could be wrong, but very rarely wrong. And they have to renegotiate And there you go. 1992. How long ago is that? 1992. 30 years ago. There you go. 30 years ago, Sue. Not new. And they have to cut down the Chinese rugs. The royal family get voted out in Sue Townsend's book, and they end up relocating to a council estate. But they have to cut down the Chinese rugs to fit in the pokey little rooms that they've got and everything else. Mind you, a lot better than the Russian royal family who just got murdered in that cellar in that house. They still talk about that now. Still do. Yet, strangely enough, you thought they would have burnt the palace to the ground, but they didn't. They kept it there, and it's now one of the biggest tourist attractions, isn't it? Steve. Oh, a lot of people are talking about something strange in the water the year the Queen was born. My dad is born the same year, and he doesn't look like he's going anytime soon. And it's amazing. She seems to just have... all of a sudden, people have started living longer. I keep reading about people, in show business, and they go, so-and-so died. Look at Betty White the other day. There's another one I mentioned. I've done that 3 times now. I've mentioned people, and blow me down, 2 days later, they die. Betty White, I was only saying she's nearly 100. Blow me down the next day. Betty White's died at the age of 99. just 14 days away from her 100th birthday, which is a shame. She was good. She was very good. I mean, Pete Murray is 96. Loads of these people. They did a great programme on Des O'Connor the other day. Lots of people saying nice things, including Bradley Walsh. And, they had everything on there. It was all the good bits. Everybody loved Des O'Connor. He was great. Zach says, when I grew up in Hong Kong, we used to pass the local markets, saw people eating chicken feet, sucking the skin off the toes. Apparently it's a delicacy. Yeah, I mean, chicken feet's it seems to be fairly... Not for me. Not for me. It's like pig's trotters. People eat pig's trotters and they cut the meat out between the... No. It's not normal. Have a tin of beans. Take your mind off it. Drink a bottle of Prosecco. Do anything. But I mean, in Hong Kong, it's already said the only the only legs that aren't eaten are anything that you can't deep fry. People deep fry everything. And if it turns up and it's got... what do they call it? Breadcrumbs on it. Something you don't know what it is until you eat it. Then you go, oh, what's this? I wonder what this is. And then they tell you, and you go, I don't feel very well. But yet, it's like, they sent Michael Palin over to China, and he went to a snake restaurant, and the man brought the snakes out of the kitchen to show him they were live. And they moved across the floor, and then they took them away to the kitchen. They chopped them up, and they came back fricassee, sweet and sour. They came back in about 4 different... There was a soup and everything else, all made out of the snake. They eat the beating heart. Yes, it pulsates. Mind you, also in China, cat restaurants, kitten restaurants. I've seen them cooking kittens. Dog as well. I don't know if dogs is popular, but kittens, they've got them in cages in the kitchen, and you pick something out... but the trouble is, everything's eaten. It's all looked as food. Whereas we look at them as pets. I wouldn't think about eating a dog. It would never cross my mind in a million years. Well, you'd have to be starving. You'd have to be starving to eat things like that. But it's a delicacy. They have a dog food exhibition kind of thing. They have a celebration in this particular village where they just eat dog. They go around and collect up dogs, and then they eat. And we look at them as pets. As far as I'm concerned. 84840, 84850, I think, steve@lbc.co.uk. And Attenborough's 95. People are living much longer, aren't they? When you think years ago, Victorian times, you were lucky to make it in mid-30s. Nowadays, people are going much, much longer. I mean, Philip nearly made it to the 100, nearly made it. But the trouble is there's so much pressure on people. Cliff Richard's 80 plus. There's so many people now who are sort of, happily doing it. But I think it's the fit people, because Cliff Richard and Pete Murray got 2 things in common, or 1 thing in common. Both played tennis. Average age, apparently, in the United Kingdom is 81.2 years. United States, 78. But in Australia, 82.9. So, the place to go to is Australia. I wonder why. I think that's because of the weather. I think it's because it's nice weather and it's healthy and people jump about on the beach. Because I've been watching that Bondi Beach programme. I don't want to go to Bondi Beach ever. Thank you very much indeed. Have you ever seen it? They've got the most amazing problems there. They have people who steal handbags, who walk up and down the beach. Then there's sort of people who are let's just say there's slightly perverted. They have to call the police in because the lifeguards have got no authority. So they have to watch the people who are doing these things, and they call the police. They had one bloke the other week, and he'd been sort of jumping in and out of the surf, but touching other people inadvertently or inappropriately. And his wife was there as well, and he then started arguing with the lifeguards. They're going, "We're watching you. We know what you've been doing. We know what you've been doing." And he said, "No, no, no, nothing at all." Another bloke's walking up and down the beach, nicking people's handbags. And then when he got to the top, he ran, but they caught him. And apparently it's quite... Their crime rate is phenomenal. Absolutely dreadful. When you used to do the Channel 5 programme, did you have to go straight from LBC? No, I went straight to LBC. I was up in the morning, rehearsals, and after I'd finished, take makeup off, change your clothes, and off you go to LBC. Because it was only in Stephen Street, which is off Tottenham Court Road, and then we were at ITN's building in the Gray's Inn Road, and I would drive there and then hope I found a parking meter, and then work again. It was a bit of a non-stop kind of thing. Life expectancy in Hong Kong, 85.29 years. Highest in the world. Isn't that amazing? Females live longer than men. They always did. They always did. Always did. Iceland's so-so, 84.9. So Japan's good. See, it's the food, isn't it? 88.9 for females, life expectancy in Japan. Men, 81. That's why lots of single women. You want single old women, Japan's the place to go. Whoopee! Singapore, Italy, Spain, 86. Amazing, isn't it, really? And South Korea. They don't. Funny thing is, South Korea's 86.42. They don't mention North Korea. Although we did have a story in the papers today, which was something. Normally, people defect from North Korea, and the guards try and shoot them down. They have guards on the border, and they go from North Korea. They whiz through the border in South Korea, and then they run like heck, and the guards will cut them down. They had the thing the other day where somebody defected from South Korea to North Korea. Can't imagine. I think there must be a drinker. I can't imagine why you'd want to run out of the frying pan straight into the fire. I didn't get that at all. Shane says, "Don't go to Bondi." No, I mean I was thinking about Bondi. Must be the greatest place to go to. And now having seen the programme on television, what with the crime rate? No, years ago when I was younger, you'd have your towel on the beach with your things, your money and your wallet, and you just pull the towel over it, then you go in the sea, come back, and it was all still there. Nowadays, on Bondi, no chance. People thieving left, right and centre. There are gangs who go to Bondi to thieve because most of the people are going in and out of the surf. But it's the lifeguards, isn't it? They're all sort of a little bit sort of hunky-dunky over there. They're all sort of people, they're all sort of got ripped bodies and everything else. I mean, my body's ripped, but unfortunately it is quite literally ripped. So I shan't be going to Bondi any time soon. In the speed... They still wear Speedos. Isn't that funny? I wonder why. I had to sort of get them through the surf, I suppose. I don't know. I can't work out why it is. When I was little, I used to have Speedos. That's all I'm saying on it. I'm leaving it at that. It's much easier. So Gary Glitter's backing group is making a comeback because after the Gary Glitter case and the group disappeared. They were called the Glitter Band. But anyway, they're making a comeback at Butlins, which is a little bit odd. Even though, as I said before, Butlins have said it's an adult-only show. So what are they going to be doing? Singing the songs that he wrote? Because I always remember it was Rock and Roll Part 2, which was the B-side of Rock and Roll Part 1, which made his name. And it just, hey, and that was it. They didn't actually say rock and roll, hey, rock and roll. I mean, whether or not bringing them back at this particular moment is a good idea or not, I don't know. I've never been to Butlins. And there's a video of a mystery orb of light which stumped the experts. I don't know why the experts are always stumped, aren't they? This is sort of in a street in this country, and somebody saw this orb of light coming from behind a car and moving up the street. And somebody said, yeah, it's there. There's a factory there that make things, and they wear helmets with lights on. And that's what it is. And then there's the other people who go, I think it's going to be from another planet, It'll be that woman, Mrs. Shadbolt, won't it? She'll be out there. We like Mrs. Shadbolt, the one who doesn't like old What's-its place down in the countryside. But no, there's always an answer for everything. Always an answer for everything. 300,000 people have now signed the petition to stop Tony Blair from being knighted. It's not just being knighted. It's a case of he's also getting the Order of the Garter. This elevates him to this is like the best thing you could ever get. Why? I've got no idea. Lots of nice tributes to the ITV journalist Gary Burgess, who died of cancer at the age of just 47. He had testicular cancer. They thought they'd got rid of it, and then it came back with a vengeance. But he was able to write his own epitaph, basically saying, I've had a fantastic life. The only thing I'm going to miss is all the people that I've made friends with. And I've really had a nice time. I met some great people. I've loved my job and everything else. 47, way too young. Way, way too young. Other stories in the papers today. You've got your stars. Does anybody read their stars anymore? Or is it just a page filler? Do you read you don't read your stars? Minty will read her star. Of course, well, just tell, can't you? Just tell. What are you? What part of star sign? Leo. Right. We'll do it. We'll do it the once. We'll do it the once. Wait a minute. Got to find the page. Got to find Leo. Let's say, so if you're a Leo, this is for you as well. If you work in a declining industry, it says here, and can see this going nowhere, think about switching jobs. Doesn't really apply at all. It'll be easier to find another position when you're already working. You can't please everyone, and you can't be in two places at once, which is why you cannot continue with a heavy workload in the spring. A job list that keeps getting bigger will need to be scaled back. At all times, strive to maintain a good balance between work, play, rest and sleep. Work involving art, entertainment and the theatre will hold some great opportunities. I think you'll find this is light-ent. This programme is light-ent. For you to gain new experiences as the year ends. That sounds quite good, doesn't it? Sort of. I don't know. I think so. Pisces says hang on to anything that belongs in the past. Oh, right. Libra, wait a minute, Libra. It's time to start changing events rather than clinging to the past. See ya. It says here, there could be considerable amounts of money involved in helping to finance a travel opportunity that you might not want to miss out on. Yeah, right, whatever. You have to believe it, though, because it comes from Russell Grant, and we like Russell Grant. OK, we'll take a short break. News at 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Back after this.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Hello, how are we? Nice to have your company. It's a bank holiday again. Hasn't this one gone on forever and a day? I mean, don't you feel like Christmas was such a long time ago, and then New Year's Eve, and then those brilliant fireworks because the London mayor lied to us and said we're not having fireworks, and then blow me down. We did have fireworks, but in an effort to keep you away, they got the press to not give it any publicity. So there were no pictures in the paper of the fireworks in London, all around the world, yes. And they also said you couldn't see them from the ground. That was the thing. And so people think, well, what are they? Are they CGI? What are they? Are they proper fireworks? The answer is they were. How much did they cost? God alone knows. Millions, I should imagine. Fireworks are not cheap. And we had them and they were lovely. And then we got the New Year's Day parade, but it was a much scaled down New Year's Day parade. All the marching bands were on film. Whereas all the years I ever did the New Year's Day parade, the marching bands were actually on the streets. But they obviously couldn't bring loads of people over, which is a shame. And then I parked outside a hotel the other day. And I spoke to the guy in the front door. I said, busy? He went, no, really quiet, really quiet. So all the hotels are desperately waiting for things to get back to normal. But at this precise moment in time, it doesn't look likely that we're going to get back to normal ever. And after the warmest New Year, thunder and frost. Apparently this week, temperatures will plummet. So we're back to get your jumpers back out again. Also, people struggling with energy bills. Everything's going up this year. Whichever you look at it, tax and all the rest of it. George Aligaya in the paper, cancer will get me in the end, he says, but it's made marriage more intimate. He's looking okay. He looks okay. He has had a battle, but he's on a break from presenting after the cancer returns. Says his marriage had become more intimate since he was initially diagnosed in 2014. He said that his bowel cancer would probably get him in the end, but while he regretted having the disease, he reckoned it had taught him so much about himself. People always say that. They always say whenever you have an illness where you're not really sure about it, it does make you reevaluate everything. It makes you appreciate life. It seriously does make you appreciate life. So we'll have to wait and see. Now they're saying masks could be compulsory in schools because the amount of school children going around, and school children are getting it as well. Young people are getting it. It's not confined to the elderly. Fresh coronavirus curves cannot be justified by the data as they face pressure to repeal the current restrictions. And the good news is COVID patients need ventilators less now. So I think yesterday there were just under 3,800 COVID patients in London hospitals, 230 of whom required help to breathe. Now, were these people, because we don't know, because they haven't provided us with this information, were they people who've been vaccinated or people who hadn't been vaccinated? I suspect people, they hadn't been vaccinated. They were the ones taking up most of the beds. Also, Britain faces an epidemic of loneliness among the elderly due to a high rise in those caring for partners with no help from the state. They reckon 3.6 million pensioners are also unpaid carers, a number which has soared by nearly 1.5 million since the start of the pandemic. And as I say, I've always said, no need to feel lonely if you've got a radio or a television or you've got good neighbours. Good neighbours are the key to all of this. They can help you. They can help you out. And don't ever. We used to have a neighbour long time ago, and she was getting on a little bit. In fact, she ended up picking up a bug in hospital when she went to hospital, and she died. But her family put her in there because if they put her in a flat, they knew that the people in the flat would look after her. And of course, she became very friendly with everybody in the flats, and it worked out really, really well. Because I think you should take advantage of being elderly. Go and knock on the neighbours' doors. Go, listen, I don't have it. Can somebody get me some milk? They'll do it. They'll do it for you. I promise you. They won't leave you. I work in a hospital, and 20% of the staff don't want to get jabbed. They have until February to do so, or they'll be redeployed, says Sidcup June. Yes, I knew this. So 20% of the staff don't want to get jabbed. Why not? I don't understand that, actually. I don't understand why, Can we have 2 minutes silence for those who gathered around the London Eye for the fireworks but got fooled, Steve? Well, we did have the fireworks. They were up in the sky. We saw them quite clearly. I watched them. Bonjour, Steve, from Geneva. Photo of Prince Andrew in military regalia, front page of the Times. Nick says, looks like Neil Tennant from the Pet Shop Boys. Yes, I mean, we don't have much sort of faith in Prince Andrew at all, I'm afraid, actually. And he may be asked to drop his title, depending on where things go. Courtiers have reportedly discussed plans to ask the Duke of York to give up his title, like that's going to happen. It's interesting seeing, Sarah Ferguson, deep in thought, having a lot on her mind. Her trip to Verbier comes as the court case against Prince Andrew resumes tomorrow. And if he has to drop his title, palace officials would rule on Sarah, Duchess of York. It's thought unlikely she'd lose her status. I don't know why she ever had it in the first place, actually. I don't really understand all these titles that they give to people. But it's unclear because such a move is totally unprecedented. But it's interesting. They're all over in Verbier, where they used to have a place, and he's back here, presumably keeping his head down. It's as simple as that at the moment. I don't know where he thinks it's going. I don't know if he's still arrogant enough to think that he can just totally ignore everything that's going on. Also, cladding victims reacted with fury after being told last week their block needed repairs, costing them £85,000 each. Shared ownership leaseholders at Oyster Court in Elephant and Castle must now find £2.6 million. But they will not be eligible for state funding because the building is below 18 metres in height. Because this was the big problem. This was the big problem that happened years and years ago. And I remember it distinctly when the government said, you can buy your council flat. And so people were going, wow, that's good. We can buy our council flats. So these people bought these flats here, a stake in them for about £75,000, which was fantastic until the council came after them for repairs, light bulbs, service charges. And they're going, but we didn't pay this before. And they go, but now you're a shareholder. And so consequently, to fix these flats here is going to cost £85,000 each. There was one here. Some lady owns 45% of her flat. She took out a £120,000 mortgage. So these people were then stuck with flats that they couldn't sell because nobody wanted the blasted things. And secondly, they had huge bills that had mounted up. And now they've come back and said £85,000. The council tenants won't have to pay a penny piece. That's incorporated. If you own your flat, you're a part shareholder. So one here, a guy called Liam Spragley, says his dream of climbing the property ladder has been shattered. As I say, he bought his for $25,000, 25% share when he was 26. But his estate could be wiped out by the £85,000 repair bill. Mr. Spragley works in marketing, says, I'm massively in negative equity. And I remember people talking about negative equity. You know, people who go, you know, I'm actually paying a mortgage, whereas if I sold it tomorrow, I wouldn't get a penny piece back. I remember speaking to friends of mine who'd been, you know, there's one here, Emma McGovern, a teacher, a mother of 4, says here, our block is so small, I can't believe it. The whole point of moving into shared ownership was that it meant to be affordable housing. Not now. Not now. So they've been stuck. This is at Oyster Court. They've got to find 2.6 million. I don't know what they're supposed to do if they can't find the 2.6 million. I mean, what do they do? Turf them out? I've really got no idea. Very odd. Britain's most popular bottles of wine set to see a sharp. Everything's going to go up next year. Why? Luckily, I don't drink wine. Well, I drink Prosecco, but very kindly, the producer bought me a bottle of Prosecco. Honestly. There's a joke somewhere, but I can't go into it. I don't know why he bought me a bottle of Prosecco. It's very nice, though. He then sent me a bill, and just help him out with the freight. But anyway, so this is they're going to make alcohol duty fairer. So one here, Hardy's Shiraz, £7. Now it'll be £7.58. What have I got? Pinot Grigio, fairly popular. One here, £6.75. Now it'll be £6.87. Most things have gone up, 20 pence, 30 pence, 40 pence, something like that for most of it. It's not going to make too much. Trivento Reserve Pinot Grigio, £8, now £8.12. So it's not going to make a great deal of difference because it's like buying cigarettes. That's the only thing they've not mentioned, isn't it? They haven't mentioned how much cigarettes are going to go up by. I don't know if they're going to go up, but it doesn't affect me because I don't smoke. Little Mr. Sanctimonious here. I mean, how clever am I not smoking? I did enjoy smoking, but I couldn't even tell you how much a packet of cigarettes costs now. I know they're not cheap. They're not cheap at all. Somebody said they could be about £15 for a packet of cigarettes. Seems an awful lot of money to me. Awful lot of money. But I mean, if you enjoy smoking, you enjoy smoking. And another one here talking about the fireworks. I thought they were great. I thought they were absolutely great, the fireworks. I mean, as I say, I had to ask people, were they real or were they CGI'd? Because they looked so good, but they were real. We actually had them. And just think, so all the thing about Trafalgar Square was a load of old hooey. Load of old rubbish. Because I watched it on the BBC, and the BBC had decided to give you a choir singing a few sort of... Presumably it was going to be the choir who were going to be singing in Trafalgar Square, but they didn't bother doing anything like that because nobody bothered turning up. I mean, a few people were in London anyway, but you always find people wandering about London on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. They go there because they think they can find friends. They can't, of course. They just, I don't know if the bars were open, the clubs were open, I don't know. Didn't affect me. I just know that Leicester Square just smelt a wee. That's all I can tell you. It was, and it's blokes who have an inability to go to the toilet when they leave a bar. Ridiculous. A surge in illegal number plates cloning has been blamed on drivers trying to avoid paying penalties for older polluting cars. Reports of cars being wrongly linked to fines for driving in clean air or low emission zones have shot up. So they bought some plates. They were shipped from Jersey. It was too easy. And also the other thing that people are nicking at the moment, airbags. Airbags. I mean, how on earth you nick them? Apparently they're sold to road garages for up to £500 each. Lord above. But anyway, the Daily Mail was able to order one set of plates from a firm based in St Helier, Jersey for just over £30, including delivery. A second firm allowed our reporter to order a set of plates registered to another car without asking for any ownership details. Slightly disturbing, isn't it? I remember I got a knock on the door about 15 years ago from the police saying, oh, is this your number plate? I said, yes. And he said, what was it? Do you drive a Ford Focus? I looked at him. I said, do I look like I drive a Ford Focus? And he said, no, not really. I said, no, you can have a look. There's my car out there. I think you'll find it's not a... And somebody had cloned my car number plate so that they could get away. So I ended up with sort of bills for speeding and jumping lights and all the rest of it, which I didn't have to pay because the police finally accepted that I was far too polite a person to ever be driving a Ford Focus.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know, they have all these gadgets. I do like gadgets, actually. So anybody who does gadgets, as far as I'm concerned, it's great. But they've got a place in Las Vegas. It's the CES conference. And they've got all sorts of things. All sorts of things. They've got a Japanese nanotech company unveiling a floating 3D display system, which means you no longer need to press buttons in public spaces such as lifts. And it's like a hologram. And it's projected a few centimetres out of the wall and things like that, which is quite good. And they're hoping to bring it to the market in 2024, which I love. And car adverts in France, apparently, will be forced to display environmental warnings and ask would-be buyers to consider cycling. Oh, I hate it when they start preaching to you. I really do. Oh, have you thought about being healthier? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. But Richard Spur, who is still up, and I can't believe, I mean, seriously, I don't know what's the matter with the boy. He must be halfway through a jigsaw or something. But he said, I still can't sleep. I've had to turn the fan on. I bought him a fan because a few years ago he was very hot. And so I bought a fan and sent it, up to him. It went through sort of Amazon. And it's still going, which is quite nice. Anyway, he tells me for a packet of Benson & Hedges Gold, £13.50. He, mind you, he only smokes 5 cigarettes a day. So a pack for him lasts about a week. But £13.50 for a packet of cigarettes. That's outrageous, isn't it? I can't remember what they were when I bought them, because I used to buy all my cigarettes duty-free. I had friends who worked for the airlines, and they would sell me their duty-free allowances. So I was paying about 20 quid for 200 Dunhill International. And so I would buy 1,000 cigarettes at a time from them, because they didn't smoke, but they used to buy the cigarettes, and sometimes they didn't make any money on it at all, actually. Sarah in Welwyn Garden City said, my ciggies have gone up 50p a packet. My ciggies, Benson & Hedges Sky Blue, are 10 quid a pack. Benson & Hedges were the only... You think that's cheap? 10 quid. I don't know what Benson & Hedges Sky Blue are. All I know is Benson & Hedges used to make me cough. The only cigarettes that didn't make me cough were Rothmans, or failing that I used to love menthol cigarettes, Consulate or St. Moritz, anything like that. And but my cigarette of choice used to be Dunhill International. I didn't like anything else, just Dunhill. So here we go. So this is this blue one as well. Benson & Hedges Sky Blue. 10 quid a pack. That's at Sainsbury's. Super King. Oh, right. Super Kings. What's that mean? Oh, really? Good Lord above. Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn something. And only 10p. That's 50p a cigarette. You can't buy a cigarette. You used to be able to buy a cigarette. One cigarette, there used to be machines on the underground and outside some tobacconists, and you could put a penny in and get a cigarette out. You turn the handle and out would come a cigarette. Oh, happy days. They were showing the other day, what was it? It was one of those Ealing comedy films. And I remember thinking, oh, my goodness me, how times have changed over the years. They really have. I think it was Passport to Pimlico. Oh, Sobrani. Good Lord, I used to buy Sobrani. Do they still make them? They can't do. Do they? Good Lord. They used to be cocktail cigarettes because they were a bit camp. They looked a bit... They were all different colours. Oh, I quite like the ones in Tobacco Asia brand European Royalty. Black Russian, Sobrani Black Russian. They look nice, don't they? See, I like a cigarette that looks like a cigarette in a bottle. How lovely. I'm amazed they still do things like this. Do you remember More cigarettes? They were very thin, they're about that sort of length. The same as the length of the other thing you told me about. And they were quite nice as well. Honestly, we don't care. And so Sky Blue, 10 quid a pack, 50p a cigarette. And they don't last that long, do they? It's not like, a cigarette lasts 10 minutes each. They're gone. I used to smoke number 10 cigarettes. They were, they lasted about less than a minute. They weren't right. I did have rollies at one time. I bought a little machine, and you put the paper in, you licked it like that. And it used to squeeze the box and it rolled it up, but it was about 3 inches long, this cigarette. I mean, seriously, it was like a toy cigarette. But if you smoke, it becomes very, very addictive. So 10 quid a pack. See, I would not feel I could spend 10 quid a pack or £13.50 a pack for cigarettes. How much are Dunhill International then? Blimey, if the ones that Richard Spur's smoking are £13.50, how much are Dunhill International? I'm sure you must be able to still get them. It'd be funny if you can't get them anymore. You can only get... There they are, my cigarettes. Images. I used to like the box. So how much are they... Oh, they've all gone. Have they? Oh, the box has gone. Oh, right. That's the box now. You just get a picture of somebody who looks like they're dying on the settee. Is that what it is? Smoking causes strokes and disability. Always a cheery thing, isn't it, to read on a thing. There used to be a cigarette called Death. £13.90 they are, Dunhill International. Very good value, you know. But not if you're going to get strokes and disabilities. They've got a picture of somebody who looks like they're dying on a settee, being cuddled by their wife, you know. But, of course, people still buy them, so it doesn't seem to make any difference. Apparently in Belmont, Sutton, £11.90 for a packet of Benson and Hedges Blue king size. £11.90. Somebody says, do they still sell Capstan full strength? I don't think so. They went out years ago. But there was a cigarette called Death. Woodbines. Woodbines. I could never smoke any cigarette that didn't have a filter in it because you get all the tobacco in your mouth and you end up going like that, you know, all over the person on the front of you on the bus because you could smoke on the bus. I can remember Happy Day. And the person would be sitting there, what's he doing? You know, got a bit of tobacco stuck in my teeth. Happy days. Steve, I worked in Fortnum & Mason and smoked Piccadilly. Piccadilly, honestly. All these different cigarettes now that you probably can't get. I used to smoke number 6 because they were cheap. I used to pay 1 and 10 pence, which isn't even 10 pence in today's money, for 10 cigarettes. Number 10 cigarettes, 1 and 10 pence they were. 1 and 10 pence in Woolworths. They used to have a cigarette kiosk. But as I say, I don't smoke anymore. Not for many, many years. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. It doesn't actually interest me anymore, smoking. Only because I know what the side effects are. Even cigars. I couldn't smoke cigars. I used to try a little packet of my dad, I'd buy a packet of Tom Thumb cigars for Christmas for him. Or you could get one cigar in a tube and he would love it. But again, all over it was horrible. I didn't like it at all. And I couldn't inhale. The first time I tried to inhale cigar smoke, I thought I was going to die. Because when I first started smoking, and it was my parents' fault, they said, it'll make you sick. And my parents used to have Embassy cigarettes in a box in the sitting room, which I've still got the box, the silver cigarette box. And I've still got it. And I used to pinch the cigarettes and go and smoke them behind our shed, which was great. But I didn't know how to inhale a cigarette, so I used to smoke and swallow the smoke, because that was the only way I knew to get the smoke out through your nose, because I thought that was smoking. I mean, I learnt recently that it's a bad thing, and of course I ended up having stents put in and everything else. And you do see people in hospital who, even though they've got stents in, they still carried on smoking. I decided maybe not such a good idea. Ford Focuses start at 21,000, not a cheap car, says Sue. This was years ago. They were a cheap car, believe you me, certainly compared to what I was driving. Eamon, Mr. Revitive, is supposed to be presenting GB News right now. No sign of him. I didn't think he started just yet. I thought he was starting on the 9th. I think he's rehearsing, isn't he? Poor soul, honestly, with his legs. How's he going to make it? He's never going to make it, poor soul. He was moaning about his legs the other day. David Beckham could reap a £200 million windfall. He's agreed to sell more than half his company to US brand management firm. Although he won't pocket all of the cash, the deal will help pay off debt and free up capital for DB Ventures. So a source told the Mail the figure of 200 million is unexpectedly high for his company. So there you go, because he's got an endorsement deal with the likes of a whiskey and a watch company. He'll just endorse anything, old Beckham boy, won't he? He'll do anything. It doesn't make any difference. Also, the Friends reunited. The candid pictures reshot 20 years on, which I think is fantastic. I love seeing things like this. And they've got all sorts of different people here. And the early picture, and then they've got the other picture. There's one here, an after-school ritual for Zahida Parveen to run to the ice cream van for a vanilla swirl cone with raspberry drizzle. She was captured on camera. They took her back to the same place. And Zahida, now 47, and the man, the ice cream man, was Gino Borello. He's 73. And they went back and they took another picture. How brilliant. How brilliant. I love stuff like that. I think that just goes to prove. Paul Smith was 19. He was pictured in Peterborough in front of a Ford Cortina. In the first, I'm a teenager. In the second, last July, I'm a veteran. He said, I'm 61 now. I love stuff like that. So, happy birthday to Greta Thunberg. 19, she became a global star after skipping school to protest outside her country's parliament. And Michael Schumacher is 53. His wife said that Schumacher was still battling to recover. She added, Michael is here, different, but here. Because he's in a medically induced coma for 6 months after a head injury while skiing in the French Alps. 2 years after retiring following a 19-year career. That's when the wife said he's here, but different. Different, but he's still here. 1988, on this very day, Margaret Thatcher became Britain's longest continuously serving Prime Minister of the 20th century. And in 1979, a plant poison twice as powerful as a cobra venom killed an umbrella murder victim. That was Georgy Markov, an inquest heard. The 49-year-old Bulgarian defector who died after being stabbed in the leg in London with an umbrella last September was injected with the poison ricin, which comes from the seeds of the castor oil plant. And I remember that. It was on, I think it was on Waterloo Bridge or one of those bridges, and that's what they did. It was a needle at the end of this umbrella, like that, and never any more did he appear.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Very interesting. Jason says, did your brother also steal your parents' cigarettes? Naively, I don't think my parents knew I was pinching their cigarettes, because my mother had one cigarette a year. My father didn't smoke cigarettes. I don't think my brother smoked. Well, not that I remember, but I would sort of take a cigarette out. I just tried it because I thought, I don't think I was smoking that many. Then I started work, and then I was able to buy cigarettes because we could go next door to Woolworths and go and buy them. And, I did try all of the cigarettes. I did try Embassy. I did try Piccadilly. I did try, Rothmans. I did try just about everything that was going, depending on how much money you had at the time. I wish I'd never started, but that, you can't do anything about that. It's only because people sort of say to you, you shouldn't smoke. And then we smoked on the school bus. People would sit upstairs on the school bus. We used to have double-decker buses that came into the school to take us back down to the town. And everybody used to smoke on the back of the bus. Nobody ever said anything. I'm sure we weren't supposed to be smoking, but we did. And for some reason, we still played sport and did all the best things. Apparently, Chris in Chelsea says, not that I smoke, but for your listeners' information, Benson and Hedges. There used to be an advert on the cinema, and it was a woman voiceover going, "Oh, Benson and Hedges," and it was sort of sold as being something a little bit flash. Benson and Hedges, she said in this sort of wonderful voice that just reeked of money. I think they were the same people that used to eat Ferrero Rocher. They sort of try and make out Ferrero Rocher was sort of, the things that only the elite were eating, whereas I didn't think so at all. But they do different Ferrero Rocher now. They do them in white chocolate with coconut on, then they do them in really dark chocolate as well. If you can find the boxes with all of them in, they're actually quite nice. Not that I would recommend them. But anyway, Benson & Hedges Sky Blue king-size cigarettes, £8.70 at Asda. Oh, my God. Because you can't see cigarettes now, can you? They have to have shutters in front of them. And yet they're at the cigarette counter, so what else do they think they're hiding behind there? And you're supposed to try and remember where everything is. So the moment they sort of move the shutter up to pick out your cigarettes, I think it's hilarious. Farmers will be paid to rewild the countryside. I like that idea. I bought my godchildren. I got them with my brother's help, actually. And it was 2 bags of seeds of wild flowers where you just literally scatter them and they will seed themselves and grow up so you can have wild flowers, because they've got 6 acres, so they've got one which is all daffodils, these special daffodils that come up every year, and now they're going to put in all these other, so you can have fields of different flowers, I suppose. Sounds quite a good idea. I'm very much in favour of that. I'm looking forward to the miniature daffodils, definitely. And this pensioner, this is David Ackers, a great-grandfather, was killed. He crashed into parked cars on an e-scooter. To be honest with you, I've always hated e-scooters. I've never liked them. I've never understood why they've licensed something to go out there. Anybody can go and rent them, whether you're drunk, sober or whatever. And you can take them up the streets in London. The buses, the cars, the motorcycles, all the delivery people and all the rest. They're a nightmare. This particular bloke collided with 2 vehicles on his own side of the road and died at the scene from a suspected bleed on the brain. This was in Greater Manchester in Tameside. He's said to have been riding an e-scooter belonging to a family member. So, in fact, it wasn't even legal, because none of these things are legal unless you're riding them on your own property or you rent the thing. If you rented it, then it's legal. So he was driving an illegal scooter and he lost his life. I mean, at 74. I mean, oh, dear me. I mean, in July 19... TV presenter and YouTuber Emily Hartridge was killed after an underinflated tyre on her e-scooter made her lose control. She died after being thrown under a lorry in Battersea. But just remember, if you're using somebody else's, they're illegal. You can only use them on private land. In which case, if he had been using it on a private piece of land, he would have been okay, because there wouldn't have been, two cars for him to crash into. But he's out on the main road at the age of 74, which is just, I mean, absolutely awful, absolutely awful. What else we got here? Cherries, food to whet your appetite, apparently, in 2022. They're just full of these sort of things. Cherries were in a short while ago. I quite like cherries. They do peerless pink hibiscus. You ever heard of hibiscus flowers? Heard of that? Okay. Date molasses. It's a deep mahogany, vicious syrup. Tastes like honey cut with a dash of molasses. Sounds nice. Fab pickled fruit. They get all sorts of things. You can make your own for fruit. Cherries, white wine vinegar, bay leaf, and all sorts. Oh, right. You can do all sorts of things. Edible moringa. Whatever that is, wildly cultivated in India, Southeast Asia and East Africa. Do you remember they had years ago all this super fruit that you could go out there and buy, and apparently it was really good for you? And I was never too sure if it was good for you. There's a man here who challenges the stars, his name's Wim Hof, to freeze themselves fabulous. He set 26 world records. He sits in ice. He's one of these people who doesn't fit, because we were talking earlier on, actually, Mihal, the producer, we were talking about having cold showers. Oh, God, can't imagine anybody having cold showers. He said, I just can't think of anything worse. I wouldn't know, all this superhuman stuff. But this bloke here is a fitness expert, and he wants celebrities' blood to run cold. But they do it every year, don't they? People jump into the sea, they jump into all sorts of bits of rivers, they jump into the Serpentine. Even if there's ice on the water, people love jumping in, and you think to yourself, I couldn't do that at all. I really couldn't do it. I mean, it's bad. Although I'm told once you're actually in the water, it's okay. Getting you in the water in the first place, that's the bit that doesn't quite work. What else we got? Shards of stained glass returned to the window of an 800-year-old church after being stashed in a shed since 1985. This man's kept them safe for over 30 years, and they've just done a £240,000 renovation. There was a church that was robbed the other day. People broke in, vandals. They vandalised the church and stole things. And I think there was some woman as well. She was in the paper the other day. I can't remember her name or anything else. But anyway, at her grave for her son, who was killed, I think, in a car accident, she decided for Christmas to put on the bench things that he would have liked next to his grave. So she put a bottle of Jack Daniels, she put different bits and pieces, which all signified something to her and her son, who she's never got over the death of. When she went back to the grave a few days later, somebody had stolen all the items. I mean, that is about as low can be. Somebody who steals from cemeteries, somebody who steals something from the grave of somebody because it's so personal to that particular family. And so other members of the family all clubbed together and repeated all the items for her. But somebody actually went into a cemetery and stole stuff from a grave. These people go straight to hell. Absolutely disgusting. Really is. It's absolutely awful. And an idiotic motorist. We always find them, don't we? This one was caught driving while distracted 9 times in the past 4 years. The unnamed culprit was among 932 drivers convicted for the offence. Most of them were sort of caught using phones illegally. Using a phone whilst driving is not a mistake, it's a choice. I've said before, if you've got a phone and you've got it in your car, then keep it well out of the way of use, so you can't pick it up or touch it, even to look at it if it rings. I mean, if you can't afford a hands-free for your car, you shouldn't be able to have a phone in the first place, because phones are very expensive to run. As you know, hands-free units are really cheap now. You can get them from about 35 quid. You clip them on the visor, you charge them up, they work fine. A lot of cars now, in fact, quite a lot of cars, it's built in. It's built in. The Bluetooth is built in. You pair your telephone with it. I did mine in about 5 minutes, and it downloaded all the numbers in my phone into the car, and so I've got them there. Mind you, the last bloke who had the car, I've got all of his numbers as well. I haven't called anybody yet, but it's not totally without thinking of. Talking of e-scooters, I saw one of those Boris Santander bikes dumped in Purley Way, says Mark, out of the scheme area. People just dump them in the middle of nowhere. Have you seen that? People take these bicycles, these Santander bikes, and all of a sudden you'll find them in the middle of a road, in the middle, and you think, well, you just leave it here and walk home or something. I didn't quite get that at all. Wishing you and the team a happy new year, says Paul. The Railway Children are on this morning. Oh, it's the 1970s version, so that's the Daddy My Daddy, the proper version, which is my favourite. Remember the man killed in Twickenham the other year riding an e-scooter? Yes, Tony. He had a shop, and it was a shoe repair shop, and I don't know if it was his scooter, or I think it might have been his scooter. We do have scooters you can rent in Twickenham now, but I see people using them. 2 people on a scooter. Really stupid. Really, really stupid. I've seen it here in London. I've seen it outside the Garrick Theatre, where you get sort of a father and a child on the same scooter. I mean, really dumb people. You know, people who you sort of think, you know, if you had an accident, who would you be blaming for this? Answer, yourself. But I do remember that man killed, very, very much so. Sue says, remember the ad on TV? The man says, you're never alone, with a strand. Yes, I think it was was it a cigarette? I'm pretty certain. Oh, it's viscous syrup, not vicious. Probably roughly the same, I should imagine, actually. Probably roughly the same. Somebody says, I always use a cigarette holder. And Tony in Woodford says, my dad smoked roll-ups. We were always finding tobacco on the walls. I know. I never understood anybody who ever wanted to smoke a cigarette without a filter in it. I tried it once. I smoked one of those Jetane cigarettes, the French one. I thought it was being very cultured, a French, because it smelt French. It smelt. I thought it was very exotic. Smoked Jetanes, and I had a friend who smoked Jetanes as well. I remember thinking, gosh, and yet when I tasted the thing, I thought it was absolutely dreadful. I didn't like it at all.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So the public sector are told to prepare for the worst. The coronavirus crisis, the panic over the mass staff absences, 1.4 million off sick. Hospitals are declaring a staffing emergency. So the latest, 13,200... no, it's not. 13,235,401. That's up 137,000. 148,000 deaths. That's what they've said. The world latest, 290 million. This is indeed a pandemic, and yet still people don't want to wear a mask. I find it absolutely amazing. I really do. I mean, you know, Viagra drug used to save the life of a battling nurse. She spent 45 days in intensive care. She caught COVID. She was given the erectile dysfunction drug around 1 week after doctors put her into an induced coma. Absolutely amazing, isn't it? So apparently that's going to be the latest thing. Also, scientists have unlocked the secret. You never know what scientists are thinking of at any one time, but these ones have unlocked the secret of pouring the perfect cuppa without dripping from the teapot. The teapot effect was first described in 1956, cast your mind back, and has puzzled experts ever since. I mean, that's how mad these people are. It causes a drop to form under the teapot beak, which can dribble down the outside. Scientists at the Institute of Fluid Mechanics at Vienna University of Technology in Austria poured tea from a tilted pot at different flow rates and used complicated maths formula to calculate 3 forces which cause the effect. That's what they're wasting the money on, ladies and gentlemen. They're worrying about the brouhaha over pouring the perfect cuppa. And a blue plaque in honour of black rights activist Darcus Howe to be unveiled today on the street where the Brixton race riots began. I love Darcus Howe. He was on the television, went on to edit Race Today and chair the Notting Hill Carnival, was best known for hosting the show Devil's Advocate. I used to watch it religiously. He died at his home in Streatham in 2017. Seems ages and ages ago. He was 74, I believe. 74. Standing on the terraces, here they all were the other day. Nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks. And you think to yourself, this is, there was a load of people went out to a pub in Twickenham on New Year's Eve. And they've all started going down with COVID. I mean, if you've been vaccinated, you stand a better chance of coming through the other side. If you're not vaccinated, it might not be as good for you. Brian says, I was in a shopping centre in Luton when 3 kids on 2 e-scooters came riding through, just missed an elderly gentleman. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I've just had my BM down the stairs. It's 3.6, which is too low without eating. How can I raise it? I've got no idea. No idea. Without eating. That I couldn't tell you. Many decades ago, Steve, says Chris in Chelsea, but I always preferred Gaulois to Gitain. I smoked both, actually. I liked it as well. I thought it was great. Vince says, as the holder of all knowledge, is today a bank holiday? Of course it is. Of course it's a bank holiday. Yes, I mean, tomorrow we should be back to normal, I think. That's what I'm hoping, because this thing can't go on for much longer, can it? Given teachers have been trained on how to teach remotely, why not have teaching assistants stroke parents in class as facilitators and teachers teach remotely from home? Well, if they're all going to have to wear masks, I mean, I can see some kids not bothering to wear masks. Laura in Shenfield is going off for an early morning swim. God, I hope it's heated. Although we're all right at the moment, aren't we? We're all right at the moment for the weather. It is going to plunge, they've said. We're going to get a little bit cold again. And apparently, taking antihistamines before going running can stop you getting fit. Apparently, scientists found the common drugs used to prevent allergies like hay fever block the beneficial effects of exercise. I've never seen any beneficial effect of exercise whatsoever. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just naturally ripped. Actually, I always said, if ever I get the urge to do some exercise, I tend to find 2 or 3 glasses of Prosecco, and I've forgotten about it quite quickly. It's marvellous. It works. Prince Andrew. Oh, I'm bored with Prince Andrew. Do you know I was bored with him before? And here's a picture of him with his best friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, at Ladies' Day at Ascot. He went with them everywhere. They've been photographed together. Witnesses they've got now will testify that they saw Andrew with this woman who is seeking damages, and it just doesn't look very good, does it? But all he has to do is just tell the FBI in America what he knows about Ghislaine Maxwell. It might be saving grace. But he does know them. I just don't understand why he wouldn't want to do it. Steve, says Dan, in 2020 in the UK, 140 cyclists died. Just 1 e-scooter rider died. They're no better or worse than bicycles. Stop the bias against e-scooters. I think we should take them off the streets immediately, Dan. I'm sorry, I think they're highly dangerous. Any old fool can get on one of them. They've got motors in it. Bicycles are fine. You're sort of pedalling yourself. This thing's got an electric motor. They burst into flames. And unfortunately, you need to get your facts right. There's a few more than 1 e-scooter rider has died. You need to get your facts right. It's not my fault you're ill-informed, but I'm just educating you to make sure that you're aware of just how dangerous they are. You're going to find more and more people dying on them, especially in London. London, people use those. They use these one-wheeled things, look as though they're part of a circus act, and the other thing looks like a skateboard, which has got a motor on it, all very likely to have batteries that burst into flames. So just be warned. Just be warned. What have we got here? It's a picture, an amazing image of a town in the shape of a man. It's in Sicily, and they've taken a picture with a drone, I think. God knows how high the drone was. And it does look like a man. It's quite clever, really. Quite clever. Tasty family meals ideas, because at the moment it's all diets and slimming and all the rest of it. But it obviously doesn't work, because otherwise they wouldn't suffer with these things every single Christmas. Walking in the Air star Aled Jones, it'll haunt him for the rest of his life, has told her he once sang Beatles songs for Diana and Charles. He was just 13 or 14, said the private show felt surreal. He's 50. Can't believe him. He works just underneath me. Well, not right underneath me, but he's certainly very close to me. He said the private show felt surreal. Now 50, he told the White Wine Question Time podcast. Charles rang his dad at work saying, I love your son's voice. I'd love him to sing for myself and Diana. And then he found himself with his pianist at Kensington Palace. He said, I'm used to thousands of people. This was just 2, but they were lovely. At the end, I sang the Beatles songs for Diana. It was just like Welsh karaoke. He's lovely. He really is. He's super. Jeremy Clarkson's farm shop, sparking traffic chaos ahead of a 2-month closure. Locals complained customers queued in droves on New Year's Eve to buy from Diddley Squat until it reopens in March. One resident said it's complete chaos. I was 20 minutes late for a doctor's appointment due to queues. They claimed cars were parked on the road for a mile at the instruction of farm shop workers. You keep going, Jeremy. The more you annoy people, the happier we all are. Snacking on grapes, nearly finally on the programme this morning, could apparently prevent a heart attack or a stroke. Apparently, the fruit was shown to be rich in vital chemicals that boost gut bacteria and lower your cholesterol. Eating 40 grapes each day for a month is enough to raise your microbiome, which is a community of trillions of bugs essential for good health. Isn't it funny that this is from California, of course? I can't eat grapes. I really can't. They're too much sugar in there. A driver in his 80s has had his licence taken away. He was caught driving on a main road at 10 miles an hour. Don't you hate people who drive very slowly on main roads? They drive me berserk. But he had been stopped trundling along the A346 between Marlborough and Swindon on Christmas Day. And PC Sean Williams said it's a concern this man was behind the wheel of a car. We thankfully didn't end up in something far more serious. He compounded matters by failing an eye test a day later. Not so great. Not so great. The Diary with Laura Martin in the Mirror today, talking about the events, Adele, Stormzy's tour, ABBA, Voyage, Catherine Ryan's tour, and Glastonbury. So we'll wait and see what happens. Plus, Peaky Blinders, Series 6 final outing, RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, can you believe that drag shows on the television? Who'd have thought it? Never have thought of that. E-scooters are now banned on London Underground, says Jason. Yes, and not only London Underground, they're banned on the buses as well. And why? Because they can burst into flames. And if you're on a train and one of these things bursts into flames, good luck. Good luck. Another one which says, during past lockdown, at the high school where I work as a TA, the teachers taught a bubble classroom of 10 to 15 children for just 4 hours a week, whereas all the support staff had to be in school for 30 hours a week, so the support staff were more at risk being with the pupils every day, says Susan. They're going to make everybody wear masks, aren't they? Whether or not they can manage to enforce it, I've got no idea. I'd be surprised if they can. They can't get people to wear masks at the moment, which is just about as bad as it gets. But, you know, people will learn slowly but surely, seeing as the cases are rising and more people are dying. You know, the thing you've got to do is get your injections done, get your vaccinations, and more importantly, get the booster. Get the booster. The booster's the thing that can sort of make it, you know, a little bit more bearable. But, you know, the people who are vaccinated, they're on the right path, and school children will soon be vaccinated as well.